Hi. Good morning. My name is Nanette Motus. I'm the Regional Director for the International Organization for Migration, Asia and the Pacific. It is with great pleasure to welcome you to this session of the UN Responsible Business and Human Rights Forum Asia Pacific on ensuring migrant voices in grievance and remediation mechanisms, generating feedback vital for compliance and due diligence. IOM engages with diverse stakeholders to, together, realize the many benefits of migration and to ensure migrant workers are protected along the entire journey. Despite the many contributions that migrant populations bring to host and origin communities, we are all too familiar with their exacerbated vulnerability to exploitation and human trafficking. It has been estimated that while international migrant workers make up less than 5% of the global workforce, they represent 25% of workers experiencing forced labor. Despite the increasing recognition of the exceptional vulnerability of migrant workers to exploitation, migrant workers are often excluded from protection or protective mechanisms. These challenges migrant workers face in access to remedy have only worsened during the COVID-19 pandemic, which we are all too familiar with. In recent years, IOM established positive and productive partnerships with private sector actors spanning from MNEs to SMEs to promote labor rights of migrant workers in their supply chains and operations, primarily through our Asia Regional CREST initiative. These partnerships with responsible business have been invaluable to deepen our common understanding of where there are still systemic issues, and more needs to be done to support migrant workers to voice and address any grievances they may have. In the spirit of strengthening our collective and inclusive response, I am very pleased to announce the launch of the IOM Operational Guidelines for Businesses on Remediation for Migrant Workers' Grievances. This was developed in partnership with the Remedy Project and informed by consultations with workers, employers, brands, industry associations, and technical experts from the UN and civil society. This practical guidance is now freely available for download. These guidelines provide companies and industry groups to clear 7-step process to develop and implement a voluntary remediation program to address workers' grievances. During IOM's work with the private sector, a particular gap has been identified in migrant workers' ability to voice their issues and how to access existing grievance mechanisms. And this is often due to the multitude of factors. For example, we have language barriers to informal or formal discrimination and requires additional focus to address. In particular, the 7 steps highlight the importance of building trust with migrant workers by involving workers or workers' representatives in the design and development of the remediation program. The guidelines also underline how learning and constantly incorporating feedback are as crucial as the implementation of redress. From IOM's perspective, the development of these guidelines have been very important for articulating our vision for how grievance and remediation mechanisms should be designed, implemented, and monitored inclusive of migrant workers and hear their voices. So we are now looking ahead to engage with diverse partners to realize this vision and to mobilize the true transformation. I cannot think of a better way to initiate the collaborative discussions necessary than this panel discussion today. Thank you to Archana Konteka, the founder and CEO of the Remedy Project, for authoring the guidelines and for agreeing to moderate today's sessions. Her wealth of experience and insights in this subject matter will be invaluable for today's discussion. Together with Archana, we are extremely honored to hear migrants' voices through recorded videos and have Shubha Sekhar from Coca-Cola, Andrew Dale from Ropes and Gray, and Pochoy Labog from Know the Chain, and Rosai Wongsuban from Freedom Fund to reflect on their experiences as well as to share their plans and ideas on how we together can truly build back better. Thank you to the speakers and to all of you for joining today. I highly encourage you to take this opportunity to raise questions, share your thoughts, share your challenges to the panelists. Your participation is highly appreciated, and together we can effect change. Thank you very much. Now let me turn you over to our moderator, Archana. Over to you. Thank you.
Thank you, Nanette. Good morning, everybody, and a very warm welcome to you to this panel. My name is Archana, and I'm the CEO and founder of the Remedy Project. It's an extremely proud moment to be here with you all in this capacity and having been an important part of the drafting of the guidelines in partnership, who I'm also extremely grateful to for their experience and sharing. So let me dial back a little bit and let's focus on the importance of remedy in the context of migrant workers in particular. The journey of migration, as we heard, is a journey that is often steeped in debt, in dependency initially on a recruitment broker or labor broker and subsequently on an employer. It is a journey that involves multiple actors, multiple actions, several layers of deception very frequently, and often a poor engagement with actual rights, particularly as one moves from their own country to work in another country. And very often in the country of destination, workers are faced with different forms of exploitation, passport retention, wage deductions, poor access to representation, trade union activity, or collective bargaining. And then you have the onset of a pandemic, which puts so many people out of work, so many people on a limb, and so many people in such a precarious position. It is now more than ever extremely clear that access to remedy is so central and so important in this particular context. Now, when we think about remedy, this shakes up into two key areas. Judicial remedies, essentially the purview of the state, in the form of formal legal systems, etc., and rule of law. And then you have non-judicial remedies, very much of the nature that we are talking about through the guidelines, mediation, alternative dispute resolution, operational grievance mechanisms. And I'd like to suggest that there is a third area that is forging its way, and this is remediation by responses to sanctions, such as the CBP sanctions that we have seen of late. Now, when it comes to judicial mechanisms, they come with their hang-ups, either weak rule of law, corruption, difficulties for migrants to access the justice system, to fight the asymmetry of power that exists between corporations and themselves if they were to take a fight to a court of law. Nevertheless, the importance of judicial mechanisms is not taken away in any shape or form by the existence of non-judicial mechanisms. They exist in complementarity to judicial mechanisms, and there must always be a relationship of referral between the two where this is appropriate. And the other point I'd like to make right at the outset, that having non-judicial mechanisms does not take away the importance of trade union activity or collective bargaining. In fact, the existence of trade union activity and the existence of collective bargaining only serves to reinforce the validity and the strength of non-judicial mechanisms. Now, so far, a lot of the grievance and remediation initiatives that exist are actually voluntary in nature. Essentially, these are put in place by companies primarily without much worker feedback. So you see these as site level, you see these as at site level as operational grievance mechanisms, you'll see them at purchaser or buyer level, and then in some cases, you'll see it at industry level as well. Now, recently, the voluntary nature of a lot of these mechanisms is coming under pressure from external forces. I mentioned earlier CBP action. They want to know, how are you going to remediate, or how will you reimburse recruitment fees? What systems you have in place? How do these work? The mandatory human rights due diligence laws that are popping up and that are becoming a reality that will impact supply chains in different parts of the world. The modern slavery disclosure and compliance regimes that are requiring transparency around not just how issues are identified, but also how are they dealt with. And again, remediation systems are key in this context. And also, we have a growing body of strategic litigation in this area, where the courts across the world are showing an extreme willingness to go behind the corporate structure and to hold parent companies accountable for the actions of their subsidiaries that may be in separate jurisdictions. Cases of Vedanta, Maran, Nevson are examples of these. And of course, there's a growing interest from investors in environmental, social, and governance issues. And I would suggest that remediation, labor rights, child labor, etc., all form the centerpiece of the S element. Now, in order for workers aggrieved by various elements of exploitation to access remedy, it really requires the existence of dynamic and elastic and responsive systems that really workers can engage with and that they can trust with. On the first day of the opening of this conference, one of the speakers, I believe it may have been Dante, said, "Remedy is the reality check." I couldn't put it more eloquently than this. This is where the rubber hits the road. This is where corporate governance processes, human rights due diligence, a company's values, its commitment to its stakeholders, its considerations around legal, financial, and reputational risks all crystallize in this one system. And if there was ever a really important infrastructure to invest in, to think about, and to really engage with, this would be it. Now, with this, I'd like to very briefly introduce you to my fellow panelists. So we've got Shubha Shekhar, who's the Regional Director for Human Rights at Coca-Cola. Andrew Dale, who is a partner with the US law firm Ropes & Gray, who were very supportive in the drafting and research involved in the guidelines. Pochoy Labog, who is the Southeast Asia researcher and representative of Know the Chain and Business and Human Rights Resource Center. And we have Rosai Wongsuban, who is a program advisor with the Freedom Fund and based in Thailand. So you'll be pleased to hear that this is not a monologue from me, but rather you'll be hearing from other experts in the area. And given that the theme really is around migrant workers and the voices of migrant workers, there is no better way to kick off this discussion with listening to a video and watching a video from a migrant worker, a Bangladeshi migrant worker returned from working in Malaysia.
আব্বু একলা ফ্যামিলিটাকে সামলাতে পারতেছে না, তো সিদ্ধান্ত নিল যে আমাকে বিদেশ পাঠিয়ে দেবে। তো লেখাপড়া বন্ধ দিয়ে তো আমাকে মালয়েশিয়া পাঠিয়ে দেওয়া হলো। পৌঁছানোর পর আমি একটা কোম্পানিতে কাজে লাগছি, কয়েক মাস ভালোই বেতন দিত। তো হঠাৎ মাঝখান দিয়ে আমার বেতনটা আটকে দিল, 2-3 মাস যাবত বেতন দিতেছে না। আমি সুপারভাইজারকে জানালাম যে স্যার আমার বেতনটা তো দিতেছে না। তো বলছে দিবে, যদি বেশি কিছু বলি তো আবার বলে সাসপেন্ড করে দিব। তো বাধ্যতা হয়ে এসব সহ্য করে নিয়ে কাজ করে চলতেছি। তো প্রায় দীর্ঘ একটা কোম্পানিতে 6 থেকে 7 বছর কাজ করছি। তো বাড়িতে আসার সময় আপনার সব কিছু ঠিকঠাক মতো দিয়ে দিছে। পরে বাড়ি থেকে যখন আবার রিটার্ন ব্যাক করছি, দেশে গেছি, তো কোম্পানির আপনার কাজ চলে গেছে, কন্ট্রাক্ট চলে গেছে। তো পরে আমাদের প্রথম মাস বলছে যে দ্বিতীয় মাসের প্রতি মাসে 10 তারিখে বেতন দেয়। তো বলছে দ্বিতীয় মাসের 20 তারিখে দিয়ে দিব। এরকম করতে করতে 3 মাস যাবত আমাদেরকে বেতন দেয় নাই। না দিয়া কোম্পানি আপনার ইলাং বলে নাই হয়ে গেছে। তো আমরা আর কোম্পানির কোনো খোঁজখবর পাইনি, কারো কাছ থেকে আমরা কোনো সহযোগিতা পাইনি। 300 লোক ছিল প্রায়। 300 লোকের মধ্যে কিছু কিছু লোক কমপ্লেন জানাইছে, আবার কিছু কিছু লোক আপনার কমপ্লেন জানায়ও না ভয়ের কারণে। কারণ এই দেশে যদি করি একটা, আমরা রিপিট করে আরেকটা। আবার মালাই ওরা মালাইয়ের কথাই শোনে, বাংলা কথা এরা কমই গ্রাহ্য করে, যে সত্যি বললে ওরা মনে করে যে আমরা মিথ্যে কিছু বলছি। ওই সময় আমরা দৌড়াদৌড়ি করছি, কোম্পানির সাথে যোগাযোগ করার চেষ্টা করছি, কোম্পানি কোনো আমাদের অ্যালাউ করে না, খাবারের বেতন, রুম ভাড়া ওইগুলা নিয়ে অনেক সমস্যা ফেস করছি। পার্শ্ববর্তী মালাইরা আমাদেরকে হেল্প করছে, কিন্তু আমাদের কোম্পানি আমাদের 2টা টাকারও কোনো হেল্প সহযোগিতা করেনি। বালাই তো পুলিশ থানায় যেতে পারিনি, বলতে পারিনি, বললে জানি কি হয়, না বললে জানি কি হয়। এই কারণে আমরা নীরবে আমাদের এই কষ্টগুলো সহ্য করে গেছি। ওইখানে যেই রুলস ছিল যে কোনো এটা পড়া যাবে না, এটা করা যাবে না, এগুলো সবই নিয়মকানুন ঠিক আছে, আসলে কাগজে কলমের সাথে মুখের কোনো মিল নেই। কারণ আমার একটু সমস্যা হয়েছে, আমি গেছি, বলছে যাও দেখতেছি বললে আর এটার কোনো খোঁজ খবর নাই। আমার হাত কেটে গেছিলো, তো বলা হয়েছিল যে যদি কারো মেশিনের মাধ্যমে হাত কেটে যায় তোমাকে ডাক্তারখানায় কোম্পানি নিয়ে যাইব, তোমার এটার দেখশন এবং ব্যয়ভার কোম্পানি বহন করব। কিন্তু না, কোম্পানি কি করতো, যদি আমি দেখশন করতাম, আমি 1 সপ্তাহ রুমে পড়েছিলাম, ওইটার জন্য কোম্পানি আমাকে যেটা দিছি আমার বেতন থেকে উল্টো টাকা কাইটে রাখা হতো। তো এইগুলি অমানবিক আরও কাজকর্ম করা হতো, যেগুলো আমার প্রাপ্য ওইগুলো থেকে আমার বঞ্চিত করে রাখা হতো। ডাক্তারি কাগজ ওইটা তো আমি ঠিকই জমা দিতাম, তাহলে তো ওখান থেকে বোঝা যাইতো যে আমি অসুস্থ ছিলাম। কিন্তু না, ওরা এটা গ্রহণ না কইরা বরঞ্চ আমাদের উপর আরও 100 রিঙ্গিত করে কাটা হতো, মানে বাংলা টাকায় 2000 টাকা করে। আমি বেতন পাইতাম 50 টাকা, কিন্তু কাইটে রাখতাম আমাদের ডাবল 100 টাকা। মালয়েশিয়ান শ্রমিকরা নিজেরা কোনো সময় এক হতে পারে না। আপনি একটু একটা কল দিব, পুলিশে আপনাদের পুরা গ্রাহকেরা ফেলবো। কথা বলার মতো এত স্বাধীনতা আমাদের ওইখানে নাই। আমার যে সমস্যাগুলো ছিল, যদি আমার কাছে ভালো হইতো যে আমি দূতাবাসের সাথে যোগাযোগ করছি, দূতাবাসকে আমি জানাইছি, যদি দূতাবাস আমাকে ঠিকঠাক মতো দেখশন করতো, আমার বেতন পাইনি, বেতন যদি দূতাবাস আমাকে হেল্প করতো, যে কোম্পানির সাথে যোগাযোগ করতো, তুমি ওর বেতন দাও নাকে, বেতনটা দিয়ে দাও, মানে এরকম যদি হেল্প করতো, তাহলে মনে হয়তো আমাদের প্রবাসীদের জন্য, সবার জন্য অনেক উপকারী হইতো মালয়েশিয়ার জন্য।
This video I have now watched for the second or the third time in the last few days, and I must say that every time I listen to it, there is a new layer of desperation that comes through, of individuals seeking redress and individuals seeking an assertion of their rights and an enforcement of their rights. Some of the key themes picked up here, aside from the appalling treatment of these workers in particular, was the statement around there were rules on paper only, and these were not followed through. The lack of accountability, the lack of process, the lack of clarity, and the retaliation against the workers and the penalties that the workers experience for seeking to engage with some kind of process with the company. So, Rosa, if I can turn to you for the first question. Freedom Fund has been supporting the work of a number of grassroots NGOs in Thailand, and I know in particular the work of MWRN. I was hoping you could share with us some of the experiences of workers who MWRN have been engaging with and how they've experienced grievance systems. Roysai, we can't hear you.
Okay, sorry everyone. It's a bit early for me. I need more coffee. Have it? Okay, so basically, let me give some context about our partners who are trying to address the problem of ethical recruitment in seafood supply chain in Thailand. Our partner is named Migrant Worker Right Network. I will use acronym as MWRN. Who is MWRN? Why they are key critical partner agency to work with the Thai Union, which is the largest tuna production in Thailand. So Migrant Worker Right Network is basically established by the group of migrant workers who have been work in the central of Thailand and now expand to cover southern and central of Thailand, who have been work in Thailand as a migrant workers, and one day they stand up and want to advocate for the better migrant worker rights here. So Migrant Worker Right Network, MWRN, actually work with the Thai Union to set out the program that we call Ethical Recruitment Policy. The idea of program is to reduce the amount of the cost that workers have to pay during the recruitment. However, this program was introduced in 2016 and been implemented 3 years. So in 2019, Freedom Fund and Humanity United decided to commission impact evaluation, which is the consultancy firm, to conduct the evaluation whether how this program have contributed to the idea of reduction of recruitment costs and was actually the experience of worker and worker feedback on their journey of recruitment process. We are glad to learn that even though this model may not be zero cost for the worker, however, the worker report to the independent consultant that they can reduce the recruitment cost and fee 3 to 4 times comparing in the past, as well as Thai Union also report on the success of this program that first, worker feel more safer and also recommend to their peer that Thai Union is a good company and they don't have to pay much recruitment fee from other job. There is a reduce of labor turnover and there are increasing number of job applications. Also, recruitment agency become more professional and recognized. You may wonder why ethical recruitment fee is linked with the grievance mechanism at the workplace. I will explain later what MWIN as a migrant membership-based civil organization in Thailand can act as a third party and introduce the idea of worker-centric NGO to monitor the implementation of ethical recruitment policy. So what for MWIN did with the Thai Union? So basically, MWIN act as a third party in the ethical recruitment process, and they have been working with Thai Union to adjust the recruitment policy and be operationalized, talking with the worker since the day that they sign agreement, introduce very open and I would say like trust between company and the workers on what worker can expect from the ethical recruitment. They have accompanied worker from pre-departure from Myanmar until they have job interview with Thai Union and the day that they sign contract, as well as when worker arrive Thailand, MWIN will introduce themselves and also talk to the worker. They actually don't talk about what is the ethical recruitment policy. They actually talk to the worker on what's your life in Thailand, how you settle down here, how you open the bank account, how you go to the market, how to get a better life in Thailand. And I think this is the key. MWIN can build trust the worker. Worker do not see MWIN as a employer, outsourcing company or entity. They perceive MWIN as a trust someone who they can go to for any question, not just the question about human resource policy, personnel policy. And MWN try to develop what is the best constructive way to engage worker through the process. When they first introduce themselves to the worker in Myanmar, they talk openly about situation in Thailand, the expectation from the job, help worker to learn not just the recruitment, but also what expectation and reality here. So worker felt that they know what the expectation and that if they find any issue that don't meet their expectation or discussion, they felt like they could come and talk to MWIN anytime. And also MWIN also introduced another strategy when worker arrive Thailand. We call individual worker interview. We ensure that worker have safe space with staff of MWIN and they can talk openly about any issues. You cannot just ask the worker direct question that, oh, how much you pay for the recruiter? Because most of the time, migrant worker felt that if they pay money to the broker or recruitment agency, that job is better than other job. like anything on earth, we thought like when we spend, we should get a higher quality. So then the way that MWIN talk to the worker is about build engagement, build conversation rather than the subject, and that how workers share what they have learned. In addition, MWN has set up the grievance mechanism via social media, Facebook, Viber. I don't know any of you Viber. Viber is sort of the popular social media that used in Myanmar, and also phone hotline. So then a worker can find any way that they can talk to MWIN anytime outside their work, or they don't have to feel considerate that, oh, they call MWIN and ask for extra burden. So then this is how MWIN collect the data and feedback from the worker through the journey. One thing that I would like to note that Thai Union also changed some of the business practice, and they try to find solution together with MWIN and worker. They are clear from Thai Union how to deal with the grievance and concern. What is the timeline that worker can expect? For example, if MWIN or worker identify the issue inside Myanmar, Thai Union will try to find the answer within 1 to 3 days, while MWN is more expert in investigate on the problem. However, Thai Union build the confidence that the issue will be addressed, and MWRN will be witness how the issue have been addressed in transparency, and what is the evidence that MWN collect or maybe worker collect, and that can be shared with the worker. However, I would like to note like this is only one.
Can I stop you there?
Okay.
I just have a very quick question, and I want to move the discussion on, and we'll come back to you. But I just wanted to know, do MWRN actually officially act as a mediator between the workers who have grievances and the company, big Thai Union or any other company? Is there and is the company transparent with the mediator around the actual process and the outcome of the process?
Yes, I would not say that MWI is mediator. We want to maintain some of the neutral position here, right? Because we don't want to be perceived, MWM to be perceived that we are the one who address the issue. But MWN would say accompany the process of decision making, and they also face the challenge. For example, in the ethical recruitment process, it's hard to find receipt on how much workers have to pay for certain costs. And this is how MWN and Thai Union try to set the threshold of the cost. So then when similar issue, for example, worker report that they have to pay for the transportation from their village to certain place, they don't have evidence for us how much they pay. So then we note that, okay, this type of the cost, how much that the company should pay to the worker as a compensation. And this is the issue that I found like, yeah, even though we try to work with the Thai Union on this matter, but the scope is still limited, only ethical recruitment process only. And we are talking about many seafood supply chains, but still don't have any concrete model how to work with the CSO to address just one element of the challenge that worker may face.
Thank you, Royce. I think a couple of quick points to make there. One is that the job of a mediator is not to take sides. The job of a mediator is actually to elicit both parts of the account in order to be able for both parties to hear each other and to arrive at a solution. And mediation actually forms the heart and the center of many grievance mechanisms. And it has to be led by an independent party, for sure. And the second point was really this about the issue of trust. And it's very interesting that it's a worker-led and model, and particularly a worker-centric NGO, because I think very often the role of NGO in this area is not fully recognized and understood or appreciated and leveraged. So I think that's really interesting. And of course, around the world, there are some really interesting models around worker-led initiatives, such as the Fair Foods Council in the US, which is run by the Coalition of Immokalee Workers, etc. So just moving on, I mean, Pochoy, could you perhaps share with us a little bit the observations of the latest apparel benchmark of Know the Chain, and in particular, what did you learn about remediation across some of the key players in the private sector?
Thank you, Archana, and thanks to the organizers for this opportunity to share our latest report, the 2021 benchmark, Know the Chain benchmark on apparel and footwear. So just to quickly set the context, what we found in the context of remediation as revealed by the latest benchmark, majority of companies in the benchmark, that's 76% of 37 companies that we benchmarked, disclose that grievance mechanisms are available to their suppliers' workers. But there's really a gap between policy and commitments and practice, because with this 76%, this includes mechanisms, of course, provided by companies, by suppliers, or by third parties, such as industry initiatives. However, only 51% of the companies disclose how the mechanisms are communicated to workers, such as through worker training or displaying the mechanism details in their supplier's factory and in their languages. So that's a detail that is unfortunate. And more than half of the companies that reported grievance mechanisms failed to demonstrate even a single case of a worker in their supply chains ever having used the mechanisms. So that's also not very good. And only 35% of the companies disclose data showing that the workers in their supply chains have used the mechanism. So again, we see here that there's really a gap between the policy and what's actually happening. And what's important, and we also indicate this in the report, that the keys to a successful grievance mechanism, and I think MWRN set a good example here, is of course, the trust that established with the worker and the company or any third party, and this includes, of course, having them play a central role in the design and implementation of the grievance mechanism. So, and also ensuring that this grievance mechanism is available to the workers, not only in the first tier, but also in the tiers below the supply chain. And also there has to be evidence that it's being used and it is satisfactory to the workers. And so let me share with you some best practices that companies have set up mechanisms also, specifically for migrant workers. There's one company that collaborated with a local NGO to introduce a grievance mechanism in its factories in Thailand to address specific issues faced by migrant workers producing for the Olympics. So that's one example. There's another example where a company collaborated with the IOM and is mapping and screening local NGOs to support foreign migrant workers employed at partner factories. And as they return to their home countries where issues require specialist expertise, this particular company collaborates with the expertise, and have a platform, a sort of hotline where workers can report abuse of companies. And there's also one instance where there's a company that collaborated with an NGO, the Esara Institute, which developed an app called Golden Dreams, through which migrant workers can share information on workers' rights and feedbacks on their employers, recruiters, and concerns. So yeah, there's on remedy. Again, the report suggests really that core value of building trust, with the workers. In remedy mechanisms, workers should be engaged by the companies on an ongoing basis to ensure full extent of rights violations is identified, and remedy is meaningfully developed, and workers are satisfied with the remedy. I'd like to share some best practices on that as well. One company, this is an instance where a company reviewed complaints made by workers in one of their factories in the supply chain. And what the company did is to review the findings and send the findings to the complainant for a response. And then the company conducts an on-site investigation. And in this on-site investigation, it may engage government agencies or stakeholders from local communities or civil society to decide on a mutually agreeable remedy. And like MWRN, it also disclosed timelines for the process. So in that instance, there were 4 workers that were dismissed, and because they tried to form a union at the subcontractor level, and initially, they asked for reinstatement, but because of the pandemic, the factory closed. But this company kept on engaging. There's a proactive element to this, and eventually they came up with a settlement, and it was revealed that the workers were satisfied with the package. So these are just examples of what we found in the newest benchmark.
Thank you. Thanks so much, Troy. And there's a couple of things that really stood out for me. One was the shared responsibility, because it's not a level playing field between workers and the company, but it's also not a level playing field between the different actors in the supply chain. Some are less able to afford grievance mechanisms and to be able to provide the infrastructure for remedy, while others are better able to. So there is responsibility on all actors across the supply chain to be sharing the resources and the responsibilities for administering this process of remedy. And the second thing that I particularly took away from your contribution was this idea around the co-creation in the design, the delivery, and the process of remedy. And it is absolutely vital that those who these systems are aimed at are actually engaged in the development of these processes. And this is something that is very much central in the guidelines that are being published today, the idea of creation and engagement. So, Shubha, may I turn to you? I mean, we heard from Potroy about these benchmarks talking about the gap between policy and practice. How are you innovating at Coca-Cola, and what can we learn from your experiences?
Yeah, sorry, there was a little bit of an issue at my end. So I just want to kind of little bit go over, the experience in terms of what are the benefits, what are the challenges, right? Only then one can get a full understanding. So first is that, it is from a benefit point of view, it is extremely important because for business, because it kind of provides an early warning system. It's one of the important tools in the human rights due diligence toolkit, right? So, however, as has been spoken, it can be effective if the users, including the vulnerable, are know of the existence, are able to use it, and have trust in it. However, this is challenging. It is fraught with complexities, and I'd like to highlight, a couple of areas to, show the complexity and the challenges involved, especially when one goes into deeper supply chain or talks of, foreign migrant workers. So, question is, how does one align the grievance mechanisms with the broader human rights due diligence process? How do we help our supply chain constituents to design it and maintain the grievance mechanisms given the breadth and complexity of the supply chain? And third is, how do we really track the effectiveness of the operation level grievance channels in the foreign migrant worker kind of a scenario, or in agriculture, as I mentioned? So a foundational step to try and address this challenge is for, first of all, the business to know its supply chain, know the beneficiaries, identify the needs and challenges by conducting human rights due diligence. So grievance mechanisms and the whole remediation framework is closely interlinked to the human rights due diligence. It's not a standalone process, because at the end, it's the remedy which is critical. So if we kind of just talk about the foreign migrant workers in modern slavery, it's not something which is within the four walls of a factory. It goes much beyond the workplace, much beyond the country, and it starts, like we heard the video, where it starts in the villages in the country of origin, and there's a network of agents. So to address this complexity, we've been trying to test certain models, and I'd like to give an example from a pilot that we are doing in the Gulf, which is a technology-led due diligence platform called Lumen, with our technology partner Diginex, and there are others. It's a multi-stakeholder partnership to conduct due diligence in the foreign migrant worker recruitment supply chain, covering Taiwan and below, the labor providers and the recruitment agencies. Now, Lumen will have a worker voice platform in 17 languages to get their feedback on issues, designed to make it accessible for all literacy levels. And interesting part about this is that we also have NGO, the Mekong Club, which has done a lot of good work, and so we'll be taking inputs from all the stakeholders, who are part of the platform, to develop and build this. So once we identify the potential issues, that is where we can prioritize, our efforts in terms of in-person visits, or whether it's capability building, whether it's other kinds of remedies that are required. Now, the UNGPs also expect businesses to broadly track the effectiveness of mechanisms, to know if they're working and to ensure that they promote continuous learning. And in complex areas as modern slavery, there are a number of moving parts. It's not a homogeneous population. There could be different migration patterns or different needs, and therefore it's an iterative process. So we expect that, we hope to pilot, we learn from it, we take the feedback and improve. So that's the way we really want to move forward in this.
Thank you, Shubha, and very interesting to hear about the use of technology, and of course partners such as Diginex, and partnerships with NGOs across the region in order to help to build these platforms. And I guess the due diligence is so important, and that's why remediation systems really have to be responsive and dynamic enough, so that when an early warning signal is raised, that there is a response immediately. It's been very interesting to see some of the larger companies come out with a pandemic preparedness response, and it seems to me that a very attitude should be taken towards remediation generally. You should have a preparedness policy to deal with issues that come up, because as you say, this is a complex business where issues arise at different stages and in different shapes and forms. Andy, I think one of the burning questions I have for you is that there is a perception that worker interests are not necessarily aligned with the company's interests, and then that the shareholders' interests may not be in accordance with the workers' interests. And therefore, you have a splitting of the camps where different people are perceived to have different interests. Within a holistic remediation system, we have to somehow reconcile all of these interests. How can we think about that? And I was interested to hear about your experience as a corporate lawyer handling a lot of these due diligence type queries from corporates?
Thanks, Archana. So I think there are a number of different levels, and I think some of the issues that have been repeatedly mentioned during today's panel are apt in respect of this. I think one danger throughout this entire process is the assumptions made by different stakeholders of other stakeholders and how that interacts in the other process. And really understanding the interaction of those levels is really important. I think also that, something that sometimes is forgotten is that people talk of a company, for example, and yes, that is a person in a legal sense, but it is made up also of many other individuals and individual persons. And it's important to know, I think, how that engages and who is engaged throughout the process, both in respect of investors looking pre-acquisition of projects and looking at the business generally. We've seen a very much increased amount of ESG due diligence being done by both investors and also companies looking to both acquire companies and also use other companies within their supply chain. And then that also links into risk assessments as to whether it's an industry, whether it's a country, whether it's a specific area within a supply chain, understanding monitoring and reporting requirements and learning and understanding the feedback that comes from that. And then, of course, the remediation mechanisms themselves. But I think, the key thing, there are some elements that we keep coming back to as part of this presentation. And it's one of trust, collaboration, and communication. And that is just as important at any level of any stakeholder as part of this process. But it is important that from a corporate perspective, there is a culture that wants to do the right thing, and it's individuals and management that operate the company message that throughout the company, so that from the top of management through to every level of worker, including migrant workers, there is an understanding of what the culture is about and how issues are being reported and adopted. But there are now multifaceted ways of entities who are investing or operating to understand better their own businesses. And I think one of the areas that we've talked about a lot, which I think until recently has been perhaps not utilized in the way that perhaps it should, is the very voices of the people, the migrant workers themselves, the NGOs, the unions. And I think, as I said at the beginning, the danger of the assumption is actually the problem. And I think once people actually understand, rather than making those assumptions, innocent or otherwise, I think you get to a much better solution, much faster, and also a much more flexible solution to deal with changes in processes, procedures, including, for example, when we have to deal with issues like COVID-19. As you rightly say, Archana, many companies have operational guidelines in respect of those. That wholesale changes the way in which we operate. Indeed, we're all sat here on video today by reason of those sort of operational changes. But there are also, as well as disadvantages, there are advantages to be used by the fact that we can use different systems in a different way and be imaginative in the way in which those are deployed. Thanks, Archana.
Thanks, Andy. And what can I say to the audience? You heard it here from a corporate lawyer. Some of it is as simple as going back and unpacking what we think the other person thinks and the different parties to it. And a lot of it comes down to dialogue, to engagement, to really understanding, as Shubha said earlier, who are your beneficiaries? Who are these people you're engaging with? What do they want? Where do they come from? What are their needs and what drives them? And where the gaps, etc., in the system are, so that that can then be reconciled in any system that mind to be mindful of those gaps and etc. Now, some crippling realities remain for migrant workers on the ground. And Rosa, if I can address the next question to you, how can migrant workers represent themselves in country contexts where there are legal obstacles to participating in trade union activities or any collective bargaining activities?
Yes, Thailand does not allow for migrant workers to establish their own trade union. However, I don't think it's the reason that prevent company to boost the strategy of worker engagement. There are also another assumption that, oh, if because we don't understand the language that worker use, so that's why we couldn't have an effective engagement with the worker. And many companies rely on individual staff translator to be the communicator between company and the whole collective workers. And I think this is the big trap. I think during the COVID pandemic, together with the Myanmar political situation, we have seen the feeling of uncertainty and anxiety of the workers. And that also affect the productivity, the confidence in the company policy when it comes to workplace safety. I would like to encourage company to review their worker engagement strategy, especially during this pandemic period. Don't rely on the assumption of the language, the technology, and accessibility. When I give the example of migrant worker rights network, I don't mean that every company have to work with the CSO. CSO are here to be the bridge, but we are not going to be the outsourcing responsibility of anyone. Second, I think we can work, the company, employer, employee, and the CSO can work to embed the capacity of the company and employee as well, how to build dialogue in the way that, don't jeopardize relationship, realistic expectation, understanding, and enough listening. Why CSO was effective in the model of ethical recruitment, because we are, another entity. We can sort of shape the power balance from individual worker, company, and the relationship. But again, if the company can work with the CSO that they think they can trust, to decide what is the long-term strategy, that worker engagement is very important. And I would say, like, also if you can introduce the I would say impact evaluation or the system to monitor the watchdog or the safeguard that you try introduce, that's also the key to measure the progress in the long term. Thank you.
Thanks, Rosa. Very important points made there around worker engagement by the company itself, but also this whole idea around monitoring and evaluation and making it an honest process where you really do elicit views of workers. And I think, technology is a big part of our lives today. Hence, we're able to have this conversation today from separate locations. However, technology doesn't replace the human engagement and human contact. And for many migrant workers, technology still remains an elusive thing, which, they don't all have access to all the time, and which, has its own ethical issues. So while I suggest that technology is a very important part of where we go next, this must be hedged and complemented with other approaches which involve engaging, collaborating, and building the trust, which actually technology may not help you get to in a way that human contact will help you get to. So, of course, it's not an easy task given the complexity of supply chains, etc. But nevertheless, we managed to do business across jurisdictions. We should be able to manage to communicate across jurisdictions, particularly when it's such an important part of worker welfare. Shubha, can I turn to you to ask a little bit about what has been Coca-Cola's experience of actually consulting migrant workers and then implementing training with facility managers, etc.?
Yeah, absolutely, Archana. So, as has come out very clearly, that trust is very important, and trust can be built by protecting, various measures, of course, but, it's important to protect the anonymity and the confidentiality of the complainant, and so that there is no retaliation, because that's the biggest worry, which any person, and obviously all the more the workers feel when they are using any remediation mechanism. Now, in order to do this, if there is a consultation with the workers, and that kind of feeds into the design, it becomes more fit for purpose and more acceptable. Now, I have two examples, practical examples of what we are trying to do. So this one example is from a multi-stakeholder, multi-agri commodity project in Turkey. So this is in the agri supply chain, which is very complex, as I mentioned earlier, called Harvesting the Future, where Coca-Cola is partnering with Fair Labor Association. And this is, got 7 other brands, 19 suppliers with the the government. So it's really a partnership in the true spirit. Now, FLA had conducted a research where worker feedback was sought on the GM framework. And based on, the learnings and the feedback, in our phase 2 of our project, which is going to start shortly, a GM will be piloted for the migrant workers. Now, FLA is also kind of doing a mapping of all existing GMs and referral services, that is the non-judicial, to enable workers to have access to several channels and not just one. Now, to just kind of touch upon, some of the aspects which are important in a GM process, it should be simple to use, flexible, provide multiple avenues of usage, whether it's through SMS, mobiles, WhatsApp, etc. And it should also be widely known to the workers, and awareness activities need to be taken. And obviously that includes the fact that, local language is extremely critical. Now, a big component of this work needs to be capacity building and awareness raising. So in the Turkey project, so FLA will be not only creating awareness about the use of the GMs for all the supply chain constituents, because we are talking about farm workers, so tier 1 suppliers, the farmers, the workers, but also the role sort. So, when you have a GM, who comes in, at what point, what is to be done, the role of the producer, the role of the supervisor. So we're really looking forward to this coming into place and learning from, this initiative. Now, in Lumen, which I spoke about, which is the, foreign migrant worker in Gulf, we formed a technical advisory committee with the all the stakeholders involved, and also the HR, the human resources representatives of the supplier facilities where we're testing it. So we are taking their inputs. So that works at 2 levels. One is building a sense of ownership, because when you're involved, you own, that work, and also building their understanding, because once they're part of these, technical advisory calls and meetings, they understand what are the complexities of the work and what is their role. And obviously having the partners, which is the brand, so we give the brand perspectives, the NGO, which is Mekong Club, which has a lot of experience, gives in their inputs. We have an ethical recruitment agency, which is Terra of CFAR. They give in their inputs, and of course the technology partner also, Diginex in this case, has a huge experience in this space, and they give. So we're really hoping with all of these inputs and with our approach, we will be having a pilot where we can, once we put it into operation, we will learn from it. If there are needs to make some changes, we do that, and then we are looking at scaling it. So that's our approach to this complex issue.
Thank you, Shubha. That's really interesting, and I hope that you will make the learnings from this process publicly available to other stakeholders, so that people can learn from your experiences. Just a very quick question. I'm curious about local groups that are working with migrant workers in Turkey, and whether they were consulted, because the groups mentioned are fairly large groups, but they're international NGOs, and I always wonder whether there is a little bit lost in translation by lack of engagement with parties who are actually on the ground working on real cases that are coming up from migrant workers. So to what degree did you guys engage?
Right. So that's a very important question, Archana. Thanks for raising it. So FLA, is based out of Turkey, so they have a lot of local experience. In addition, they've also kind of worked with a local NGO called Piccolo and other constituents. So very much, that's an important point and very much taken care by FLA and the partnership.
Good to hear. Thank you, Shubha. Potoy, let me come to you. Disclosure has been like a buzzword for us for the last 5 years, especially since modern slavery legislation has been popping up. Now, what sort of disclosures were you seeing around remediation when you were going out to companies and seeking information? Were they being particularly transparent about process or the actual remedy given to workers?
For the question, Archana, well, the Know the Chain methodology assesses, public disclosures. So these are what's available in the public sphere through the internet and through interviews. So we sort of rely on that. That's how the methodology works. We assess the efforts as reflected through public disclosures of companies in addressing forced labor risks in their supply chains. And so what we found actually in terms of worker voice, which is one of the themes in our benchmark, it's actually one of the lowest scoring themes in the benchmark, with an average score of only 30 out of 100. Only 8 companies scored above the 50% mark. And when we speak about the theme of worker voice, this takes into account whether companies take into account collective bargaining, freedom of association, and also grievance mechanisms. And the grievance mechanisms that Know the Chain assesses takes into account several factors. Whether the mechanism is available to the suppliers, workers, and their representatives, which has already been discussed. Whether the mechanism is communicated to the workers through training and is available in their own languages. Whether workers are involved, again, talking about worker engagement, involved in the design and performance of the mechanism, and whether the company publishes data on the use of the mechanism, demonstrating that it is used by workers in practice. We also assessed whether the mechanism is available to workers below the first tier of the company's supply chain. And another theme, apart from the worker voice theme in our methodology, is the remedy theme, which the methodology assesses whether a company has a process of responding to reported abuse in the supply chains and providing remedy to workers. It also asks for multiple examples of outcomes, remedy outcomes of workers. For example, compensating workers for unpaid wages, repayment of recruitment fees. And the last component of this is whether companies are responded to allegations of forced labor in their supply chains, where such allegations were identified in the public domain, including whether they engage when allegations are reported, whether they do actually engage affected workers, whether they disclose remedy outcomes for the workers, and whether the workers are satisfied with the remedies provided. And unfortunately, the public disclosures and worker voice that these companies scored very low, and also the remedy theme, companies just scored 40 out of 100 in that theme.
Thank you, Potoy. I think that's a very illuminating picture of areas for development and growth, particularly around the design of these processes, how the outcomes of a process are monitored and evaluated, and even enforced to a degree, because where a company says it has done certain things, to what extent is that being verified and shored up in a sense? Because you don't always get to engage with workers and to hear from their perspective, was the remedy suitable given the harm that had occurred? And I think one of the things that I've seen a lot of has been that recruitment fees reimbursement has become the face of remedy. And actually, the process is a lot more complex and it's a lot bigger than just recruitment fees. That's a part of it, but the ecosystem of exploitation is so much more varied, and there are so many other issues that really come under the umbrella of remedy itself. I think the methodology and the elements that you look at are extremely comprehensive and actually very interesting to use as pointers to think through what degree of activity is happening and where the exact gaps are and where the opportunities for building on those are as well. Andy, if I can turn to you for the final question before I open it up for Q&A. How it feels to me that very often companies are able to talk about processes that they're putting in place, but not so much the impact of it, not so much the effect of it, and not so much of what it has achieved. And, when you package this up with a fantastic comms team, it appears that much is being done, but yet we heard there is a big gap between what is being said and what is being practiced, although we are now seeing emerging pockets of good practice and best practice. How do we move from paper compliance, from looking good on paper, to actually real compliance? And what do you see as opportunities? I mean, when we were drafting the guidelines, one of the exciting things for me was, how do we take learnings from the remediation process and fold it back into the corporate governance process so that we fix the things that are underlyingly and fundamentally wrong in the system to move towards a better ecosystem of work?
I mean, it's a great point. I think what it comes back to, what is not measured cannot be improved. And if you don't have the data and the information in the first place, you can't then take the steps to improve matters, whether at the worker level, the corporate level, or anywhere within the supply chain. And, I go back to the quote that you emphasized, Archana, at the beginning of this presentation from the worker, and it really stuck out to me. There were rules about do's and don'ts. Those were on paper only. There was no match with reality. When you think about that statement, that could be said by anybody in that stakeholder framework. It could be even a regulator saying that of a company when looking at compliance and provisions of some companies who are not meeting their obligations, whether it be in ESG compliance or even any other form of compliance. And I think there are sort of two components, and I think linking into, the findings that Puchoy was talking about. I think recently with the modern slavery legislation, there was perhaps a rush to be seen to be doing something, to make sure that they were able to make a statement on websites in compliance with the various legislation, be it US, Australian, UK, or wherever. I think the opportunity now is to move from just talking the talk and, listening to Shubha in terms of Coca-Cola, walking the walk and taking those next steps and actually understanding what is happening within a supply chain framework and using that feedback loop at multiple stages of the process, and including the remediation arising from whether it's reports or investigations from workers, and really making sure that those matters actually are considered and then flow through the process and improve the process. Again, coming back to that point raised on the video, that compliance isn't just about paper compliance anymore. Regulators do not allow that anymore. They expect companies, particularly those with heavy resource abilities, to be able to obtain data, understand data, and deploy that data to benefit the implementation of that compliance system, which can ultimately benefit all levels of stakeholder involvement, including migrant workers. Archana.
Thank you, Andy. And I think that's a really good segue into our Q&A. We have 20 minutes left, and I'd really like to take some questions. So our audience has been sending questions in, and I'm picking the questions that I had the most votes for. Now, unsurprisingly, the theme of trust was very dominant. And therefore, the first question is, which had the most votes, how to build trust in the developing, designing of remediation mechanisms in a company. Let's say we're talking about a factory. Now, I think each of you can contribute to this. So can I ask each of you to give one concrete way in which trust can be built? So if I can start with Pochoy. Pochoy?
So, Archana, just I guess to start off the inputs, I would suggest that companies, brands would take the lead in being proactive in setting up these systems, these grievance mechanisms, and to really, examine themselves, examine their supply chain, and reach out not just to the first tier until the tiers below of their supply chain, map out their whole supply chain and their workers, and be proactive in setting up these systems, because that's the only way to address that power imbalance between the worker. The worker is busy living, trying to make a living. And unfortunately, there's just immense pressure on the part of workers, and so I think the companies have to take a lead on this one. If governments, local legislation with the complications of international law are not available.
Okay, thank you. So we hear proactive engagement with and understanding beneficiary groups and different actors. Shubha, can I come to you next for a brief response on this?
So I'd say the 3 C's, which is confidentiality, that is very critical for building trust. Secondly is communicate. So keep, it has to be a constant factor, not that, only you do it when you set up the grievance, but constantly telling them what is the mechanism that you put in place, how to use it, that there will be no reprisal, that it is confidential. And third is capacity building. So, keep, again, work with internal constituents, supply chain constituents to explain the importance of this framework and how exactly it has been built.
Fantastic. Andy?
I think many of these themes have already been covered, but I think one important aspect of all of this is, maybe borrowing another C, is context. And understanding the environment in which you are deploying, from a corporate perspective, your remediation program, and really, using the 3 C's just mentioned by Shubha, to understand that necessarily one size fits all in a situation. Culture obviously is very different amongst different jurisdictions. And not coming back to, again, the assumptions that what works in one place will work in another. And that probably also goes down in how you build that trust. And I think, again, in understanding your context, I think would be helpful, so that missteps aren't made, which then take away from that trust and you're having to rebuild again.
Thank you. Roysai, just a brief response, please.
I think it's the high level commitment of the company For the model that I was briefly talking, the CEO acknowledged that and also engaged the senior level of each unit that involved with that particular policy, try to identify problem and solution together. And without high level commitment, I don't think this could be achievable. You can have 10 or 100 of individual workers who buy in the idea, but if one person who has higher power than other disagree or just say a few words, the whole initiative will be collapsed. So this is important point for me.
Thank you. Thank you all. Now, the second question, which gets my vote actually, so I'm adding a vote to that, is how can we encourage further investment in functioning grievance mechanisms that are trusted by workers? I think this speaks to a lot of themes. For example, the shared responsibility across the supply chain, the need for the deeper pocketed actors, the larger actors, to take a bit more ownership and responsibility for spreading the love across the supply chain in terms of identifying, managing, and creating these remediation systems that are accessible across. To just hazard an answer, abusing of my powers as a moderator, I'd like to suggest that the growing legal pressure brought by the modern slavery compliance and the due diligence should convince companies to invest more in this particular area and in risk identification, management, and mitigation. I think the second element is investors are starting to shy away from sectors and companies that are not respectful of human rights. This is another reason to really invest in these processes and in these, the actors who make these processes possible. And this could also be local actors on the ground, NGOs, and support for their work and the role that they play as well. But I'd like to ask Shubha, what are your thoughts on this particular question?
Yeah, so Archana, as I was explaining, it is very complex. It has to be, plugged into the larger due diligence frameworks, and so I think it is a question of starting small, starting these pilots, learning, and there is a need for the ecosystem players to all come together and constructively contribute, as is happening. I've given you two great examples of starting small, where we are trying to do the pilots and learn, and then I think a lot of learning and sharing. So platforms like this, where it's also opportunity for all of us to learn from each other. So I think that's the way to go, really constructively working on this very important area, and once one has these good models in place, then to scale them.
Thank you. And Andy, just a quick response from you. I mean, being the advisor that corporates would often go to, what can you say? Give me your elevator pitch on how we persuade them to actually invest more in these systems.
You gave many of the reasons for that, particularly investor engagement, stakeholder engagement, the expectations that companies should be ethical, both in where they're investing and how they are operating. But I think one of the things that perhaps also we should think about is companies, where possible and where appropriate, is celebrate successes, and whether they be small or large, so that those can be seen by others and those examples taken and applied elsewhere, similar to this part of discussion today. But I think the two pressure points, the sort of sticks that are coming for companies and are already here, are through the shareholders and also more often than not now regulators, who are expecting to see more ethical conduct in this area. And quite frankly, where you have labor issues, trafficking issues, often there are other compliance issues alongside, bribery and corruption, for example. And therefore, if you're dealing with these issues head on, you may also be assisting yourself elsewhere within your compliance function and therefore, avoiding problems which are, in addition to the social issues that you're trying to aim at in respect of workers' rights.
Yeah, I think the bribery and corruption angles are really important, especially where companies are regulated and listed as well. Now, the next question I'd like to address to Roysai and to Pochoy, please. So in the opening statement, the migrant worker mentioned that they were not allowed to collectively represent their issues in the factory in Malaysia. Can there be a functioning grievance mechanism without collective bargaining? Roysai?
I don't think so. You can have some action, but it doesn't going to be sustainable. There will be emerging issue, another challenge, another brainstorming to tackle one shot off. And to me, what I witnessed, if you like, Thailand is facing the third wave pandemic, and we have a lot of COVID cluster at the workplace. And now dealing with the virus is horrible already. And we also are now dealing with the case of worker uprising, addressing some of the restriction due to disease control. And this is unforeseeable in the past few years. But because the company did not prepare themselves to tackle this issue for the long term, I would like to encourage all the companies to see this issue as a longer problem, systematic problem that require how to think through and also institutionalize their capacity. The second one, I'm also would like to pass the question to the buyers as well. Because for Thailand, we are producing countries and we have faced a lot of transformation recently. We don't see any change of purchasing practices to give more incentive to suppliers who are trying to do a better job. And we only put pressure to small tier suppliers, but we don't ask the question how the other big power holder like buyer can do more here. And I also thinking this need to come together, not just only put the burden to the supplier trying to set up the collective bargaining without any additional support. That's my thought.
Thank you, Roysai. Pochoy?
To add to that, Chana, so part of our benchmark is I mentioned the worker voice team. So we have 7 teams in the benchmark. So in part of worker voice is grievance mechanisms, but also tied to that is collective bargaining. So I agree with Rosai that it will be very hard to have effective grievance mechanism without collective bargaining, because collective bargaining is that platform or that openness that a company can show that it is willing to engage with its workers or workers along its supply chain. So
Thank you, Pochoy.
yeah, it would. Or
I think that really highlights again the dynamic relationship between judicial and non-judicial mechanisms and state responsibility around the legal framework that actually enables individuals to exercise their rights and to access their rights as well. Because where you see trade union penetration amongst migrant worker populations is very low, generally due to these restrictions, that does severely impact migrant workers' ability to represent themselves, to articulate themselves, and to express and access their rights. The question is for Andy. What are the legal requirements under the various modern slavery laws for remediation, and how are those reported on and monitored? The Australian modern slavery company statements still come in at a high level. It is hard to know what is actually going on.
I think that I don't think the legislation gets down to the specific level of remediation, and therefore that's something that has to be dealt with at the stakeholder level. But I think that the important point that you come back to is, if you don't undertake the remediation mechanism in the broad terms in which we've discussed it, then you cannot make improvements, and you will be held to account to your disclosure statements, for example, under the various legislation. And if you are not meeting those data points, then you will have, at the very least, potentially reputational issues in the sort of the media, and particularly given the prevalence of social media and sort of social media activism, that may well actually be possibly the stronger element here, at least outside of sort of legal redress, because the remediation mechanism itself is not an express component of that legislation. But perhaps as things move on, that should be part of a discussion, possibly with legislators as they're thinking about the next stage and next level of this legislation.
And it's precisely this sort of dearth of remediation sort of visibility in legal frameworks that has led organizations filing petitions with bodies like the CBP in order to prompt and elicit a response, which is a sanctions-driven response more than anything else, but nevertheless has led to some results and outcomes on the ground for beneficiary groups. And of course, when we think about remedy, the remedy comes down under the classic clusters of criminal law and civil law. And it is only in certain regimes, in certain jurisdictions, for example, in France and in the United States, UK, where there is a clear linkage between the modern slavery sort of framework and access to remedy for harm done under those different umbrellas. But when it comes to disclosure, again, it is very high level. In many cases, the law actually asks very little of companies, and that needs to really develop with a lot more teeth and consequences for non-compliance, actually. And I think we're at 11:27, and I'm just having a quick flick through to see if there's any very, very quick question that can be answered shortly. No, they're all very long questions. You have all written very long questions. Okay, last one, very, very quick answer from Shubha. Important observation that there are persistent gaps between company policies and practice. What are examples of how companies can address these discrepancies internally? Just a very brief response. I think we've lost Shubha already. Okay, well, I think it was not meant to be, so I will take the opportunity to do a quick wrap up here. This is a topic that is very close to a lot of our hearts, and I think it is very clear from the discussions that have been had that there are a number of asymmetries of power that exist within the context of migrant workers and the ecosystems of work. These exacerbate the vulnerabilities that are inherent in the process of migration and in the process of actually being a migrant worker in a foreign jurisdiction. I think the onslaught of the pandemic has really exacerbated also the socioeconomic disparities between different groups of workers, etc. So migrant workers are a key stakeholder, and it is ultimately in the company's best interests to be mindful of the need to respect, protect, and remedy workers using mechanisms that they co-create with the workers and that are respectful of their rights and of engagement. Again, this is underscored by the element of trust that came out so strongly. We heard about pockets of best practice, about some work being done by Coca-Cola, examples given by Potroy and by Rosai of companies who are putting in place various elements. Now, I think the ESG points made by Andy also very clearly suggest that there is enough research now to show that companies that are mindful of ESG are actually companies that outperform long-term compared to their peers who are not mindful of ESG. So unfortunately, whilst the benefits of respecting migrant worker rights are very tangible and real, the consequences of not doing so appear to be less so. The accountability that needs to happen, the transparency that needs to be shown and demonstrated at private sector level is still lacking, despite the fact that human rights has been identified as a salient issue in the world of business. There are so many legal, financial, and reputational considerations that are tied in there, but that yet don't seem to provide the trigger or the push in order for more action to take place. You will forgive me for the impatient tone in my note, but it's just that, for many workers, today is already too late. Tomorrow will be too late for many others. And it is really important that remediation mechanisms are really seen as a way to bring together improved corporate governance, enhanced human rights due diligence, an early warning signal where these problems are spotted and addressed. But more importantly, we produce the guidelines as an umbrella, as a place where companies could go, other groups, stakeholder groups could go and reference different ways in which migrant workers' voices could advance through the system of remediation, design, creation, management, and delivery. So I'd like to end where we started with the launch of the guidelines and just, the offering that we're all trying to move the needle in whichever way we can. The guidelines are yet another effort and attempt to provide, some ideas, some thoughts and options for different size companies, different actors who can come together and really think about ways in which migrant workers can really be recognized as the stakeholders and beneficiaries who they really are. So thank you so much for being such an attentive audience. Thank you for all your questions. More importantly, thank you to my panelists for being so candid and open with sharing your expertise and experience. Thank you so much. Enjoy the rest of the conference.
start. Good morning and good afternoon, distinguished participants from Asia and the Pacific. On behalf of the UN Human Rights Office, UNICEF, and UN Environment Programme, I would like to warmly welcome everyone to the session titled Engaging Business to Promote, Protect, and Respect Children's Rights to the Healthy Environment. Children and the youth are most vulnerable to the harms of climate change and environmental degradation. A 2018 report of the UN Special Rapporteur on Human Rights and the Environment notes that air pollution, water pollution, and exposure to toxic substances, together with other types of environmental harm, caused 1.5 million deaths to children under the age of 5 every year and contributes to disease, disabilities, and early mortalities throughout their life. Given the onerous impact of environmental harms on children, in 2020, UN Human Rights Office, UNICEF, and UNEP Regional Office for the Asia Pacific developed principles and policy guidance on children's rights to a safe, clean, healthy, and sustainable environment to introduce practical suggestions to combat these effects and has a specific focus on business responsibilities to uphold children's right to the healthy environment in ASEAN. Our session today will begin with an introduction to the principles and policies. This presentation will explain how UNEP, UNICEF, and UN Human Rights intend to begin piloting implementation of the principles and policy guidance and invite suggestions on how to focus these efforts. Case study examples on the current situation of climate and environmental impacts on children linked to the business sector in the region will be shared. These sessions will then bring youth representatives and experts together to talk about their mutual expectations, share examples of how they are already working together, and discuss what they can do to implement these principles and policy guidance target as business. Together with me today, I have Mr. Sujay Nathan, Regional Climate Change and Environment Consultant at UNICEF, to introduce the principle and policy guidance. We also have the youth representative, Surabhi Wanalia from OSCHR, and Wow Westview, the Executive Director and founder of the Association of Young Environmental Journalists in the Philippines, who will be the moderators and moderate the panel discussion with our excellent panelists today. Without further ado, I would like to hand over the session to Sujay, followed by Surabhi and Wow. Sujay, the floor is yours.
Okay, thanks, Ramchad. Now I finally unmuted myself. I hope everyone can see the PowerPoint slides that are on the screen as well. And yes, thank you. So it gives me great pleasure to speak on behalf of the three UN agencies, UN Human Rights, UN Environment Programme, as well as UNICEF, as we jointly develop this policy guidance and principles on children's rights to a safe, clean, healthy, and sustainable environment. So this has been the culmination of almost a year's work of consultations with experts across the three agencies. And I'm not sure how much justice I'll be able to do within trying to squeeze a year's work within 10 minutes, but I'll do my best. So before we jump straight into the content of and what exactly is the principles and policy guidance, I'm going to do a quick, So I think it'd be really useful to kind of go through, what is the current movement that is taking place globally, both at the international level as well as at the grassroots level, and growing recognition for children's environmental rights that's happening. So as many of you know, in 1989, that's when the Convention on the Rights of the Child was first introduced. But then after its adoption, it's only more in the recent years that the aspect of children's environmental rights has been gaining traction and also recognition at both the global level as well as the grassroots level. So in 2018, the UN Special Rapporteur for Human Rights and Environment published a report on the children's rights to a healthy environment. And in 2019, as many of you know, youth around the world mobilized on trying to demand climate justice and demand for their environmental rights through climate strikes, which culminated in about 4 million people in 2019 across 150 countries. And it was in October of last year, just recently, where the Human Rights Council passed a resolution on realizing the rights of children through a healthy environment, with some very specific requests made to states, but as well as businesses in their resolutions. And as many of you know as well, like, there's a growing requirement, or I guess growing recognition of the responsibility of businesses, as well as accountability of businesses to act and respect children's environment, and to act on the climate crisis in general. And I think many of you have already been watching the news as to what's been happening at Shell, at ExxonMobil, just in the past recent weeks alone. So why exactly even do we need principles and policy guidance on children's environmental rights? Just to give a bit of background, about 1/3 of the region population is made of children. And Southeast Asia in particular is actually one of the most affected by the climate crisis, with about 95% of disasters in the region being climate related, which has resulted in about $80 billion in losses annually. And this is not even including the environmental degradation impacts that are also associated in the region, such as air pollution, which is known to affect about more than 95% of children across the region. So in light of this, at the moment, there isn't really a normative or practical guidance specifically on what can you do in terms of advocating for children's rights in the environmental context, be it at the international level or at the regional level. And oftentimes those who are working on children's rights, as well as those who work on protecting the environment, don't tend to always be talking to each other, and tend to focus on one topic to the exclusion of the other. And we felt that's where this policy guidance actually come into play in filling that gap. If you are a business who wants to act and do more on protecting children's rights in the environmental context, what can you do? If you are a CSO or civil society organization who's working with businesses and you want to encourage them and guide them along protecting children's rights in the context of environment and climate change, what can you do? That's the kind of like a practical guidance that we really want to give through this policy guidance that we have developed. So the previous special rapporteur on human rights and environment mentioned that the climate crisis essentially is a child rights crisis because it infringes on the most basic of their rights, including the right to health, right to food, as well as water and sanitation. And the current special rapporteur, Dr. David Boyd, went even further to say that children's the right to a healthy environment, it's probably the most important human rights of the 21st century. So as mentioned, it's going to be a bit tricky to try and squeeze the whole document of recommendations within the next few minutes I have. So one of the suggestions that we have is what I've put on top on the screen now is a QR code that you can see. So if you would like to follow along, and if you would like to review the policy guidance for yourself as well, refer to it, you can follow the QR code, which will take you to a download page for the draft document. So I want to emphasize that this document that you find online is still the draft version. So there's still some final changes being made to it, and especially formatting, etc. But at least for now, with the content, we feel it might be useful for you to refer to. So how is the document being structured? So there's two main sections. The first half of it is the principles. So we've developed about 37 principles kind of like covering both the procedural as well as the substantive rights of children's environmental aspects. And then we'll go into the policy guidance as to how can you practically apply these principles. And we've kind of focused on 5 main stakeholder groups, as you can see, and one of them is businesses. So just to briefly bring you through the main categories of principles that we have covered in the guidance. We try to cover both the participation as well as the access to information, children's environmental education, aspects of pollution and loss of biodiversity. And we have a specific section specific on business and children's rights to a healthy environment, as well as enforcement and as well as a few other aspects such as allocation of resources. So going specifically into the rights relating to businesses, there are 5 principles that we cover in the document. These cover the legal and financial responsibility of businesses, as well as the inclusion of child rights due diligence as part of environment and social assessments. And we also try to specifically, enforce and kind of include and kind of emphasize the importance of the informal sector. Children who are involved in the informal sector or who are affected by the informal sector, either through the pollution or because their family members are engaged in it, we try to also recognize them in this policy guidance. And lastly, mechanisms to raise awareness and encourage actions by businesses. So recommendations of how do you actually go about applying the principles, we try to make it as practical as possible. And of course, these are not comprehensive, but at least we try to make it in a way so that they can also be adapted to the context of the country or context of the business sector itself. And many of the recommendations are relevant to businesses across states as well as specifically in the section for businesses. So if you look at the section on states, you can see that we've made some recommendations such as requiring licenses processes to include the participation of children, as well as encouraging sustainable entrepreneurships, monitoring of impacts that also go beyond borders, so transboundary accountability mechanisms, and as well as for states to actually use the environmental fees and taxes and reinvesting them into preventing and minimizing environmental harm to children. So the section on businesses specifically, we try to make it as practical as possible for businesses to directly take them up and implement it through the business processes. So for example, like implementing social environmental disclosure standards in line with globally accepted standards, training of staff on children's environmental rights, working with shareholders to kind of increase their awareness of children's environmental rights and taking action on them. As well as transboundary activities and impacts. And we try to also cover other areas such as including child-friendly information that your business practices can distribute within communities, and providing regular spaces where children and youth can actually interact and engage in the development of business strategies to ensure their protection to a healthy environment. And lastly, we also try to include some relevant resources and tools that are already out there. So this includes the guiding principles on business and human rights, as well as a few other tools that cover child rights, as well as some aspects of environmental rights. So that's an easy reference document for everyone if you're interested in pushing the agenda on children's environmental rights with your partners or within your own businesses. So we can have a one-stop reference document for all of this. So I guess I'm about to close it off here, but I think just want to end off on this note that we have in the document, and also with this QR code so you can have easy access to it. But the private sector plays an important role as duty bearers to uphold and respect children's environmental rights, be it formal, informal, and transboundary business activities. So thank you so much, and I'll hand this floor over to Surabhi, who's going to be introducing the panelists.
Welcome everyone to the first round of the panel discussion. We will be hearing from our panelists who will be presenting their work on children's right to a healthy environment. We have an excellent panel with us here today. They bring with them wide-ranging perspectives, including from NGOs, a waste picker cooperative, and the legal sector. Before we get started, I would like to express our gratitude to the panelists for being here today. Your time and expertise on this matter is greatly appreciated. And a note to the audience, we encourage you to please post your questions regarding the policy guidance and the panelist presentations as they come up. Please keep your questions concise and let us know which speaker they're directed to. And I will jump into the introductions. We will first hear from Harshad Barde, Director of Swachh Pune. Harshad will be providing us an overview of his role as a director of India's first autonomous waste pickers cooperative, providing waste collection and management services to over 850,000 properties in Pune. Harshad is a lawyer turned environmental labor activist with experience in developing local and national solid waste management legislation. We will then be joined by Itsarapon Dauram, the country coordinator for Thailand and children's right to a healthy environment for Terre des Hommes, Germany. Terre des Hommes is a child rights-based organization working with and for children and establishes objectives on key thematic areas. Their strategy goal number 3 is to protect children's right to a healthy environment. Terre des Hommes empowers young people to create dialogue with decision makers, which includes states, the business sector, and all stakeholders. Further, we are joined by Sati Nagra, providing a legal sector perspective on this policy guidance. She has assisted UNICEF East Asia and the Pacific Regional Office with its work to develop children's rights to a healthy environment, including through her input in the initial workshops developing this guidance. Sati is an associate at King & Wood Mallesons in Sydney and practices in all aspects of international dispute resolution. Her experience includes international arbitration, public international law, and international risks. Finally, we will close this panel session with Olaf Blomqvist of Save the Children. Olaf is Save the Children's Senior Humanitarian Advocacy and Policy Manager for Asia. He was previously the Research and Advocacy Director for our ASEAN Parliamentarians for Human Rights and a researcher for Amnesty International. He has also worked for Médecins Sans Frontières and the International Crisis Group, while his educational background is at the University of London, UK. I would like to now hand over to Harshad to share his experience as the director of Swachh Pune and the linkages between children and environmental rights in the informal waste sector. Over to you, Harshad.
Surabhi, and thank you to UNEP for inviting me to speak here. I'm going to try and touch upon the rights of children in the informal waste picking sector, as well as the overall informal recycling sector. Informal waste pickers are essentially those who are engaged in collecting, sorting, and selling dry recyclable materials that are found on the streets, in landfills, alongside water bodies, or anywhere in the urban cities, and selling them into scrap. The World Bank estimates that around 1 to 3% of the urban working population in developing nations constitute of informal waste pickers. That means around 5 to 15 million people in India are engaged in waste picking, and this also includes children waste pickers. Essentially, waste pickers form the base of the recycling pyramid in any developing country, and to some extent in the developed world as well. The sector, as it is organized, starts with the waste pickers, the informal waste pickers, right at the base, and it goes on to scrap traders, local aggregators, and thereafter into informal waste processors, and then finally linked to formal large-scale recycling organizations as well. A lot of them from the petroleum sector, because the focus of recycling is shifting more and more towards plastic recycling. And in this way, they not only deal with the post-consumer waste, but they also form a critical part of the supply chain in the circular economy today. The contribution of waste pickers and in terms of diversion of waste, reduction of greenhouse gas emissions has been very well documented. However, it's not been legislated adequately enough in terms of providing them any kind of social security or social welfare or preserving their right to livelihood as it changes very quickly, as the urban sanitation scenario changes very quickly in the developing worlds. As far as children go, the incidence of child labor as well as children at work in the informal waste picking sector is quite prevalent. It is inversely proportional to the level of organization and mobilization that has happened amongst the informal waste pickers in any particular area. The more waste pickers are organized, the less you will find children in waste picking. The nature of the work and the nature of the sector is such that, simply put, there is no entry barrier, there are no regulations, tracking mechanisms to ensure that children are not waste picking. Combine that with the absence of adequate healthcare, as well as the absence of access to decent education and extreme poverty, ensures that you continue to find children in the waste picking sector. And over the last 1 year, 1.5 years, the COVID situation has exacerbated the precarious nature of the work, as well as the presence of waste pickers. Just our city of Pune having recorded more than double the number of dropouts in the last 1 year, who are children who have dropped out of formal education and who have started coming to work. Now, children end up at work not only because in the form of child labor, but also simply because their parents have nowhere and no one to take care of them. And yet, at the same time, the work that the waste pickers do, as well as the work that child waste pickers do, directly contributes towards sustainable environment. The way in which businesses finally interact with the informal waste picking community, I think twofold when it comes to the right of children to a healthy environment. The first one is in the manner in which waste is managed, or, well, to be honest, mismanaged to a great extent. Companies, producers, manufacturers, produce different kinds of goods, and the post-consumer waste, the way in which it is managed, directly impacts children. You have a lot of children who are engaged in e-waste management, plastic recycling, and the processes for managing this waste usually end up burning e-waste materials or introducing harmful chemicals. And the children who are either waste picking, or children who are at work with their parents, or children from poorer communities which are located in and around landfills, as well as water bodies, are directly impacted by the mismanagement of the post-consumer waste that appears in our systems. Secondly, it's as a part of supply chains. As I said, this sector is the base of most of the recycling that happens in developing world, and all the recycling goods that are used are finally coming from this sector. And businesses need to be a little more aware of where the material is coming from. As goes with all informal occupations, there is a high level of informality, there's a high level of poverty, and no regulation to track where this waste is coming from. And businesses really need to invest in upgrading the infrastructure used in recycling, in ensuring that children are able to access better education, that you do not have any child labor in your supply chain, especially those who are claimed to be using sustainable goods, sustainable manufacturing processes by using recycled materials, so on and so forth. One example of this is a project that we are attempting to run in Pune, where in the paper recycling sector, as well as the government and the waste picker groups have come together to invest in identifying child labor and increasing the livelihoods of the parents of child labor, so that the children can be sent into formal education again. I'll stop here because the time is really limited and there's a lot many more things to say. Back to you, Sylvie.
Thank you, Harshad. Thank you very much for the insight to the linkage between children and environmental rights in the informal waste sector, especially your highlighting of the drivers of child labor and the business processes that contribute to these challenges. I would like to invite to share her work at terre des hommes in addressing the effects of pollution from mining activities on children. And she will also elaborate on actions that businesses can take to prevent similar impacts. Over to you, Itzarapon.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. And also hello, everyone. First of all, I would like to say thank you for the opportunity to meet here to have a chance to share about our experiences as Status of Germany as a child rights-based organization who work with and for children and young people. We empower the young people to voice out their voice their voice out their opinion to any policy that impact to their life and the community, and to ensure that protection to any rights violation, which are include the children's and also their community affected by the environmental pollution for the business activity, such as big development project, for example, mining in Philippines or in Thailand, mercury mining in Indonesia, or even the mega project, for example, dam the contribution in Mekong region. So that kinds of the project can also harmful and also create a lot of the environment pollution and all the impact of the abuse the rights of the child. But when we are talking about a community where with the children affected by the environment and pollution from the business activity, one of the community that our youth group or the young people share their story as a lesson learned about the access to the remedy and also how it effective is the case of Kriti Creek in Kriti Lang community in Kanchanaburi provinces in Thailand. That area where is 15,000 tons of the toxic lead uncollected sitting on the river bed. Research shows a lot about the fish and the plants contain more than 500 tons of the acceptable level of the lead content. So although that the company, all the processing plant have been closed already, they win in the court and get the compensation, and now still going on with the rehabilitation process, but still unclear about the long-term negative impact to the children and environment. Even today, the budgets of the Kriti Creek residents show high lead level. That is mean even for this one case, it's more than 40, 50 years that campaign for our clean water. Does it mean 2 generations of the Kriti community that take all the burden, and also the most vulnerable group is the children. That's why we come here together today to discuss about it. Because it's the children themselves, they bear the burdens far longer than adults. For this critical case, children get the impact and take all the burden since from they were born until some of them be the adult today already. So the next generation as the children and young people also have the question, and then how many more years that need the children must endure this toxicity, struggle to survive with the illness and deformity. The young people at the Kriti Youth Network or Kriti Rangdijang also ask for the justice for the children and youth and for our committee member. The young people follow up with the court case and for the clean up for the pollution and ask for the sustainable solution. And when their representative and also their friends from another area in the region who have the same problem have a chance to share their views and recommendations on the policy guideline on the children's right to safe, clean, healthy, and sustainable environment by the UNICEF, UNEP, and OCHA as the youth expert. That really, they are very exciting and also it's really meaningful for their participation process that affected to the policy that affected to their life. So that is mean they also would like to mention it here, and I bring or some highlight for 4 important recommendations that strongly recommend from them to ensure the positive change as the effective and the prompt access to remedy. One of the important recommendations from them is they require the child right impact assessment maybe need to be included in EIA, EHIA, or SEA, or can be a new initiative and also like for business and investor, need to have the risk management and mitigation plan to open any and all with open for consultation process, which include the participation of the children, to such as including them in public hearing process, or even the create to support the safe space that need to be simplified, or the policy and remedies and also the project information to the children to understand well enough before they can express their thought and their opinion based on their knowledge, skill, and ability to all decision making process. And then we come into this one, it's really highlighted and also reflect in this policy on this guideline. It's about the legal protecting of the children. For this one, we would like to specify for also the children who get negative impact from the business activity, to ensure the compensation and rehabilitation process that will cause or have more potential cause environmental harm or health or their well-being in the future. For example, the case in the dam collapse in Laos, that is no process on this remedy to cover after the business activity that impact to the children's rights and abuse their well-being. It happened later after they built it already. So that is very strongly recommend that we have legally protecting. And according to the example for the investment in another country, so that is mean the regional and global business human rights treaty have to provide the extraterritorial jurisdiction and effective remedy for cross-border or trans-boundary business and investment in another country. Because right now it's very challenging that how they can exercise to claim their rights, and also in the same time that how the state that have the business for the cross-border business can take their responsibility. So taking this child right perspective into the business principle is so important because it can emphasize that state obligation to protect the rights of the child. Business and governments have the responsibility to provide the remedy for those who are affected for the negative impact that happened to the business activity. So right now we have this initiative for the policy guideline. I hope that we can make use of this, include in the process, not only for the court case, but also that the whole process from the beginning of the project or business investment and also the further harm in the future. So that's all from me right now. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Itzarapon. We saw the effects of lead pollution from mining and dam projects on children's right to a healthy environment. And your suggestions to strengthen the investment monitoring, planning, and remedial laws were highlighted as important steps to take forward. I would just like to remind the audience to put any questions that you have in the Q&A chat box. And now I would like to invite Sati Nagra to talk us through some of the latest litigation which has changed the landscape for children's rights, as well as the pro bono support that King & Wood Mallesons has provided to UNICEF. Over to you, Sati.
Rabi, good afternoon from Sydney, and thank you very much for having me here. As Rabi mentioned, I'll summarise some of the latest climate litigation developments here in Australia as well as overseas, and how that might impact business behaviour in the context of the global response to climate change and environmental degradation. And secondly, if we have time, as an example of how businesses can promote respect for children's rights to a healthy environment, I'll talk about some of the pro bono support that King & Wood Mallesons, which is the firm that I work for, has provided UNICEF over the last few years. So on the first point, as many of you will know, there have been 3 significant climate-related judgments handed down in the last week or so, 1 against Shell in the Netherlands and 2 here in Australia, against Whitehaven Coal and another against Bravus Mining, formerly Adani. I'll give a quick summary of the first 2, and I'll circulate a link to a case summary in the Q&A function for anyone interested in more detail. But with respect to the case against Shell, this was a class action brought against Shell by environmental groups supported by over 17,000 individuals, and they argued that Shell's contributions to climate change violated its duty of care under Dutch law, as well as under various human rights obligations. And the Hague District Court held that Shell had indeed violated the standard of care under Dutch law, and it ordered Shell to drastically reduce its carbon dioxide emissions by 45% by 2030, and that's relative to 2019 levels. Now, that carbon dioxide reduction applies throughout Shell's entire global energy portfolio, encompassing scope 1, 2, and 3 emissions. So that's emissions from Shell's own operations, its suppliers, and also its end user customers. And Shell was ordered to implement that reduction target with immediate effect. So that's irrespective of any appeal. And Shell certainly has indicated that it will appeal. The second case is against Whitehaven Coal's Vickery Extension project here in Australia. And this was a class action brought by 8 Australian teenagers, so particularly relevant to our discussion on children's environmental rights. They sought to prevent the Australian government from approving Whitehaven Coal's proposal to expand a coal mine in New South Wales. And they argued that the Australian government owed all Australian children a duty of care when considering whether to approve that particular project, as it would exacerbate climate change and cause them serious future harm. And they were able to quantify the tons of carbon dioxide emissions that would be emitted into the atmosphere as a result of burning all the coal within that mine. And in a milestone judgment last week, the Australian Federal Court agreed that the government does indeed owe Australia's children a duty of care to avoid causing them harm when assessing this specific project proposal. But that's not the end of it. There will be more submissions, and this will be very interesting for all of us, where the courts may consider if the government's duty of care to Australian children extends beyond this specific project to the general extraction of coal in Australia. And then the last case is a bit technical. It was brought by the Australian Conservation Foundation, which is a well-known NGO here in Australia, against a government decision regarding a water scheme proposal for Adani's Carmichael coal mine in Queensland. But I will refer you to the case summary that I'll circulate later for details of that. So how might these judgments engage businesses in respecting children's environmental rights? Well, with respect to the Shell case, it marks a very significant precedent that companies, not just countries, can be compelled to reduce their greenhouse gas emissions in line with the Paris Agreement. And that's significant because Shell is a private actor and as such not strictly bound by obligations under the Paris Agreement, which is a treaty between states. The court also found that Shell's responsibility to act in line with the Paris Agreement is based on a recognition that businesses must respect human rights. And in this respect, the court was happy to refer to the UNGPs, the Guiding Principles on Business and Human Rights, despite its soft law status. And you'll see in the principles and policy guidance that those UNGPs are also referred to there. And then lastly, with respect to the Shell case, the court acknowledged that the largest greenhouse gas emitters are expected to bear a commensurately larger burden in taking climate action. And that's irrespective of how difficult it might be for businesses that are vested in carbon-heavy industry and their business model is structured upon that. Regarding the Australian class action by the Australian teenagers, this is particularly relevant to our discussion of children's environmental rights and the particular issues faced by children with regards to access to remedy and particular vulnerability to environmental harms, as the principles and policy guidance note. First of all, it's generally more difficult for children to secure access to remedy through judicial bodies such as courts, as children typically don't have legal standing to bring a claim in their personal capacity. And in this case, that hurdle was overcome by appointing a litigation representative who, under Australian law, can act on behalf of another person, and in this case was an 86-year-old nun. Secondly, the court recognised that children are particularly vulnerable to climate change harm by reason of their youth. It stated very much that the full intensity of climate change harm is delayed and will only be experienced by persons of a younger age. And lastly, noting timing, I'll leave it at this, but I'll refer everyone who's interested in reading judgments to paragraph 293 of Justice Bromberg's decision, where there are some really compelling statements made on the future climate and environmental harms to children, which are characterized as what might fairly be described as the greatest intergenerational injustice ever inflicted by one generation of humans upon the next. Thanks very much, Srabi, and I'll talk about the pro bono assistance later.
Thank you very much, Sati, for sharing your knowledge on the transformative changes in light of these judgments. It seems as though there are some great opportunities for businesses to be involved. And finally, we will hear from Olaf on the work that Save the Children is doing in promoting and advocating for children's rights. He will also be sharing best practices on this topic from around the world. Over to you, Olaf.
Thank you very much, and thank you very much for inviting me to speak here today. It's not easy following such a great set of speakers, but I'll try my best. I'm here today to talk a little bit about the work that Save the Children has done in the region and globally on children's rights and environment, and in particular what we've done to promote inclusion of children and to really try to highlight children's voices in decision-making processes. I think, like a lot of other speakers have said already, children are among those vulnerable to climate change, but it's also important to remember that they're among those groups that have done the least to bring about the current climate change crisis. To set the stage for the work we've done in Asia, I'd first like to go through a survey that Save the Children co-produced with a few other NGOs and UN agencies last year, where we surveyed almost 10,000 children across the region. We spoke to children of all ages in countries including Bangladesh, China, India, Indonesia, Myanmar, Nepal, Pakistan, and the Philippines about their hopes and fears for the future and about their attitudes towards climate change. Most of the respondents belonged to the group of 10 to 15-year-olds, which were about half of the 10,000 or so respondents. It was clear that climate change was a very, very strong concern. About 15% of those children we spoke to identified it as the top concern in the region, and more than 90% said that it was as a concerning issue as a whole. Even more worrying was the fact that almost everyone we spoke to said that they had experienced some kind of consequence of climate change in their communities. A lot of people identified extreme temperatures, floods, intense rains, but it was also very worrying to see that many spoke of decreased economic opportunities within the community. So it's clear that this is a crisis that's affecting children already across the region. We also asked children to identify solutions. Many of these are very practical, call on governments and businesses to take steps to mitigate effects of climate change crisis by lowering emissions, strengthening legislation, and so on. For businesses in particular, children stress the need to companies to protect the environment, to meet emission standards, and to take practical steps to contribute to help in mitigating greenhouse gases. But the really key recommendation that came out of this survey was that children wanted a seat at the table. Children are extremely worried about the climate, and they want some way to influence and impact decisions. At Save the Children, we see this as key for a number of reasons. There are obviously obligations under the CRC, for example, to include children meaningfully in decisions that affect their future and affect their human rights. But beyond just these obligations, there are a number of practical and very beneficial reasons for including children. Children and youth are communicators of impacts and risks. They inform their own communities on climate mitigation practices. They often see issues and see problems that others don't. Children and youth are also incredibly innovative agents of change. They're excellent at identifying new ways of finding solutions and finding ways of mitigating the risk of the climate crisis. And finally, of course, it's important to include children to build the next generation of climate activists and the next generation of citizens who will help mitigate this crisis. So how do we do this practically at Save the Children? In Asia, in 2019, we launched a region-wide campaign that we call the Red Alert campaign that is aimed at both highlighting the particular impacts of the climate crisis on children, but also focusing on raising children's voices. Some of this is advocacy focused, so we carry out both public and private advocacy with key stakeholders, including governments, intergovernmental bodies, and businesses, to really highlight the key vulnerabilities of children and highlight practical steps that can be taken to protect children better. But much of this is also really focused on building the next generation of climate leaders. So we've worked during the pandemic. We've moved a lot of this online. So we've organized something we call digital hangouts, where we've built up online working groups for children in different countries across the region, where we provide them with a platform to discuss climate change, share ideas, and to develop their own workshops, where we, as Save the Children, we provide very basic guidance, but we basically leave it up to the children themselves to develop their own messaging and their ideas. We're hoping to expand these into something we're calling a climate academy. We will provide even more in-depth training to children and really focus on developing practical skills for children to become advocates themselves. And what we really want this to be is to lead to development of formal platforms in as many countries as possible in Asia, where children have a way of interacting directly with decision makers, with governments, with businesses, to raise the concerns and make sure that children themselves are consulted in all key decisions in climate change. Finally, just a very quick word on some global initiatives we have that could be relevant as well. I'd like to mention the Children's Rights and Business Principles, which I'm sure a lot of people on this call are aware of already. This was a set of principles that were first proposed in 2010 that the UN Global Compact, Save the Children, and UNICEF led the process of developing, and they were finalized in 2012. The purpose of these guidelines are to help companies, both big and small, to essentially analyze the core businesses and to find ways to improve the lives of children. There are some strong recommendations on the environment in these principles, in particular when it comes to the impact of buying land, which is a huge issue in a lot of Asia, of course. So that is something that we still see as a very core document and something that we're working to promote directly with businesses. And on that level, we have something we call the Child Rights and Business Global Hub, which is based in Europe, between the UK and Sweden, which is focused on engaging directly with companies on how these principles and other child rights issues can be taken into account. A lot of this work so far has focused on child labor, but climate is definitely a growing priority, and we're currently working on a new strategic plan from next year onwards, where climate will be front and center for this global hub. I'll leave it there for now. I'm happy to answer any questions later. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Olaf, for closing the panel by sharing the concerns of children through the Save the Children survey, as well as the advocacy work that is done to address these concerns. I particularly like the sense of community that Save the Children has created in this regard. Being mindful of the time, I would like to quickly close this session by thanking our panelists once again for their insightful presentations. This has provided a fantastic foundation for our following panel discussions. I will be handing over to Val Vestil, who will be moderating the panel discussion on the topic, how businesses can promote and apply the policy guidance. Val is an accomplished communications practitioner. Currently, he is a part-time instructor at the Development Communications Department of Xavier University, Ateneo de Cagayan, and the executive director of the Association of Young Environmental Journalists. Over to you, Val.
Good morning, everybody. Thank you for that introduction, Surabi. Good morning from the Philippines. I am honored to moderate the panel discussion for this session. We have derived some questions for our panelists from their excellent presentations in the previous segment in order for them to give more insights, further clarity, and maybe deep dive on expert opinions that they may have aligned with businesses under the principles and policy guidelines on children's rights to a safe, clean, and healthy and sustainable environment. For our live audiences or online viewers, if at any point in the discussion you may have questions or queries ruminating over your mind, please do express them through the Q&A function of this interface. and we will do our best to entertain them later on in the discussion. Let's get the ball rolling. In the previous segment, we heard from 4 experts share their ideas and insights of how businesses can promote and apply the policy guidelines. This first question goes out to Harshad from Swash Pune. Now, in the principles and policy guidance on children's rights to a safe, clean, healthy, and sustainable environment in the ASEAN region, Principle 29 there displayed on the screen specifically states that ensuring protection for children of all groups and backgrounds who are involved in the informal sector, and particularly for children who are exposed to chemicals, toxic substances, and wastes, and processes that cause or have the potential to cause environmental harm or harm to children's health. Now, with this principle in mind, what role do you see the policy guidance playing in promoting children's rights to the environment in the informal sector, especially for children in the waste picking community? What do you think? What more do you think is needed for strengthening and upholding their rights to a safe, clean, healthy, and sustainable environment? Harshad, please indulge us.
Thank you. So I think the primary focus is always going to be on ensuring that incidents of child labor are eliminated on one hand. And on the other hand, wherever children are present with their parents but not working, children living in poorer communities in and around landfills, as well as dumping spots. And it's usually, these things happen only around marginalized communities. That in these specific cases, the rights of children are protected. How the policy principles might assist towards this objective, I think, is firstly in promoting transparency in supply chains. Finally, all of this material that is managed by the waste pickers or by children waste pickers is it ends up in the production cycle, and even the largest FMCG companies, MNCs, as well as small local industries benefit from the supply chain. So ensuring a transparency in that supply chain, identifying wherever child labor incidents are taking place, or wherever the rights of children are being affected by burning of waste or unfair trade practices, or poor environmental standards in small informal recycling or even formal recycling processes. These need to be identified and addressed by those who benefit from that or profit from that supply chain. And as I said before, on the other hand, it is also through the concept of taking responsibility for your products. So product stewardship, looking at where your post-consumer waste is ending up, how it is being managed, and taking responsibility for its safe, environmentally safe management. So we know that a lot of e-waste, electronic as well as electrical waste, is handled by children, is handled by the informal sector and the formal sector, to be honest, in an extremely hazardous manner that directly impacts children. If you're a producer, if you're a manufacturer or a brand owner who benefits from plastic waste packaging, plastic packaging, or electronic goods, or any of the umpteen items that we are producing, you must look at where your waste is landing up, who is managing it, and how it is entering the production cycle again. Because you, as a business, whether you're small or you're an MNC, you profit monetarily from the mismanagement of this waste. And therefore, investing in these processes, making sure that that bottom line, and not just CSR, but that bottom line profit is only calculated after ensuring safe environmental management of your goods, will have a huge impact on the children's right to a healthy environment. And that if there are CSR or other kind of initiatives that are being taken, then access of the waste picking community children, those who are working or those who are at work but not working, their access to education as well as health daycare is something that organizations, businesses can definitely invest in.
Very well placed, Harshad, and I think those are very important takeaways that our audiences from the business sectors should pay attention to. Transparency in supply chains and product stewardship, really looking at the production cycle. As a business, we need to see from the perspective of how it is produced, how it's distributed, how it's consumed, and all that cycle. Very important things that Harshad mentioned there. We'll go back to you in a while, Harshad, for more questions. But now we turn over to Itzarapon. And I want to hear from the insights of Itzarapon from principle number 32 in the policy guidance, which states, and this is a long one, but briefly, no, adopting and implementing appropriate measures that empower and enable children of all groups and backgrounds to effectively and promptly access effective remedies for environmental harm, including through child-friendly, inclusive, and age-appropriate grievance mechanisms, independent tribunals, and what have you. What has been your experience, or what has been Terde Om's experience in accessing remedies and grievance mechanisms? We'd love to know how have they been useful and or accessible by children or those representing children. How do you see the policy guidance affecting the situation in the communities that you work with, especially in terms of environmental pollution? Sarah po?
Thank you very much, Wow. And that is also a very good question because as I told you during my presentation earlier, I mentioned a lot about this very good opportunity that as a young people and also as a youth expert as you have the meaningful participation on this policy guideline because it includes a lot and show that the state and also the international community would like to protect the rights of the child. For me, I saw about this is very important because if we not exactly looking for that how we can making them to access to the remedy well according to the age, it might be another bill. For example, right now as I shared about the case study of Kritilang in Thailand, you might see the long negative impact that happened to them still, even 50 years already. But if the business adopted this policy guideline into their practice as a policy commitment. That is might see like they can develop in from the adopted children's and business principles and adopted this policy guideline. They can include the participation of the children. What's going to be affected to for them in the long run? And they can look into that process itself for as the child rights situation analysis, do the risk assessment for their business plan well, and also the mitigation plan. Then they can come a bit closer for looking for what exactly by that, but need to ensure the participation that is meaningful. For example, like everything about the right to access information for the project where they're gonna be happen, and also in the same time, they need to know about all the protection or the remedy that provide for the young people by including them from the public hearing process. Right now, the children and young people even don't have the regulations or don't have a chance to include in public hearing for that project or business investment will be happen in their community. So if we adopted this policy guideline, that is mean we include first phase of participation, the right to participation of the children, and then they can rest their voice what is going to be happen to them or affect for their future. And then I would like to go down a bit that if they have the child rights impact assessment, well, assess to the what is will be affected to the right to survival of the children. What is the health problem that's gonna happen with them? The lead will gonna be in there, but how long? And then also in the future. And then also like right now, existing right now, the impact assessment are existing or establish the protection mechanism for them happen is have or not, and then need to be established. And then also like a lot of the business cause another problem. For example, environment, and also sometimes they need to relocate the people and then cause the problem of children on the move. So that is mean they need to have the really impact assessment on the related or the further harm for the children include in that because of this policy guideline mentioned to it. And yeah, that I think this might be really helpful, even the project that is going on right now. As I told you about the Kritilang and also like the dam collapse in Laos, for example, like that. It can use this principle to helping to review and then compensation and the rehabilitation process also. That is my response. Wow, thank you.
Very meaty response. Thank you, Sarapon. It really goes down to the bottom line of getting these policy guidance in place, even at the inception, even at the development phase of the business plan, in the business planning. And I think that's one specific emphasis that Sarapon had shared in her answer to that question. Speaking of remedies and environmental litigation, we go now to Sati from King and Wood Mallesons. We want you to take a look at this subsection. There's a subsection of principles and actions specifically referring to enforcement and access to justice. And in your presentation, you had shared our wins in Australia and other nations in environmental litigation. Now, one of the recommendations for implementing them is to provide legal support to children with legitimate causes of action arising from environmental harm, whether directly through government appointed mechanisms or through financial assistance to independent bodies, including civil society organizations, to enable them to provide such legal support. Now, Sati, what legal support mechanisms are available to children generally when facing environmental harm, and how can businesses and especially law firms engage with them on this? Sati?
Thanks very much. I suppose as a starting point, the legal support mechanisms available will always really depend on the very specific circumstances of the case, the sort of remedy that you're seeking, and also the country in which an individual is based or where the harm occurred. There are a lot of variables there. Support that's typically available in terms of legal resources and so forth are citizens' advice bureaus, civil society organizations that otherwise operate in this space, and perhaps community legal services. For example, in Australia, we have the Environmental Defender's Office, which is a non-government accredited legal service that specializes in environmental law. How can law firms engage? Well, it's a very complex scenario when you have a particular remedy that you're seeking, knowing what your avenues are, and in fact, which ones are viable if you are a child, what sort of procedural rules might be available to assist with you actually being able to seek some form of remedy, whether there is some ability to negotiate. And law firms, I suppose, to the extent that they are not conflicted out of a scenario, and I do make that point because we, for example, would never act in a situation of conflict with any of our existing clients. We can provide pro bono support with respect to discrete questions of law that don't create a conflict. But if it turns out that a law firm can't assist, they're usually particularly well connected, and they can probably direct individuals to experts within the network of legal providers within their area. I think I would flag that, of course, this is talking in the context of perhaps international law firms that might have some of these services available, and I think it's a bit more difficult for smaller law firms to be able to provide that level of engagement, and that might actually be more of a community-based link that could be taken up. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that, Sati. You mentioned that there are many variables depending on geographic location, depending on circumstance, depending on access to these remedies and legal providers. And I think very interesting that the team or the agencies developing this policy guidance can take a look at those variables, especially in the ASEAN region and in the West, in the Pacific, etc. They can take a look at these variables and really include it and break it down in this policy guidance, because according to you, it really falls differently depending on circumstance, depending on location, depending on the harm that is being caused. Thank you so much for highlighting that, Sati. We'll get back to you in a while. For now, we go to Olaf and ask this question. You mentioned in your presentation that in one of the surveys that you've had, children need to be included in the decision making table, and that's what the survey had revealed. Now, in the principles and policy guidelines, child and youth participation in decision making processes, as well as promotion of environmental education, such as environmental knowledge and skills development, have been prioritized. Now, from Save the Children, from your lens, what role do you see civil society actors, especially NGOs like Save the Children, play in advocating those in the work with businesses?
Thanks a lot for the question. And it's something we ask ourselves almost every day at Save the Children. So it's a very relevant question. I think maybe to start with just a general principle, and that's how important it is to respect children's own agency. I think very often a lot of us fall into this trap of seeing children merely as vulnerable or even as victim or as individuals who need our help and protection. While that is often true, the opposite is also true, that children have a lot of agency, they're actors in their own rights, and they're incredibly creative in finding solutions. And we need to listen to them and hear their own particular vulnerabilities. In terms of how we can do this practically, I think my colleague from Taylor Soms addressed a lot of good steps already, and I mentioned some of them earlier in my presentation. But in the survey I mentioned, we also asked children for their own ideas on how they want to be included. One thing that always came up was this idea of providing a formal platform where children are routinely consulted, both in government but also in the private sector. Children also asked for the creation of particular child and youth forums on the environment, and also for public education to really play an role. So they really stressed the need to include environmental education in high school assignments, for example, or even talked about creating competitions that would help engage children. I think one thing that's really important to keep in mind is to be inclusive. Some of these participatory processes exist already, and that's fantastic. But very often, unfortunately, they can be limited to children in urban environments or children who maybe are a little bit more affluent or have it easier to access these processes. So the real challenge, and something that we as NGOs really must address, is to make sure that these are really inclusive processes that include all children, regardless of age, socioeconomic background, ethnicity, religion, gender, and so on. As NGOs, something else we can do is really provide a platform and almost be a clearinghouse to help elevate children's voices, because very often we have formal links to decision makers that children don't have, and we can also really help children work on their messaging and so on. I think something we always try to keep in mind when we engage with companies is to not just explain why they have an obligation to include children, to listen to children, but also explain the benefits and the actual why it actually makes business sense as well to include children in these kind of processes. Maybe one example is that we worked with companies through some partner organization to advocate for inclusion of child-friendly spaces in factories, for example. There can often be a pretty prohibitive initial investment, but it's something that we see pay off in the long run because it increases worker satisfaction, leads to the workers staying longer, for example. So it's often about just thinking creatively about these kind of arguments. And maybe just one final thing I'd like to stress is that as NGOs, we're involved in a lot of formal human rights reporting processes. A lot of this focus on the special procedures in Geneva, and what we have an obligation to do is to make sure that children's voices are included in these processes. One recent example, for example, is in Thailand, where Thailand has gone through is going through the Committee on the Rights of the Child monitoring at the moment. So we've put together with other NGOs in Thailand have worked to include and consult children in this process, making sure that children's voices are highlighted in what we submit, and also help children create their own shadow report, for example, on Thailand. And that's an excellent way of making sure that decision makers hear children's own recommendations straight away through processes that are often close to them or that are prohibitively complicated for children themselves. Thank you.
Thank you, Olaf. Inclusivity is the way to go. I think what I got from that as well, and providing a formal platform for children and young people to participate. I think also Olaf was able to mention that it's a multi-stakeholder effort to see prioritizing children's rights to a healthy environment through. And thank you for that, Olaf. Now we will be entertaining some questions from our audience and live viewers. And this first question is for Hashad. Hashad, while waste picking can contribute to sustainable environmental management, it also exposes pickers to health and environmental harms. On the balance of how we reduce these harms to ensure children have access to a healthy environment and access to safe spaces for play, can you tell us more about this and your insights on this?
Thank you. That's a very good question. And as actors in the informal sector, this question always comes up. Aren't you promoting unhealthy practices? Aren't you, as waste pickers, why do you want to continue working in these kind of situations? Don't you want to transition to better, safer, more sustainable livelihoods? Is a question that's always presented to waste pickers, and therefore to their children as well. But the fact of the matter is that this is an occupation that has been around for a very long time. Its nature has changed over the last 2 or 3 decades. In places like India, where legalization has taken place to a huge extent over the last 15, 20 years, this sector has just grown more and more and more. And the incidence of child labor and children at work has also increased. Even if one were to try and remove waste pickers or transition waste pickers or children of waste pickers away from their current situation into other livelihoods, perhaps through occupational or vocational training, you'd have a different set of people who would simply replace them and continue to do the same work because the sector still demands recycled material for recycling. And there is enough and more poverty prevalent in the country. Therefore, this question arises then that how do we make sure that not only the rights of the waste pickers as well as of their children to a healthy environment are protected while ensuring that they're still able to work, continue working. And I think the question comes down to ensuring that there is dignity to that labor. And that dignity needs to be introduced and protected by the state as well as by non-state actors. As I mentioned before, of course, looking at your own supply chains as well as product stewardship are two ways to do it. But the third other way is to invest, invest financially, invest technologically in generating safer, more sustainable livelihoods for the parents of waste pickers, for the adult waste pickers. If we focus on that, if we are able to help waste pickers organize a little more, talk to each other, provide them formal spaces for sorting, provide them space for recycling, then you will see that more and more child labor as well as more and more children of waste pickers end up in formal educational spaces. We with years and years of work, we know that the principal driver for a female waste picker is the education of her children. It really doesn't matter what level poverty or social background she's coming from. If you ask a female waste picker in our city, in our country, she will say, educating my child is the most important thing for me. So ensuring that they have sustainable livelihoods so that their children are not continuing in that occupation and they end up in safe spaces, as well as providing them safe spaces to work, are both going to ensure that children have this dichotomy of they're doing good work, but they're also in a precarious situation. This can be resolved. Just as an example, if you look at the paper recycling industry, almost 70 to 80% of paper in India gets recycled. And most of it comes from waste pickers. And most of it ends up in huge paper mills, which are run by multi-billion-dollar organizations. If they are a little more responsible, if they pay more, if they ensure that fair sourcing, fair trade practices are being managed across their supply chain, you'll see a huge impact. Last and most importantly, though, often this transition towards sustainable livelihoods means that their livelihoods are not preserved. A lot of the times you have informal workers being replaced by formal agencies that do the exact same work, perhaps in the exact same manner. And so invest to generate and protect the livelihoods that are already there. And thereby, I think one will be able to reduce this dichotomy, this contradiction that exists right now.
Thank you, Rashad. Really put a smile to my face when you mentioned dignity to labor. Because I think when we're all overwhelmed with all sorts of information, with all sorts of policy, with all sorts of principle, when we go back to really the heart of it all, which is dignity to labor, I think everything else will follow, as you had mentioned in your answer to that question. Thank you very much Harshad. This question now from our audience is for It's Upon. It's upon access to remedy. Despite court cases, the community is still suffering great health issues, according to our question here. Access to remedy has been very difficult for Clitty Creek. I'm not sure if I said that right, but how do we make sure that such an environmentally damaging business or businesses in general are prevented before they take place? I think you need to unmute. It's Upon.
Yes, sorry. Yes, yes.
Yes,
Thank you,
no
Val.
worries.
Um, Thank you very much and for this interesting question. But as I have been mentioned before, it's about the prevention from the first place. I think maybe we need to think about the cross-cutting first. The cross-cutting from this question and answer needs to be the transparency and inclusive process. But then how we can go with that? As I told you, number one, we would like to invite and also the promote.
There seems to be a problem with your connection. It's Upon. We're trying to fix
Hello?
that. Okay, I think
Okay,
that's
can you
better
hear me
now.
now?
Yeah, I
Okay,
can hear you
I might
clearly
be.
now. Can you go back to that answer of yours? Yes, please.
Thank you very much. I think the internet connection. Sorry, everyone. So back for my answer for the question, but thank you. That is very good question. And also what I have been mentioned before is about prevent it from before it taking place. So how to do that? The first of all, I would like to invite and also ask to promote the child rights and business principles adopted in any business sector or investment. Now, to be the policy commitment and look into that area well, but how we can do with that and do the policy, or even use this the time of develop of the guideline, policy guideline for our region, put into your business commitment as a policy commitment first, and then you can look into that how you can deal with it. And the number two is to ensure the right to access to the information to the children group and also participation of them as the OLAF from the Save the Children mentioned a lot about this. And this process is very important because will be include the child right situation analysis and risk assessment, and then how they need to deal with that. So from these two process to be adopted and the policy, the guideline, it can prevent something that happened and also the related problem. But anyhow, and you can see like some business is not create only when they are develop it. Even after the business going on, they can also can create the further harm. For example, as the case the dam in Laos, as I mentioned. So does it mean the protection need to be like the whole process of the protection of the rights of the child? Maybe we need more also the obligation for each state and the business sector now to be adopted and also to follow the regulation well. Recently, we have also discussed about this issue among the Aisha with Aisha Indonesia in the ASEAN level. We found that right now in Japan, they have national plan of action of the business and human rights, but use the child right as the heart or driven now for their national plan of action. And then if we can do also like that, both in our countries and also as a state and also business a business principle plan that and also policy commitment that is be the prevent more. And in the near future, they have also like the ask for more protectors at the legal binding. Now, we would like to call for the optional protocol for child right to healthy environment, which is this whole group right now are involved with that. We would like to have that optional protocol for child right to healthy environment as a legal obligation that can protect it more the children that can get affected for the negative impact for the business activity. So that is might be more protected and then helping them to more before the taking place for every business sector that will be harmful for the children and community. That's all from me now. Wow.
Thank you so much, Itzarapon. It's an important question for businesses to ask themselves, what is our business and policy commitment? And I think Itzarapon really emphasized on that one. We have a question from the audience for Sati, and it reads: Climate litigation is pushing businesses towards sustainable actions, but is this enough? How do we shift business practice to respect the environment and future generations in a radical way? And it mentions this is what is needed, exclamation mark. So I think this is a very impassioned question. Sati, yes?
Thank you very much for the question. I think as an initial point, I think we've got to be careful about framing business as some sort of bad actor at all times. Business refers to a span of different types of actors, and in many respects, businesses in a lot of countries have moved much swifter than governments in this space and are in fact leading on the front foot of climate action. I'll refer you to the Climate 100 group who've done an awful lot in this space. And if you look at the US, for example, where they were trailing on climate action, there was local states and businesses as well that were acting very much in the interests of climate action and the environment. But with respect to the sort of challenges that businesses are seeing and perhaps the sort of things that are on the horizon as risk, well, it's not just litigation that has been creating risks for businesses. It's been a lot of shareholder action as well, and we'll have seen that at Chevron and ExxonMobil recently. Here in the Australia, we've seen an awful lot of shareholders acting in financial institutions in particular that have been investing in perhaps less climate-friendly investments. And so actually there has been a place and avenues in which those who are vested in businesses have the ability to push for the action that they see as necessary. One thing I think is probably worth flagging is that actually all of this comes down to better awareness. In the same way that a lot of the conversation around children's environmental rights has been, about children's rights on the one hand, environmental rights on the other hand, and actually having the dialogue to bring them together. I think that greater awareness across businesses, absolutely, civil society in general, government, it needs to happen everywhere so that everyone's really across the sort of potential areas of risk and the sort of action that is needed to take steps in the positive way. Thank you.
Thank you, Shati. I really loved how you put that businesses, we are allies in our movement to protect the environment and especially for children. Thank you for that, Sati. In the interest of time, we will not be entertaining any more questions from our online audiences, but rest assured, we have compiled these very interesting questions, and we will try to send them to our panelists as well to our agents, as well as to our agencies working on this one. Now, let's wrap up our discussion with some 30-second answers just to close off our panel. What are the practical ways in which the panelists might take forward the recommendations and the principles and policy guidance in your work with business? Very quickly, so that we can close off our discussion. We start with Olaf.
So that, I think this guidelines are hugely relevant. These types of standards are always incredibly helpful for all our work in the region. And I think one very practical way we can take these forward is to make sure that we integrate them in the Red Alert campaign I mentioned before, and make sure that we actually mainstream these standards and tell young climate activists themselves about them and inform them about how they can use them as a measurement tool and as an advocacy tool when they engage with stakeholders, not just governments, but also businesses. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Olaf. And Harshad?
I'd just like to comment and say I completely agree with Sati's point that that companies and the corporate sector moves far quicker. And a practical way for us to use this in our sector is to use these policy guidelines as an advocacy tool with companies to highlight that these are issues that are being talked about all across the region and not just by one small organization of waste pickers in one corner of the world. I think it brings this question to the fore, and it allows us to negotiate better, not only with corporates, but also with state actors when it comes to protection of child rights. And yeah.
Thank you, Harshad. And it's Sarapon for your closing statement.
Thank you, Tual. For me, I think both government and the business have the responsibility to provide the remedy for those the children who are affected by the negative impacts of the business activity. So please consider to taking the child rights into the business principles, and in the same time, let's promote the child right to healthy environment together. That is my last comment. Thank you.
Thank you. And finally, Sati.
Thank you. I think it provides a really helpful and practical reference point on how to promote respect for children's rights to a healthy environment. Previously, it was much more intangible as a concept, harder to apply in practice. And now we've got a number of resources that are listed that we can go away, refer to, and really understand how to apply this area. I think also it's really good at providing very different perspectives that we might not otherwise have access to. So, for example, where they've talked about the way that those involved in child labour need to be supported afterwards. Well, actually, we advise on modern slavery statements and perhaps didn't have some of that background perspective and couldn't really access that in quite the same way. And then lastly, I think it's really good to get a sense of where future policy trends might be heading, especially as businesses are doing a lot more in the ESG space.
Thank you so much to our panelists for that very incredible and insightful discussion on the policy guidance. I now turn over the discussion to Sonmi Choi from UNICEF to close off this panel. Sonmi?
Great. Thank you so much for this invigorating discussion today. On behalf of the joint UN Regional Initiative on Children's Rights to a Healthy Environment, I would like to thank our speakers and also importantly you, the audience, for joining today's discussion on engaging business to realize children's rights to a healthy environment. It's really, all the panelist discussions really highlighted the importance of ensuring transparency in business supply chains, enforcing children's access to remedy, access to information, also their right to participate in business investment decision-making process, as well as importance of supporting legal empowerment for children and youth and marginalized communities, and raising children's voices and empowering them in climate actions. And I would like to also conclude that from the three UN agencies' perspective, it is really important to recognize that climate crisis is also a child rights crisis. And children in our region are really on the front line of the climate crisis. As we discussed today throughout the whole conversation in this session, and also highlighted clearly in our policy guidance, businesses have a really important crucial role to play in safeguarding children's rights to a healthy and sustainable environment, including through precautionary and preventive measures. Business impacts on children's environmental rights can be at multiple spatial and temporal scales, as we see in the case of air pollution and climate change. So businesses in this region need to really step up together with us, raise their own climate and environmental ambition, increase speed and scale of climate and environmental sustainability actions, and we all have to collectively help bridge net zero global emissions and close the climate adaptation and finance gap. So we call for businesses and other stakeholders to join us in this increasing global momentum for children's environmental rights. Also, we're really calling for our business partners to explicitly incorporate children's environmental rights across their value chains and to explicitly support children's environmental education, skills development, as well as green entrepreneurship for millions of young people who would need our support in this region. So through this our joint UN initiative, we'll continue our efforts to strengthen a policy, regulatory, and incentive mechanisms. So upholding children's environmental rights to a healthy environment is actually firmly established as a viable business model that makes good business sense. So we look forward to collaborating with you all, business stakeholders, as well as states, civil society actors, to increase accountability of businesses, but also encourage and acknowledge businesses partners that respect and promote children's rights to a healthy and sustainable environment. So we wish you to thank everyone, especially our panelists and the audience for joining our discussion. Hope to see you soon. Thank you very much. Bye-bye.
Yes, usually I can hear Mike and Yan very well. Hi. Hello. Yeah, good morning. Mhm. Yeah.
Yes, this is the technical support here as well. So we are waiting for the speakers. We have only one speaker here right now, Shirley. But yeah, you can't see each other right now because the moderators are joining with some other program. But you will see each other right away when we are going to live. So right now you can speak with each other.
Oh, okay.
Sure, give me a second. Yes, no worries. So we are preparing your slides. I will tell you when it's ready. But have you prepared the clicker link as well? Have you opened it? Okay, perfect. Perfect. So yes, and you have a Q&A sheet as well. Perfect. Okay. So yeah, so you can have them open and give us a second. We will open the presentations as well. We just finished for the last session, so it takes us a few minutes to prepare for this one. So I'm sorry for the backup noise as well. We have studio full of people. Thank you so much. Yes. Yes, that's a good question. We would like everybody to be on time because we have only like 30 minutes between sessions. Like 4 minutes max would be perfect. If like it would be lovely if we should not go over that. Like 4 minutes is fine. Yeah.
Great. Thank you. Hello, everybody, and welcome to this session. Thank you for joining us. My name is Mark Hodge, and I'm a senior associate at Shift. And I will say a few words in a moment about who I am and our organization. But just to say thank you to the organizers, to UNDP and others. We are delighted to be here today to be launching a number of practical tools for companies, investors, and standard setters to think about how do we measure impact and progress with regards to business respect for human rights, a key question for the decade ahead. We'll be using some slides, so I'm just going to bring those up now. Just to say, we are being joined by some speakers who I'll introduce briefly in a moment. A few of them are still joining due to technical issues, but they're speaking a bit later in the session, so we're okay. But great to have you with us. It's been a wonderful week here at the conference, and so we'll get started now. So just by way of goals, what we hope to do in this next hour and a half with you is to introduce you to new publicly available resources for measuring impact and progress of business respect for human rights. We have the pleasure of hearing from business leaders about opportunities to use the resources, these newly available resources. And then we've got a number of experts, some of whom you'll be very familiar with, that will help us reflect on how to advance the use of these resources and how that might advance the sort of next decade of action ahead. This is our list of speakers, which you would have seen on the agenda. Just want to extend Shift's gratitude to all of them for joining us today, for being participants not only in today's session, but having been involved in the last 3 years of the project that has been focused on developing the tools that we'll share today. I will also say that I'm joined by Jana Mudranova, who is an associate at Shift, and Jana has been working on the project with me, and she'll introduce herself in a short while. By way of quick introduction, for those that don't know us, Shift is a not-for-profit where we work on the implementation of the UN Guiding Principles on Business and Human Rights. Our chair is Professor John Ruggie, the author of the Guiding Principles, and our founders were part of the team that worked on Professor Ruggie's mandate to develop the UN Guiding Principles on Business and Human Rights. So Shift has a deep heritage and a deep interest in advancing implementation and change and impact from all of our work. You can see here what Shift does. I won't go into the detail of it all, but we work with businesses, standard setters, and financial institutions. And the project that we are talking about today is one of Shift's flagship projects to try and address sort of one of the systemic challenges of implementing and advancing respect for human rights. This is our agenda. We have a lot to share with you today. The format will be quite a bit of from myself and my colleague Jana, as well as inputs from individual speakers at different points. Please use the Q&A function, and we will look to that to answer questions. And if we don't address your questions, we as Shift will find a way to sort of communicate back participants generally about the tools and resources. So just a quick bit of context from me about the journey that we have been on, this journey to better measurement. In 2018, the UN Working Group, reflecting on these systemic problems in implementing respect for human rights, commented on the lack of common understanding about which metrics and indicators to use to track and evaluate performance, both within companies themselves trying to drive change and other stakeholders, including investors. From Shift's perspective, we see this as a fundamental challenge to advancing the next decade in a meaningful way. If we don't know which efforts are making a difference to rights holders, if we don't know which initiatives really drive change, if we don't know which external pressures and incentives lead to meaningful business conduct, it is very, very hard to know where to invest resource, where to scale efforts, and also whether or not fundamentally, for all the progress we have seen, whether we are driving meaningful change in the structure of how business works and the impact on individuals who are at risk. We at Shift, at the beginning of the Value and Respect project, which I'll say a bit more about in a moment, tried to gather at the beginning of the project, also in 2018, some data about the problem in terms of which indicators and metrics were being used. And we looked at a number of sources, so company reports by industry and geography, and also a number of ESG ratings, rankings, indices, and benchmarks. Overwhelmingly, we found that the data that was being both used, requested of companies, and reported by companies, which we took as a proxy for the data and metrics that companies were using internally, was overwhelmingly looking at inputs, activities, and outputs. In other words, looking at allocation of human resource time, budgets, the level of activities, looking at numbers of assessments, numbers of trainings, numbers of audits, numbers of meetings with external stakeholders, those highly countable dynamics, and some midterm findings, right, results from assessments or numbers of non-compliance. So a huge weighting towards meaningful and important things to measure, such as effort, but at the same time, what we saw far less of was data about outcomes, data about what's really changing inside organizations, and lack of indicators and ways to measure that impact. Where there was outcome data, it was largely in regulated space, such as health and safety, and diversity and inclusion, which are obviously certain aspects of human rights which are more mature. So that was the problem. And in fact, the Value and Respect project, this was the first thing we did, is try and provide some evidence or data about the nature of the problem. And I should say that the data I just shared was consistent across every region and every industry. It really was very, very common. It wasn't that one industry or geography is doing far better. It was very consistent. So the project which we are talking about today has been a multi-year effort for the last 3.5 years, generously funded by Norges Bank Investment Management, the Norwegian Ministry of Foreign Affairs, and the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of Finland. To take time during this project to figure out how can we advance thinking. Clearly the problem wasn't that there was some indicator set sitting on a shelf somewhere that none of us had found. Our perspective was that we needed a collaborative process to really understand how to co-create better ways of thinking about measurement and better ways of developing practical tools for those inside of companies and those outside of companies. So this is the journey we've been on. In the project page, you can find an outline of our consultations, many of which were in Southeast Asia and across the wider region, and also in other regions as well as engagements with individual experts across many different disciplines. It's important for me to say that all of the resources we share today are publicly available. They are free to use, and we encourage people to use them and adapt them. These aren't Shift or proprietary in any shape or form, and they're already publicly available on the Value and Respect website. So what are the tools? Let me just say a few words about what they are and the structure of the 4 resources we'll share today, and then we'll move into talking about the substance of each of them. There are really 2 categories of tools that we'll be talking about today. One for evaluating impact or progress and impact. And here, throughout the project and early on, we had a number of different questions from different stakeholders. So for people inside companies, are efforts, are programs really making a difference, right? For those practitioners that are trying to address risks to human rights as part of their due diligence. For executives, how do they know where to allocate resources? Which things are making a difference? Which things are driving change and effectively managing those risks to people? Which might be doing a less good job, and where to bet on those initiatives that are working? And then for many other stakeholders, the fundamental question of, well, what is the role of affected people in measuring impact? And therefore we generated 2 tools which we'll share today, with help from many on the line and many of you, I'm sure, an indicator design tool, which we'll talk to, and then a series of case studies and methodologies to measure quality of relationship between companies and affected stakeholders. On the other end, we also had questions that were more about how companies were wired. So is the company really set up from the level of strategy and culture to respect people? For those outside of companies, is advocacy really helping, right, to create sort of authentically responsible corporations? Do we know that those policies and processes are really changing the way that companies behave and the way they think and interact in the world? And from an investor perspective, how do investors make judgments, meaningful judgments around whether the company's DNA and what is really trending towards respect for people or not? And we'll talk about 2 resources again here, a business model red flags resources, and then some leadership and governance indicators. So Jana, I'm going to hand over to you now to take us through that first section of tools for evaluating impact. And Jana, please introduce yourself and add in anything I've missed about context, but over to you now. Thank you.
Thank you, Mark. So before I jump into the 2 tools, I would like to briefly say about my role in the project. I spent the last 3 years supporting Mark and leading work on the quality of relationship stream, which we will talk about today. My own background is in monitoring and evaluation of impact projects, in stakeholder engagement with communities and workers in mining. The first tool we will talk about today is the indicator design tool, which was launched last week. And as Mark said, you can access it freely on our website, and I really encourage you to do so. So what is this tool? It is very common for us to see companies to have programs in place to address different human rights issues in their operations and supply chains. And that can be a women empowerment program, can be decent work programs, it can be programs to eliminate forced labor. And this tool was really designed to help companies and their stakeholders to develop and work with the indicators for these or similar programs. Mark really talked about the journey that we went through and this number of stakeholders that we consulted. And what we really heard was the need to shift companies' attention from measuring activities to really start thinking more strategically about what objectives their programs want to achieve in terms of human rights. And this new way of thinking really requires new tools. We also heard companies practitioners looking for a simple management tool which would help them develop indicators to measure progress. And that's why we brought the learnings from the monitoring and evaluation in the international development field, in the non-profit sector, and in the public policy fields. And we really designed this tool to be versatile for the company practitioners to use it to measure outcomes of their global strategies or their specific programs in a specific locations. It can also be used when they are launching a new program or when they are evaluating an existing programs. It can also be used to evaluate individual programs, which is led by a company in one specific location, or it can also be used to evaluate multi-stakeholder initiatives and programs which have different components. So when working with the tool, you will work through 7 steps. First, articulating strategy, really focusing on the outcomes for people in terms of human rights and behaviors of those that you want to change. Then you use the tool to design the activities, outputs, inputs, and outcomes for business. In step 4 and 5, you will map contextual factors or risk or dependencies which might be an obstacle to achieving the outcome. And in the last 2 steps, steps 6 and 7, you use the tool to develop the targets and indicators to measure the progress towards your objective as well as impact. I want to shortly present a very high-level example of a company that might have identified that they want to achieve a greater pay and more equity and reduce the workplace harassment in factories. They already might have in place certain activities which would be a training for the management of the factory. And they might well have certain indicators in place in which they are measuring the number of factory managers trained or even number of women at the management roles. However, there is this big gap between having an activity in place and really changing female workers' lives, what is also sometimes called missing middle. So what this indicator design tool helps you to do is really think strategically through different steps, moving from inputs, activities, outputs, practices, and behaviors, outcomes for people, as well as outcomes for business, and think of what needs to be in place to really achieve greater equality at the workplace. It also helps you then design the indicators so you can measure that you're really achieving the change in a systematic way. And speaking about the contextual factors, it will also help you think through of what kind of barriers they are that might prevent you from achieving the outcome. So this can be that actually female workers lack technical skills to be promoted to managerial positions. And by voicing one of those risks, you will start thinking about how you can address it and also what kind of indicators you can put in place to measure them. I mean, this is just an example of some of the indicators that might be designed using this indicator design tool in this specific example. The red indicators are the indicators who speak to the context or the risks. So as we said, the resource comprises of the guidance and templates, which you can find on our website. We encourage you to download them, work with them. As an example of what you can find in one of these guidance, it is a step-by-step guide that helps you work through the steps. It also includes different tips. In this one, which is about the targets and indicators, you will be able to think about how to collect data, how often to collect them, how to engage affected stakeholders in evaluation, how to connect your targets to the SDG goals, for example. And as Mark mentioned, they're freely available, so we encourage you to go and look at them. We also have with us Begas Tutaselvi from Inditex, one of the companies that really help us test, improve, and give us feedback on this tool. So I now want to invite Begum to talk about her experience with the tool.
for several years, and for over a year now, I'm overseeing the projects in the countries and leading a global team. So in social sustainability, we have a strategy that puts workers at the center and encompasses 7 priority impact areas ranging from women empowerment to protection of refugees. And these were identified based on the human rights due diligence study that we conducted with the guidance of SHIFT. So these areas, all of them have their global objectives, and in line with those objectives, despite our other efforts, we implement projects that aim to create a positive impact on people. And for this we don't do it alone, we engage with organizations, local and global, including NGOs, universities, unions, or other institutions. So over the years, we have gained experience and learning in different countries. And I can say that our paths crossed with the indicator design tool and webinars of SHIFT at a perfect moment, because maybe most of you would agree with me that this area is a challenging area to find a tool that is holistic, that a reference actually to help us in effective measurement of impact. So at that time, we were in the process of creating a global structure on projects. A team was formed, and we were exploring the effective methods or tools that can help us align the projects and scale, help us actually guiding our decision making in scaling these projects globally. So in the trainings we attended as a team, and to learn about this methodology, and as Jana said, it is really a step-by-step guidance that takes you through from start to the end, and it is really clear. We had the chance to practice it with examples also. For us, it was quite exciting to see how the theory of change logic works, and then how it actually turns into a practical ground to develop and measure indicators. Within the theory of change, there were some new concepts for us, like practices and behaviors, or changes in practices in behaviors, but we actually saw that fits well into the context, and it even brings clarity to the whole results chain. We have also seen that the tool works well with the complex programs, like those that have more than one pillar or more than one focus area, because we are actually, when addressing actually a human rights risk, that may require, it may require more than one focus area or different pillars. And instead of bringing more complexity, I would say, it helped us to clearly map out and establish connections. The support of SHIFT has been amazing during and after the trainings, and that can be actually one of the reasons why we felt confident and encouraged to use this methodology. We are integrating it in our global guidance manual on project management, and we believe that it is beneficial for us to apply in a structured way to understand the effectiveness of our projects and the impact that we are creating through those. So, of course, this was from our side, but I also want to share that in general, what we saw is that it is a practical methodology that helps you build a robust theory of change on how you want to achieve the expected outcomes on people by logically thinking and involving stakeholders. The great thing is that it keeps you focused on those. So you focus on that direction, you stay on that direction, rather than maybe getting lost in measuring a pile of indicators in the delivery of activities or outputs. You focus on what is important. There is a good and clear guidance on how actually to do that, to develop meaningful indicators for that. And this can give companies an opportunity to understand how and to what extent the changes occurring on the ground, and what is the impact on people's lives. What is working, like which project is working, or is it really working or not, and why? So I think these are important questions, or like it helps to answer those questions in a way. And one of the aspects I believe that what makes it unique is that it has a specific focus on human rights. And it can help companies to build deeper understanding in terms of local challenges or local needs, the reality and the real needs on the ground, and with respect to certain issues. And also, it allows a high-level vision. By looking at the progress and effectiveness of the efforts and or the projects or any other activities, companies can actually take actions. And it can be about scaling up, like in our case, or it can be stopping an intervention and let's say, canalizing towards another direction because it's not creating any impact. So these are all important guiding points, I believe, for companies. And by this way, they can accelerate their efforts on human rights. So, well, this is a journey, and regardless of where the companies are at this journey, Shift is a key partner that has a solid foundation and leading expertise on human rights. And what I can say is that it is a powerful tool that could be explored as it could respond to different needs at many levels. So this is all from my side, and thank you all so much.
Thank you, Begum. It's very encouraging to hear that this tool and the thinking continues to live on outside our engagement. And this is exactly what we are trying to achieve, to have companies, practitioners to take these tools, adapt them to their company needs, and then kind of carry them without us. Another tool that I wanted to talk to you about today is the quality of relationship. It's a resource that was launched also last week, and you can find these resources on our website. It really is a collection of case studies and methodologies about how companies can evaluate the quality of their relationship with affected stakeholders. We created this resource because we often see companies talking about stakeholder engagement, but only from their own perspectives. And we wanted to really focus on how affected stakeholders view that relationship and how it can be assessed from their perspectives. So once again, moving away from the indicators in which companies counting number of meetings with their communities to really seek the views about the quality of the relationship from the community members, from the workers, and so on. Because we see the quality of relationship as a real-time indicator whether the company has a culture of respect in place. And it also helps the company understand if it's achieving the outcomes that they want to, and also if those outcomes are being taken on by the affected stakeholders. These resources are for companies, for the managers at the sites who want to assess the quality of relationship with their communities, for example, or that they want to measure the quality of relationship between supervisors and factory workers, or between the factory workers themselves. It can also be used by companies to measure the relationship at the supplier sites and so on. The collection consists of 8 resources. There are 3 case studies that are covering real-life examples of companies using interesting methods to measure relationship in their sites or supply chains. This ranges from factories in China to tobacco farms in Indonesia and mining communities in South Africa. The remaining resources are innovative methods of measuring relationship using worker surveys on mobile phones, or collecting short stories using interviews, or using regular micro-surveys to get people perceptions. And today we will focus on one of these resources in particular, and we have with us Shirley Nee from Best Buy, which use behavioral change experiments to improve relationship between supervisors and workers in their factories in China. And I would like to give floor to Shirley.
Thank you, Yana and Mark, and hello everyone. So before I get started, a little bit introduction about Best Buy and myself in case you don't know Best Buy. So Best Buy is the largest consumer electronic retailer in the United States. I'm the associate director of the corporate responsibility and sustainability for Best Buy. So in my role, I lead a team based in China and responsible for the strategic direction and execution of Best Buy supply chain sustainability program and the Best Buy Asia community relations program as well. Next slide, please. So I can't control. Yes, thank you. Firstly, I should say thanks, Shift, for inviting me to this forum. And also, I would like to take the opportunity to thank you, Shift, for your interest, support, and guidance regarding the case study, and also for our program. And even broader work in supply chain is really great, helpful, and appreciated. So back to the case study. The case study was based on two factories pilot training program we call the Worker Empowerment Program. So the training was conducted in our two suppliers in China between 2018 and 19. The purpose of the case study is assessing whether behavior change training can improve the relationship between a supervisor and the workers. So in this slide, I think I can answer two questions maybe you have in your mind, and why the training and how we measure the training, and that's especially why we apply RTC. So why the training? For years, and the same as the many other companies, Best Buy drive supplier code compliance through auditing and code-focused training. So while we're asking ourselves, actually, the question is what is working, what's not working, and why? So actually, this is really a journey of exploring and learning about how to work and how to make the training more efficient. But more is trying to understand what's the factory workers' needs and their voice. So for us, align Best Buy strategy to UN guiding principle means that we want to engage workers directly. So this requires a shift in my team's mindset about the purpose of work and also the importance of workers' voice in evaluating outcomes. So in 2016, Best Buy, we developed our audit program with worker survey so that we could hear directly from workers about their working condition, as well as their concerns, hopes, their expectations about their jobs. So with the survey, we learned that one factor that contribute to the turnover rate is about the poor relationship with line worker and the line supervisor. So further, we believe that the poor relationship indicated both lack of the soft skill and also the potential for code violation, including like the human treatment or the workers' feedback or grievance at the lecture. So thereby, we developed worker empowerment program to develop a soft skill of the line supervisor by working with the third-party organization Verity. So that's about the training. Next question will be, okay, how we measure the training and why we put it in RCT using this methodology and how that works. So actually in this training program, we place the emphasis on measurement as we particularly interesting about understanding the impact of the training across the variety of dimensions, including the implication of it had on the turnover rate. So we utilize an academic approach to more fully understand the impact of the training. And so I will show you how that works in next slide. So So next slide, and you can see very lovely diagram created by Shift. So I really love it because the diagram really nicely lay out the project design and the timeline. Allow for the more accurate and objective measurement of the training result. Supervisor was split. Supervisor is the target of the training. So we split the supervisor into two groups. One is we call it experimental group. Another, this group will participate in the training section, and the other is control group. And the control group, they did not attend any of the training section. So the training consists of 4 sections, all focused on their leadership, awareness, skill, and capability. So the experimental group needs to take the knowledge test before and after the training to measure their knowledge change. So this is one dimension. And all the supervisors need to do the baseline survey and the post survey to measure their behavior change and the impact on the daily work through the worker satisfaction survey. So that's about survey part. The supervisor was assigned to the two groups. The two groups have nearly identical demographic characters and had a very similar average evaluation score from pre-training worker survey and after the based on the pre-training worker survey. So that the in experimental and the control group will they can close mirror each other. So that's the methodology. So we put a lot of design to set up 2 groups so that we can make the comparison. So next slide, I can share more about the survey part. Yes, you can see this is the slide is we can take a look at the survey. So Verity designed the survey and including 22 multiple questions and 2 open-ended questions to assess workers on their communication skill and conflict solution skill and overall leadership skill. And these are some examples of the question and comparison rating before and after training for the experimental group. So we can see the improvements, right, through the comparison. The biggest change, you can see the line bar, is the question 18. 18 is about stress management, had a lot of increase from 44% to 77%. So that's really big improvement for the factory and both of the workers. Beyond the academic approach to measure the result, we also did some worker interview and focus group interview, received a lot of really overwhelmingly positive feedback from the training participants and also their line workers, how they express their gratitude and also the very heartwarming stories. And I think those other feedbacks are the indicators and demonstrate the success of the working empowerment program. Yes. So to wrap up my section, and quickly, I have 3 things to want to share, and what we learned, and also what have been improved due to the selection, the evaluation. The first, for sure, is we have the robust evidence about the success and challenge of the training program that allow us to communicate our outcome of our efforts and to the stakeholders in balanced way, and also identify improvements that we can put in place before scaling of the program into the other location. So we did a program in more 3 factories of the pilot, and it was delayed because of the COVID-19 last year, but we hope we can continue this year as the COVID-19 situation gets much improved in China. The second learning is about we should working with the sub partner like Shift, right? And that's a really great opportunity to reframe the problem and how we can find different solutions. And great benefits from working with Shift for their powerful and wonderful questions, and let us review our program from different angles. And also we're working with the academic professor for RTC methodology, and also working with the third-party organization Verity to deliver high quality and unique training. And the last is not the least, and this is an example of the thoughtful, innovative, and strategic and human-centered approach that my team applied to all the work that we do with our suppliers. I'm very proud of the team and of shifting our mindset and the way we're working with supplier and engaging with the factories. So I think that the world won't change, right, unless we change. So the real connection starts when we become humble and vulnerable. So I'm really grateful to work with the leaders and my teams at Best Buy. And also they really hold great value and bring a very beautiful mind or heart to the work. So that's the root of any quality relationship. Yes, thank you.
Thank you, Shirley, for sharing your experience. And I really like this case study because it helps us move the field forward. And just to quickly wrap up, you can, as I said, you can find all the resources on our website. You can download them and share them with your colleagues. Think how you can apply them in your own context and your own sector. There's also a document that highlights key learnings from these past 3 years. And you can really expand them and see how diverse these methodologies and examples are, and what the roles of the voice of affected stakeholders in evaluation is. And I would like to hand over to Mark, who wants to take some of the questions that were submitted.
Great, thank you. Thank you, Jana, Begum, and Shirley. Thank you all for the excellent questions from the floor, which I hope you can all see there in the system. Let me just comment on some of those questions, being mindful of time, and we'll make sure we share, obviously, our contact details afterwards, so those that want to follow up can do so. So there's one question here just about how many companies have used the tool so far. Should emphasize that the final version of the tool was only released about 10 days or last week, 8 days ago. But we've had, during the process of creating the tool, probably about 15 or so companies that have tried to pilot the application of different versions of the tool as we've been working on those. That includes companies in Thailand, companies in Poland, companies in South Africa, elsewhere, and a whole range of different industries. I'll also say that we have been working with a large collaborative industry initiative that focuses on forced labor to pilot the tool in relation to collective action that their members take to drive change in their supply chains in relation to forced labor. Another theme in the questions that's come up, which is excellent, really great questions, is to talk a question about the relationship of the indicator design tool and these resources with benchmarks and disclosure frameworks. And I want to emphasize here that this tool is not a new disclosure framework, nor is it a new reporting framework. What the indicator design tool is a management tool for practitioners inside of companies to design indicators that work for their specific context and their specific programs. It is not a new set of indicators that Shift is then going to somehow rate or rank companies against. It is not the purpose of the tool. It is very much a management tool for practitioners to help them advance business respect for human rights, to help them advance their programs. Now, a number of those benchmarks and a number of the reporting framework discussions that Shift is obviously closely related to, I think, have all recognized the challenge of getting to what some might call performance, in other words, outcome, behavior change on the ground. And so we hope over time that certainly as these tools advance and as over the next decade, we get better use of indicators and more meaningful indicators about outcome, that they will become more common and therefore more meaningful and more realistic for benchmarks, rankings and ratings and disclosure frameworks to include requests about outcome indicators. But this is not a new ranking, it's not a new requirement or reporting framework, it's a management tool for individuals inside of companies. And I think that's important to emphasize, that not every indicator, not every effort to measure should be about a disclosure necessarily. Many of them might be, and companies may choose to disclose, or many may be subject to disclosure. But also what we want to emphasize, consistent with the UN guiding principles, is that tracking meaningful design of indicators to evaluate the effectiveness of programs must be done in a more robust way, and that's what we hope this tool supports with. Related to that, and this is the last question I'll take, and then we'll have to move on, the question about performance incentives around C-suites. Again, we are not advocating for a company to follow indicators A, B, and C, or to offer ways in which they can embed performance frameworks into their company. What we do think is that the more that companies articulate clearer targets for their salient human rights issues, and the more they have meaningful indicators that can tell you more, talk beyond policies and processes and numbers of training, etc., that there's opportunity for companies to connect back to performance incentives for the organization and leaders within the organization. But we have to link performance incentives to meaningful indicators. And so I can't emphasize enough that this is about supporting the innovation around indicator and measurement development, as against Shift advocating for his 4 or 5 indicators for this program or this type of program that should be used. So just want to bring that point together. Now, companies, there may be convergence around those external companies develop using this tool, to be seen, I think, in practice as we move forward. I'm going to then, I think that covers off the large amount of the spirit of lots of those questions. Let me now, with everyone's permission, just move us forward into the second category of outputs that we'll be sharing. And again, I'll just remind you about what they are. And then we have now one speaker who will speak to certainly one of those resources in a similar way to the way that Begum and also Shirley did. And we have Yuri Herder from ABN AMRO, who's going to do that in a few seconds. So as you can see on the slides, which will come up in a few moments, what we're talking about now is that second set of questions that speak to the organizational context in which efforts to due diligence occur, in which programs are implemented. It speaks to what we are describing as how companies are wired. We often hear the commentary about that the company's DNA matters, that tone at the top matters. We heard those questions back from investors, from senior leaders and others. And the challenge was, how could we develop indicators that help us measure or indeed understand the level of risk associated with a particular business based on whether it's addressing some of those indicators and some of those issues. So the first tool within this category of how companies are wired is a set of business model red flags. They're indicators which are available online for everyone to use, to download and browse through. So what are they? The red flag indicators are features of business models that carry inherent human rights risk. In other words, they speak to whether the business strategy is fundamentally wired or set up to, maybe not intentionally, but generate adverse human rights impacts. And the example that we often use here is fast fashion, where all of the audit or supply chain efforts, responsible supply chain efforts of a company could be very, very useful in driving supplier awareness about working standards. But if buying behavior, if purchasing practices consistently drive down cost or change orders due to the business model of that company, we have a slightly larger, more fundamental challenge about how to really achieve respect for workers in the supply chain. That's one example in one industry context. And our question was, surely we could identify other similar red flags in other industries as well, and maybe even identify, which is what we've done, an industry neutral set of red flags. Why have we done them? I mean, as I just described, these red flags, we believe they need to be emphasized because they will be connected to a company's salient human rights risk, right? If it's baked into a business model, it will fundamentally, consistently drive a repetition of adverse outcomes or increased risk for workers, for communities, etc. And we wanted to target these resources at business leaders. In other words, whether business leaders are approached by investors or by internal practitioners, we believe that these types of issues can really only be dealt with at that level of the C-suite, of senior leaders or founders and entrepreneurs of companies. Right? It's a very much a business design question as against an operational due diligence question. And you can see there some of the users. They offer business leaders, investors, and also other standard setters, civil society organizations as well. Just go back one slide. This is the menu of business model red flags that we have generated through research partnerships, through extensive consultation in different parts of the world and with different industries and different stakeholder groups, to try and pinpoint what might be those red flags. And you can see they're structured into 3 categories. One speaks to red flags that might be found in the value proposition of a company. In other words, it's the way what it offers to the marketplace, what it offers to its customers. Is there something in that that fundamentally is carrying a human rights risk? The second category is the value chain. So we look at business relationships across the value chain. So not just supply chain, but also customers, consumers. And then the last one is the cost and structure and revenue model. So are the ways that the company seeks to drive down cost or maximize revenue, are they connected to potentially adverse human rights impacts? So you can see these are strategic questions, and what we've identified here is individual red flags. We are not suggesting that these are the only red flags, but they are the ones that continue to come to the surface through consultation and through research that we did over the course of the project. Each red flag is supported by an underlying resource of 4 to 5 pages, because what we recognized is that it was useful perhaps to identify red flags and enable investors and companies to make that identification, and civil society and standard setters also. But identifying a red flag only gets you so far. What we want to do is drive action around that red flag. So the resource that you can find online, each of them goes through these 4 different layers. It provides an overview of the individual red flag. It unpacks the risk analysis. So it looks at both risk to people with real world examples of where risk has occurred to workers or communities or consumers. And then also risk to business. So real world data, information, cases, fines, operational challenges that companies have faced because they haven't dealt with that business model risk and that business model issue. We then move on to do in level 3 some analysis around what is the responsibility of a company to act in relation to this business model feature. So does it cause contribution or is it linked to the risk? And include their SDG analysis also, to make the point that if a company is able to mitigate the risk or change their business model, they could have a huge opportunity to contribute to SDGs. And level 4, a critical level, is there's a section which asks some due diligence questions and then provides example real-world mitigation actions that companies have taken. And in some instances, provide alternative business models, right? So to say, well, we cannot meaningfully mitigate this. We really have to go to changing the fundamental business model at heart. And there's some additional resources here as well. So that's the resource and a quick introduction. Please do go online to look at those. What I'd like to do now is invite, sorry, let me just say one more thing about the resource, and then I'll invite Yuri to speak to that. So what we've heard, and these are use cases, I should say, they are some of which are beginning to be applied in practice. Some of them are use cases that we've heard different groups identify as possible with using these red flags. And I'm certainly not going to describe all of them, but you can see there the different user groups. So there's some board level applications where boards might be able to select and then make deeper inquiry of executives about whether business models are generating human rights risk. There's some activities that business leaders can implement informed by the red flags. There's a piece on lenders and investors, both in terms of screening and engagement with clients. And then there's a regulator, analyst, and civil society piece, which really speaks to, are we getting at the fundamental core of what might be driving human rights risk, about what is creating these social externalities right into the world, or externalities on people. So I am now, sorry Yuri to have delayed for a few seconds there, but would love to hand over to you to give your perspective from ABN AMRO about the resources and just what you found through beginning to use them, even though they're quite new.
Thank you very much, Mark, and for having me. I'm Yuri Herder. My title has changed, I see now, so I'm a business and human rights advisor. Shifted a little bit towards the UGPs at ABN AMRO, a large Dutch bank. And a couple of months ago now, we got to know the business model red flags from SHIP. And at ABN AMRO, we're currently assessing the potential of the red flags in our client due diligence processes. The red flags could particularly be helpful for us to enable us to instantly put a finger on where the cause of human rights issues at a company that we finance lies. For instance, an example in the Netherlands, there's a new app. It's called Gorillas. It's a app that promises to deliver groceries at your home in less than 10 minutes. I'm using it quite a lot myself. But using the red flags tool, we can easily see that this company's business model might put labor rights of workers of Gorillas at risk because of, for example, safety issues on the road, because they have to deliver it very fast to someone's house. And until now, ABN AMRO has been assessing clients based on risks that we associate with a certain sector and what we expect from our clients. Okay, sorry, can everybody hear me properly? Because I'm getting a message that's from Kent. Mark?
Yeah. Yuri, do you happen to have headphones or that you could
I
use?
do.
And if not, maybe just try and speak more closely to the microphone at
Yeah,
least.
I can. Is it better like this?
Yes, that's
Yeah?
great. If you could just
Okay.
be as close
I'm
as
going
you
to
can.
sit a little
Thank you.
bit down towards my laptop. Was my first part
Great.
a little bit more clear? Yeah? Okay. Perfect.
So yeah, if you could just repeat just the headlines of what you've said already, because I think some of it was a bit unclear, and then we can keep going. Don't worry about time.
Yeah, I will. So I was telling at the beginning that at ABN AMRO we're currently assessing the potential of the red flags in our client due diligence processes. The red flags could particularly be helpful for us as they enable us to instantly put a finger on where the cause for human rights issues at the company that we finance lies. For instance, in the Netherlands, I was telling that an example that there's a new app that I'm myself are using quite a lot. It's called Gorillas, and it promises to deliver groceries at your home in less than 10 minutes. But using the red flags tool, we can easily see that the company's business model might put the labor rights of the workers of Gorillas at risk, since they have to be at someone's home really, really fast, and that might cause some safety issues along the road. So that might be something that comes up during client assessment. Up until now, ABN AMRO has been assessing clients based on risk that we associate with their sector and what we expect from our clients in terms of managing these risks. So we are discussing those risks with the clients and ask them what they are doing to mitigate the risks. But the added value for us and the potential that we see from the business model red flags is that it enables us to tackle the issues at the source, so at the cause. Red flags, so that's a red flag in the business model of a corporate client of us. We see this approach of looking at the source of an issue as potentially more comprehensive than looking at a rather reactive risk management approach of a client or risk management practices of our clients, which we assess. As a starting point for investigating this potential, we've now plotted the red flags in our sector-based risk approach. So for each of our high-risk sectors, so that could be apparel, commodities, energy, everything, the tool identifies various business models that could be applicable within those sectors. And the tool has formulated the red flags for those business models. At the time of, so that could be multiple business model per sector, but also multiple red flags per business model. At time of the assessment of a client, this enables the analyst of ABN AMRO to ask a client the right questions related to a particular red flag. So with regards to the gorillas example, a relevant question would be, how do you ensure that the workers are able to deliver the product safely, given the short time that they have for delivery? Second thing we are currently investigating is the usefulness of the red flags in response to upcoming regulations that require banks to have oversight or insight in our outside-in risks. So the risk to business. This is also a quite comprehensive part of the tool as well. The tool includes an overview of the possible risks to business that stem from certain human rights abuses associated with specific business models as well. For example, the tool includes reputational risks, so risks for business that are caused by public backlash that is caused by a human rights abuse that occurs at a company, or operational risks for a company that are caused by, for example, strikes of workers. This insight into risk to business that stem from human rights abuses can be relevant in client conversations as well, since clients might be interested to know consequences of improper human rights risk management, which is for some companies still quite new field of that they are discovering. Finally, the last part or last thing in our company that we are investigating how we can use the red flags is a training for our business lines, so our client-facing staff. This way, our colleagues can get familiar with what to look for when assessing clients on human rights risks. They can get a hold on so what kind of red flags they have to look for in particular business models of their clients. So for certain specific sectors, there are, as I told, specific business models that could be applicable. And for our client-facing staff that are working in those sectors, we have set out the business models that are the business model red flags that are applicable to those sectors, and told them what kind of questions you can ask clients to see if they have in scope all the risks that come along with or are inherent to those business models. So this is somewhat more of raising awareness among our employees and the tool gives us really good yeah, I'm not sure about the English words, but to hold on to how to grapple with assessing clients on human rights risks. Yeah, thank you. That's how we do. We have started with the tool and at ABN AMRO, and we think it's really promising.
Thank you, Yuri. Hugely valuable and appreciate, as we have with all the companies and others using these to use these tools in their very early life. So much appreciated. We have, I'm just going to respond to one question about the red flags. tool that's come up, and then I'm going to do about 5 to 7 minutes on the final resource before we hand over to Tanya and Dr. Sari and Harpreet, who have been very patient, sort of reflecting on what they're hearing, to help us sort of step back and think about, you know, the opportunities to use these tools or their general reflections as experts on these. We have a question here about the need to target this question of business models to regulators because they're sort of structural challenges. And as I said, I think that's absolutely correct, that over time and near term, increasing our attention to whether companies are addressing the business model risk, or indeed thinking about the role of regulation in creating guardrails or structures that make certain business models less competitive, right, and less profitable. I think that is absolutely part of the journey we have to go down as well. We are realistic in that regard, and I think that that's part of our commitment now with these resources, and we already have been engaging those external organizations as well. I will also say that, and I don't say that this tool should claim credit for this, but we're pleased to see in the new proposed revision of the corporate human rights benchmark a now a reference to business models. And this is the draft methodology, so out for consultation, but very much them beginning to say, can we see evidence that the company has identified and thought through its business model risk? So I think slowly we can see change. And again, in the decade ahead, I hope that this dramatically becomes useful to help focus all of our attention on those business model realities. So last 5 minutes from me now, just in terms of the final resource. So if I could have the slides back up, that would be great. And this second, this final resource really speaks to, again, the question of how companies are wired, but at the level of governance and leadership, with a view to whether there is a culture of respect for human rights being embedded within organizations and within the company. They're publicly available, but effectively what these are is a series of indicators that pay great attention to whether the actions of boards and senior leaders are fostering a culture of respect for people. So what do senior leaders say, do? What do board members say and do? And is it enabling the company to meaningfully anticipate and address risks to people? Why have we focused on this, and why have we focused on culture? Well, culture is very much a reflection of what gets done day to day in reality. Policies, processes, training programs tell us what's supposed to happen in organizations. Culture tells us far more about what actually happens on a day-to-day basis. And who are these resources for? A similar set of user groups. Certainly executives within organizations, but also people outside of organizations looking to ask questions, to engage, to produce some analysis, to look for better disclosure around leadership and governance of a company with regards to how it addresses risks to people. The indicators are organized into 10 governance indicators and 12 leadership indicators. There's a lot of detail and it's very small. I apologize on the slide, but these are the 10 governance indicators. Please visit the site to review them and look at them. They cover questions like the degree to which the board itself is meaningfully discussing and aware of the company's salient human rights risks. Also the degree to which the board itself has mechanisms to hear from experts and affected stakeholders from within outside the business. Also speaks to questions of performance incentives. Does the board even think about performance incentives and review performance incentives? Both those that might be put in place to support actions on salient issues, but also performance incentives that might undermine or might rather create behaviors that undermine respect for human rights, right? Sales targets or production targets, for example. And the final one here is the board approving high-level targets for salient human rights risks, right? Are there goals that companies have these for increasingly for climate, increasingly for other areas of sustainability, but it's very common and normal practice across all areas of business to think about targets We're not that yet there in this when we think about impacts on people, but we believe that that's something that increasingly boards should be seen as responsible for in terms of their duties. The next 12 indicators are indicators of leadership behavior, not just top management, but also further down in the organization. So leaders at plant level, leaders of particular business units or functions. And what they describe, and you can't see them on the slide, what they basically describe is a set of behaviors, day-to-day behaviors that we would want to see leaders do in order to be fostering a culture of respect for human rights. That includes meaningful engagement with affected groups. It includes creating space for bad news to travel up the organization or challenges to travel up the organization. It includes praising behaviors that are geared towards respect for human rights, finding ways to call out behavior that is not consistent with the company's commitment, as well as being very proactive around pressures on not just employees, but also contractors and other business partners. So a number of indicators there. I will say two things here. There are, before I talk about the levels of what is the underlying resource. So each indicator has an underlying resource that guides how to use that indicator. What I should say before that is that we do not imagine that all 22 indicators will be used at all times by everybody. They are a menu, and they are a menu created so that experts, companies, investors, others can make judgments about which of these indicators are going to be most meaningful for me inside my organization, or indeed are most meaningful for me to ask about from outside of the organization. And we don't have time today, but soon we'll be posting some tutorials about how to think about the selection of indicators. What I want to talk about now is just the underlying resource. So similar to the red flags, there's some guidance about how to use the resources. There's an overview sheet, which is really targeted at why this indicator, what are some key questions that could be asked of senior leaders in regards to beginning to assess the indicator. Level 2 speaks to application. So it guides a little bit as to the opportunity to think about internal application of assessing indicators and external, so things that might be in ratings or rankings or in disclosure, or that investors might use in their engagement. And again, not all of them will be available, or not all of them necessarily will avail themselves of disclosure, for example. Some of them will more than others, and we provide some guidance on those. And the final level just speaks about managing the unintended consequence of using one indicator to show how complementary indicators could give you more confidence that what you're learning is true, that there is a reduction on the risk of, say, gaming particular indicators, though we think they're already quite hard to meet in and of themselves individually. But there's a whole piece there on combination to manage the reality that one indicator alone is always going to have problems and limits to it. So my last slide here is just to use cases again. And just to emphasize, these are all, by the way, publicly available. These use cases, we expand on each of those bullet points to say a little bit more. But again, similar to the red flags, for boards, for business leaders, also for lenders and investors, regulators and civil society and analysts as well, right? So really looking at things like, if an incident occurred, is it likely to recur because of something about the culture? Also looking at potentially specific human rights issues and taking the indicators, adapting them to speak to not just general human rights issues, but maybe a specific issue like forced labor, for example, or land-related human rights issues. So a lot of opportunity to really use these in different contexts, and to treat them as open source, right? To treat them as indicators that are available, that are free, that can be adapted. Certainly that should be adapted carefully, but certainly we encourage that sort of innovation and creativity with the resources. That is a lot of information to be sharing with all of you during this session. The tools are public, as we've said multiple times. They are now all available. We will be making enhancements to make them more user-friendly as we move forward. We didn't want to wait for the perfect design and formulation to release them, so please start using them. But to wrap up in our last 15 minutes, what we really want to do is invite now Tanya from the Global Compact Thailand, Dr. Suri, and also Harpreet, to just sort of give your perspectives, if you will, about what you've heard in terms of the resources, what you see as some of the opportunities or challenges to be applying these, and where you would, I suppose, call on all of us to look for opportunities for greater uptake and resources of these resources, particularly in the Asia-Pacific region. If any participants have questions, please continue to type them as our three speakers comment, and if we have time, we'll address them towards the end. So Tanya, over to you to quickly introduce yourself and to give your reflections about the resources, given you've been very close as a regional partner in helping construct them. I think you are on mute, Tanya, at the moment. Oh. So we can't hear you, Tanya. I'm going to ask our technical team if that is a problem our side or with Tanya.
How about now?
Perfect.
Is it coming?
Yes.
The voice is okay. Thank you.
Yes. Great. And 5 minutes each, please, I should have said.
Sure. From the United Nations Global Compact, we have a network in Thailand, and I'm Tanya. I'm representative for the Global Compact Network locally. And we are now partnering with CHIF and also, of course, with the United Nations Development Program, UNDP, on implementing the human rights in Thailand. Reflection from the session today, we have enabled uptake the learnings from this application. It seemed very good opportunity that we had engaged with many of the company to talk about how the private sectors or the company, we increase the awareness and see the importance of these mandatory due diligence requirements and the tools. Now it's time for increasing the significantly to be aware that over the past year, Thai government has empowered the company to raise awareness. Of course, from the EU mandatory human rights and environment due diligence law, of course. And company now start to know what are the laws that are expected to impact as a broad range of company around the world, including in Thailand, that we are now drive the implementation of the effectiveness tools. Like now that we are now coming to see how important to select the set of tools that will support the business practitioners based in the region as Asia Pacific region, that now we are now early adopt and anticipate the implementation and implication of the developments to the company to ensure that they are now well positioned to meet the expectation. Thank you for the introduction of the tools today. It's provide a clear picture of the 4 flagship products that we are now learning together how it helps and how to use them. And to enable the uptake of the learning, I start with the way forward for this indicator, whether the respect for people, this embedded to the company. And now Global Compact Local Network in Thailand will support, introduce this set of the indicators that we already has early design. It will be mature in the future, but at least it could help the executive boards, it could help investors, civil society, and standard sector access if the company are wide and connect to identify them and address the risks to the people. First, I have seen the business model red flags is a good indicator that focus on the way that in which feature of the company business model to put the people at this risk. And it helps, second, to see the set of the leadership and governance indicators of whether the company is creating the right respecting culture. Culture is including the behavior, and we can bring down to the level of theory of change and see how the model will help people to transform the behavior until the end to transform the culture. And we are now getting to learn more from the collection of the case studies and methodologies for assessing the quality of the relationship between the companies and also affected on those stakeholders. There has been some of the indicator as a design tool recently for the company that developed the target and indicator, and it's shown whether whether or not the effort of the change or the effort of these can help advance the respect on human rights, whether it's working well or not. But however, this indicator is designed as a beginning. It might be beyond the compliance. Many of the companies also seek to meet the level of the compliance, but some of the tools help us to bring up beyond the compliance. And this practical approach to implement the effectiveness of the human rights redressal process will help us in the local level to meet up to the global standard. And we can discuss further about how can we upgrade the level of our compliance to meet up all the international requirements. Part of the business model red flag indicator, I think it's very helpful to focus on the way in which filter the company to see how they put the people monitoring in ongoing as well. Beyond the compliance, as we said, I think it's a practical approach to implement the effectiveness beyond the due diligence as a normal process. So that means it's a key takeaway that it's now time for demonstration from the company practitioners, how the resource and the relevance inform the responsible team, whichever team they are in the human resource team, procurement team, and other team, to bring to discuss together as a holistic organization to discuss. And it's helped to assess the company themselves to understand the importance of this mandatory due diligence and beyond the compliance.
Thank you.
At the
Thank
end,
you,
I think
Tanya.
it's inspire
Tanya,
people.
just about 30 seconds more, please, because we have 2 other speakers we need to get in. Thank you.
Yeah, lastly, from the Global Compact, I hope this brings the tools to contribute to the relevance of the policy level discussion about how to measure and advance the business respect on the human rights. Of course, not only in Thailand, it's going to be by the Asia Pacific region too. Thank you.
Thank you, Tanya. And now, Dr. Sareem, if we could hand over to you to give your reflections again, just help us step back from all of this and comment on what are your key takeaways from what you've heard.
Do you hear me properly?
Yes, very clearly.
Okay, perfect. I'm Siri, and 2 hats that I wear are particularly relevant to this session. One is I'm now a member of the UN Committee on Economic, Social, and Cultural Rights, which monitor the CESC, and the other is I'm a governor of the Stock Exchange of Thailand. Just a bit of background of the ecosystem in which we are inhabiting. One is we are now seeing a new disclosure rule that is being introduced by or mandated by the Securities Exchange Commission. You'll see so-called one report being used this year for by listed companies that would show, among other things, compliance with or implementation rather with the UNGPs and also the level of carbon emission. The other relevant development is the introduction of SET, Stock Exchange of Thailand, ESG matrix that I'm now looking on my screen. It's being a draft. And some other things, 2 things. One is from the Banking Association of Thailand, they have introduced so-called sustainable banking. Let me look what language they have used. Sustainable banking guidelines or responsible lending. And the other development is the collaborative agreement signed by 32 institutional investors to use negative list. So amidst this background, let me say 3 things that the tool that Shift, Mark, and your colleague, by the way, congratulations for the new baby, Mark. The 3 things that the new tool can be used, and I see a lot of potential here. Number 1, it is a great literacy tool, awareness tool for risk management, the red flags particularly. And I like the language used by Yuri that we need to be proactive. So the usage of this set of tools will help us to be proactive. Number two, the tool helps directly with human rights due diligence, which from my hat as a member of CESC, we put in our general comment number 24, propagating for human rights due diligence to be mandatory. And of course, the UN Working Group is also advocating mandatory usage of human rights due diligence. The red flags in particular will be a tool to complement human rights due diligence. Third point is using or usage of flags and the tools that you have introduced will help further ESG embedment, of course. And let me talk a little bit before my time is up about the new ESG metrics of SET. We have three matrices from E to S to G, total of 129 questions. For S, social dimension, we have 32 questions. And I'm looking at it now, and I see it's being a draft. So I'm contributing my inputs into modifying this. But you know, I'm noticing human rights dimension, employees, community. So when companies look at ESG metrics of Stock Exchange of Thailand, parallel with or in conjunction with the tools introduced by Shift, I think they will see relevance in how they can further embed human rights concern into their operation and policy making. One thing that I want to touch upon is the relevance or nexus between the tools and regulators. I don't think that we can move forward too much if you can't engage with regulators such as the SEC or Stock Exchange of Thailand or institutional investors like the Government Pension Fund of Thailand, who has a lot of leverage to play. When they are aware of this tool, and I perhaps can use one of my hats as one of their board members to bring the attention that we need to use this tool. So I think my time is up, so I'll end my intervention here. Thank you, Mark, for the great contribution.
Thank you, Suri, and thank you for your support throughout the project. I will say two quick things in response to that, and then we'll hand over to Harpreet. We know we're running a few minutes over everybody, but we are almost at the end of the session. Just to say, we are also very interested now, Suri, at looking at the nexus between these resources and Shift's learning and others learning and the S in ESG. So we hope to pick up that conversation with you and absolutely with institutional investors, and a reminder to everyone that the first funder in this project was Norges Bank Investment Management, right? So they are trying to use the tools and also trying to advocate for their use. So I see opportunity for lots more dialogue between those different actors, regulators and institutional investors, and across regions as well. And Suri will be trying to work with you on those things, I think, as we look at to advance these aspects. Harpreet, last but absolutely not least, if we could hand over to you to give your reflections on what you've heard and how you see this positioning in the next decade and across the region, given your sort of personal leadership around these issues through UNDP.
Thanks, Mark. Thank you for sharing these excellent resources. I think a lot of information in very little time to absorb as well. I think these resources are extremely important for the businesses today. The real challenge remains, how do you implement these tools? How do you operationalize these tools in the markets where progress is uneven? There is very little understanding still on the UNGPs, where you see, where the small and medium enterprises and informal economy still dominate. So how do you get these tools to work in an environment like this? And I think also largely you did talk about the cultural context and the social if you look at Asia, the social cultural context is so diverse, and therefore the assumption, the dependencies that you're talking about, in your theory of change would really change from one place to another. I think the value of these tools is that, as Mark Hughes said, they're backed by research, they're backed by consultations, and they're co-created. I think that speaks a lot, and I think that's where the value of the tool lies. But we still have lots of challenges in implementation of these tools, particularly in Asia. One of the speakers earlier mentioned about randomized controlled trial and engagement with academia along with experts in the field. And just from our own experiences, we know that the appreciation of these methodologies is still very low among Asian markets. So, Mark, you said that you're still sort of, this tool is still, evolving and you'd still be kind of, taking feedback. So I think one of the feedback would really be, to make sure that, when we look at the methodologies needs to be responsive, reflexive, reflective as well as flexible in the context of, the business operations and the context of the states and the situations that they would be implemented in. Also remember, majority of the companies do not have dedicated teams focusing on human rights, sustainability, and very few have the capacity or even the resources to use these tools. So I think the key to enhance uptake of these tools is in simplifying them and perhaps engage with a bite-sized approach, right? Where lean teams can also implement. You may not always have like a 10-member team or a 5-member team to implement. So, how do you bring in those, these tools in sort of a bite-sized information? Often less is more. So, kind of take an approach of, you provide them tools that they can easily implement. The other thing that remember, a lot of people who would be implementing the tool may not be the experts on the subject, right? I mean, you see the businesses not, they're not going to have experts. You would want the tools to be used at different levels, different functions, different operations, and they may not be the experts on the subject. We often, through our experiences, we often engage with companies who come to us and ask for simplifying these tools in their own languages. And, in fact, language kind of remains a key barrier in implementation of the tools as well. Last year, we developed a human rights due diligence in COVID-19 rapid self-assessment for businesses to help, to consider and manage their human rights impacts of their operations in the context of COVID. Immediately after release, we were approached by business associations, even governments, to translate it into local languages. And now the tool is available in 12 languages, and we've seen how the uptake of tool has increased so much. Not just at the business level, but then also at the association. The business associations at the country level are now also promoting the uptake of the tool because it's in their language. It's something that that even small and medium enterprises can understand and implement. So I think really simplifying the tools, keep it simple to begin with as well. The other challenge remains, I think, where you have to sort of think about is how do you use this tool particularly for state-owned enterprises, right? How do you engage with governments, especially where there is a very little engagement or political will at the country level? So I think those are somewhere, and speakers before me also spoke about how we can, almost have like these top-down approaches where we're looking at, how businesses are implementing, how we can use investors and how we can use other institutions to implement. But, and I'm just gonna sum up in the, in less than 30 seconds, but I think, Mark, it would be a lost opportunity if we do not build capacity of the civil society organizations or watchdogs, as we call, to use these tools, right? CSOs often find it difficult to secure data and document violations. These tools can be used by the CSOs in their advocacy and help create consumers and investors pressure. So I think that's where is a big opportunity to also build capacity of the CSOs. Lastly, there are already institutions, there are already organizations and associations that are working in the field. And look at the UN, look at our project, for example, where we have presence in over some 28 countries. We have presence in the 28 countries in the region, but have a ongoing business and human rights project in 12 countries. So how do you build upon, how do you leverage upon the work that's already happening in the field, and how do you work together, building on these partnerships and the commitment? I think that's where also helps increase the uptake of the tool. I think in the end, we need to remember that we don't develop these tools for ourselves. These are the tools for others to use. So, you do need to put your audiences at the center of the design. And I think, therefore, these needs to be flexible. These needs to be evolving. And, these need to be updated after you've had some data, when more companies have implemented the tool in the regions as well. Thanks, Mark.
Great. Thank you, Harpreet. Lots of great flags there of sort of challenges of uptake, which I also think are not particular to Asia Pacific, right? They're very much challenges in many different geographies. But absolutely, I think just as we've tried to be collaborative in the creation and testing of these tools, Harpreet, we intend to be very collaborative and very dependent on others picking these up and different actors, right? The Value and Respect Project now has come to almost a close. And so these are there, and we want to be forming partnerships to support uptake, translation, all sorts of mechanisms, and we've had some conversations with partners as well. I also take away, Harpreet, something that's very helpful, that I think what we can do moving forward is to emphasize the different maturities of companies that have been using the resource and the different geographies. So Shirley's example was in China, for example. It was a randomized control trial. Some of the other examples are in Indonesia. Some of them are in Thailand. And so I think what we can do, to your point, is to make sure that as we talk about examples or companies that have used these, that we make sure we profile the use in different geographies already, and profile the way in which they're simplified. And on simplification, absolutely. And we encourage everyone to challenge us to help continue to simplify resources, because our intent here is that they're not just sort of expert only tools, right? That actually they do the opposite, but they build capacity as well as we move forward. So thank you for all those challenges for us. And with that, I just want to say a huge thank you to all of our 6 speakers. And we, as I've already intended, hope to continue working with all of you, the 6 of you moving forward and others. And a big thank you to all of the participants as well, for being part of the session, for asking great questions. I hope we addressed a large number of them. If we didn't, please contact the organizers, contact us directly. As we look to the next decade of action, what I think we want to leave you with is the idea that the action that we take is delivering impact and delivering change. And what we are hoping to do here is provide tools, resources, ways of thinking that help us understand whether we are actually having the change that we intend to have. And I think that's what we'd add to the call to action for the next decade ahead. But thank you hugely, and we look forward to continuing to work with many of you and as many of you as possible in the years ahead. Take care and enjoy the rest of the sessions today.
Thank you.
Dear participants, I'm pleased to welcome you to this session on sustainable supply chains reaching the lower tiers, organized by the Economic and Social Commission for Asia and the Pacific, or ESCAP, in collaboration with the International Labour Organization. My name is Marit Nilses, and I work on responsible and sustainable business at the Trade, Investment and Innovation Division of ESCAP. I will be co-moderating this session with my colleague Freddy Guayacan, who is managing the ILO program on responsible supply chains in Asia. Supply chains have become the predominant way of organizing production and trade, as we know. About 80% of global trade today takes place within value chains linked to transnational corporations. This trade-led growth has brought substantial economic development to many countries in the Asia-Pacific region, which has become a global powerhouse of production, with many jobs now linked to production that forms part of multinational value chains. However, the often arm's length model of production that is associated with the offshoring and the outsourcing, and the many tiers involved in some supply chains, can make it difficult to discover precariousness at lower levels. And the social and environmental inspections and audits are often focused on higher tiers, while high cost pressures squeezes margins. So with that background, this session will discuss some of these challenges and some of the potential solutions for promoting responsible and sustainable business practices in the lower tiers of supply chains. It will look at incentives for buyers and suppliers to ensure that the principles are maintained, share experiences of companies, and discuss potential solutions to address these challenges, including some of the initiatives that can support companies in understanding and addressing the challenges of both social and environmental issues in lower tiers. And addressing this it's important for many SDGs, sustainable consumption and production, climate, decent work, areas where this region is off track for achieving the SDGs. But before we begin, let me first hand over the floor to my co-moderator, Freddy Guayacan, Program Manager, Responsible Supply Chains in Asia Program at ILO. Freddy, please.
Thank you, Marit, and thank you for all the participants as well as to the speakers for joining us today. As mentioned by Marit, well, my name is Freddy Guayacan and I work for the Responsible Supply Chains in Asia program, which is a partnership between the European Union, the International Labour Organization and the OECD, with the purpose of promoting responsible business conduct and socially responsible labour practices in supply chains. And necessarily working in supply chains, we work also with the lower tiers of the supply chains, which are mostly populated by micro, small, and medium enterprises. And as we know, many of them face different barriers in terms of challenges, in terms of informality. So they also lack the resources, human and financial, to implement responsible business practices at the enterprise level. Also, businesses in the lower tiers face barriers to access information related to rules and regulations linked to responsible business conduct, to CSR, and also to the labor dimension of RBC, responsible business conduct. And of course, this has a negative impact on the labor conditions of the workers working in these companies. Well, we know well that, I mean, right now the majority of businesses are going through challenging times during this crisis due to the COVID-19. While many of them are struggling to survive. But at the same time, this is an opportunity to rethink and redesign policies, interventions, and services to support the businesses in the lower tiers of supply chains in order for them to start implementing social responsible labor practices. Building back better and also a human-centered economy necessarily means to support this type of enterprises and bring together also other relevant actors, such as government agencies, those in charge of supporting small and medium enterprises, as well as the agencies in charge of the promotion of investment and trade, but also, of course, trade unions, employers' organizations, business associations, think tanks, civil society organizations, as well as universities. it is increasingly clear for businesses as well as for the government itself that responsible business conduct and socially responsible labor practices are not a matter only of doing the right thing, but there is also a strong business case to do so, because it is related to the increases in productivity in the companies, as well as increases in their competitiveness for them to remain linked to these supply chains and therefore access new markets and with the respective effects in terms of employment, economic growth, and sustainable development. So without any further preamble from my side, in today's conversation, I'll give the floor to my colleague, Marit. Over to you.
Thank you, Freddie. So with that, I'm pleased to introduce the speakers here. We're very pleased to have 6 very knowledgeable speakers to share their knowledge and experience. So first, a brief round of introductions. First we have our first speaker is Kritika Buttipat-Ari, Executive Vice President for Strategic Initiatives, Compliance and Sustainability at Li & Fung Limited. Kritika oversees the business process transformation and implementation of compliance and sustainability across the supply base. Before Li & Fung, she was Southeast Asia and South Asia Regional Director of Sustainable Manufacturing and Sourcing at Nike. And earlier positions have included APEC, Organizational Development and Regional Coordinator, and Country Director for International Youth Foundation. Following this, we will hear from Asif Ibrahim, Director of Bangladesh Garment Manufacturers and Export Association, and Vice Chairman New Age Group of Industries, which is a company that is in the textiles industry. Asif is a director, as Director of Bangladesh Garment Manufacturer. He is responsible for textile sustainability and the circularity projects, and he's also an executive council member of our UNESCO Sustainable Business Network, and recognized as he's a commercially important person by the Bangladesh government. He's also chairman of Chittagong Stock Exchange and the former president of Dhaka Chamber of Commerce and Industry. Following that, we'll hear from Walter Lin, Managing Director Asia in SEDEX. So Walter has 15 years of accumulated knowledge and experience on supply chain, including supply chain experience in manufacturing, international trade, responsible supply chain, and corporate sustainable development. And he is now managing the SEDEX operation in Asia, working closely with SEDEX members and stakeholders, including UN agencies and government and industry associations. He will explain more about that. Following that, we will speak with Patuan Samosir, Director of Trade Union Rights at the International Trade Union Confederation, Asia Pacific. Patuan directs the development and implementation of organizing activities in the regions and responsible for international cooperation with various international trade unions. He also observes, analyzes, and reports human and trade union rights violations and facilitates the development of international solidarity support. Following that, we will hear from Dorothy Lovell, Textile and Garment Lead at the OECD Center for Responsible Business Conduct, where she leads OECD's work on due diligence for responsible supply chains in the garment and footwear sector. And she has also contributed to reports on blockchain and responsible supply chains, SMEs, and due diligence, among others. And she has prior private sector experience working on responsible supply chains in the sector. Finally, we will hear from Tulika Bansal, who works as a senior advisor on business and human rights at the Danish Institute for Human Rights, where she provides expert advice on human rights to multinational companies in various sectors to promote the uptake of UN guiding principles on business and human rights. And she has led and carried out over a dozen country-level human rights impact assessments in various sectors, including food and beverage, agriculture and fisheries, extractives, and the tourism sector, where she focuses on issues of labor rights, community impacts, and child rights. And she will speak a bit about that. So that's a brief introduction to our illustrious panel. So with that, let me first kick off with a question to you, Kritika. As a multinational sourcing from a host of countries in the region, what are the main challenges you face in ensuring socially and environmentally responsible business practices among suppliers in lower tiers? And what, in your view, are the root causes of non-compliance, and how can they be addressed? Kritika, I don't hear. Can you
Have to
unmute
unmute
yourself?
myself.
Thank you.
Sorry. So generally, when we talk about upper tiers and lower tiers, we are talking about the differences in terms of traceability. Because when you go lower into the tiers, it's harder to identify the real actors or the rights holder in different tiers. So that's number one. In the lower tiers, we generally run into small and medium-sized enterprises. And to a certain extent, it could also be informal sectors. So in order to make sure that there is a level of adherence to international standards, or even the local law is getting harder and harder. Okay, so that's a general characteristics of why it is more complicated when you go down to the lower tiers. In terms of non-compliance root causes, I would divide it up by in two dimensions. One is the external factors. These are factors that are not within the control by the manufacturers. These are macro factors that influence the non-compliance issue or the ability to become compliant. So one external factor is the standards that has been expected has gaps with local capability. For example, environmental protection. We have a standards on how the wastewater should be treated before being discharged into a public waterways. But there are certain countries, communities, and industrial zones that have the law whereby all the wastewater streams from all the facilities will go into a communal or decentralized wastewater treatment plant to be treated before being discharged. In reality, in some of the countries or some facility, they do not have the right people with the right knowledge to do that, nor the facility is equipped technically to treat all kind of wastewater. So that opens up the issue. It creates a false understanding that there is a wastewater treatment plant, but it wasn't done properly, so it's discharged in the incorrect way. Number two, the external factor would be the misalignment or the absence of local law. Take, for example, we have a number of ILO core conventions that has been expected to be implemented inside the country. And we can see the whole gamut of things in, so many shades of how it's being implemented, from the country ratifying the conventions and use it in true spirit. We see countries that ratify conventions, but not really using it or in the process of doing that. We also see countries where they do not ratify the core conventions and do not do anything about it, or the country that do not ratify convention, but try to come up with local law that may or may not support the spirit of that actual convention. So if all things are perfect, we wouldn't have ILO doing annual review on declaration, fundamental principle or rights at work. And that is the gap that we need to also understand that it happens. Number three, in terms of external factor, is lack of enforcement or support system to enforce certain things effectively. And I think that goes without saying. Everybody knows that if there are certain compliance standard, international expectation that also have been supported by local law, it will make the enforcement much more effective. So where we have the law but enforcement is not effective, or there is lack of support system to make enforcement become effective, then it can be an issue. Take, for example, safety. Many countries have the laws whereby a boiler operator should be trained and certified by the government. And because it's hazardous work and it has lots of implication on occupational safety. But we also see countries where they either have the right people being in the government doing the training and certifying, but they don't have enough people to do that. Or the country that have that law, but the people that they have in place are not capable of doing that. And the last part in terms of external factor is lack of effective system or structure. For example, when it comes to labor relations issue, when there is a conflict enough to be declared as labor dispute, generally we will look at locally available labor dispute mechanisms available. And oftentimes we find that those mechanisms is not robust enough or effective enough, or the whole nine yards of the issues. And as you know very well, justice delayed is justice denied. And we have seen that on the macro issues in multiple countries. How to address these external factors is first start individually by us recognizing that there are gaps. Because unless you have that understanding, you don't develop empathy. And you need that empathy to feel motivated to be part of the solution. And since the issue is macro, it's not depending on one person or one player to be able to make the change. It has to come together as a band of people. And that can be people from public sector, private sector, nonprofit, labor organizations, all of us coming together and create the change through industry coalition. So that's the first part on external. In terms of internal factor, which is within the control of the manufacturers, what we often see as the root causes of that lead to non-compliance. Number one, lack of capability to manage, maintain, and improve compliance level. For example, every factory have human resource department. They definitely can do payroll, but not all of them are created equal. Not all the HR department is equipped to have progressive social dialogue with workers, with managers. And oftentimes when this layer of conduit is not working properly, you often see the issues around labor relations. Secondly, lack of communication or imbalance of power between players within the manufacturing themselves. For example, you have every company would have what they call a sales department. These are the people that go out there and try to get orders, as many orders as possible, and try to feed that back into production facility. And production facility will be managed by the factory manager. If the two departments do not have equal voice at the table, what we often see is the sales department will feed lots of orders, and that order may or may not be at the level that production can cater. And if the imbalance of power exists, what will usually happen is the production people will try their best to do whatever it takes to meet the delivery timeline. And that could lead into the issues like unauthorized subcontracting or excessive working hours. The third area for internal factor is mentality of factory management. I'm a firm believer that your action reflects what you think and your mindset. If you have two different factory managers who have different views on certain issues, how they manage the factory will look different. For example, how do they view values of the workers? What is their personal stance on respect to the law? What is their tendency to approach a problem? Are they trying to approach it constructively, transparently, or they tend to hide things? All of this will lead into non-compliance behavior that we might observe at the factory. And the last area that we see more and more is now we see the shift of the investment. So suppliers in country A is looking into offshoring more manufacturing plants into country B, C, D, because they want to take advantage of production factors within that locality. Then what comes with it is some of these suppliers have no experience in managing cross-culturally or cross-country. They may not have enough people to be able to do that, or they may not find the right local partner to help them do that properly. And that can create an issue. And in the long term, it also relates to when they start establishing their operations, then you will have foreign manager and local manager coexist. How do they work together? The dynamics between the two really means a lot in terms of a long-term compliance or non-compliance of the facility. So that would be how we can address this internal factor. So you probably, the simple answer to that is having the right people in the right job. If you do not have the people with the right skills in that job, you either acquire them or you train them up. There are certain skills that may not exist in certain country, and only training can be the answer. So the brands and the companies sourcing from those countries need to have awareness and be able to support them in terms of bringing them up and upskilling the right people to be able to carry out the work effectively. At the same time, buyers also need to have a framework that provide business rewards and sanctions so that it is very clear when you create market incentives for being compliant. That's all from my side, Marit.
Thank you so much, Krisika. That was really interesting, and thank you for bringing all these issues to life and in such a good way and by giving examples. So I will move. We will do follow-up questions and Q&A later, but I will move on to our next speaker, Asif Ibrahim, Director of Bangladesh Garment Manufacturers and Export Association and Vice Chairman, New Age Group of Industries. So Asif, Bangladesh is one of the biggest countries now for apparel production. As director of BGMEA and vice chairman of a leading exporter of woven and knit apparels, what progress have you seen over the years, and what are the main obstacles for companies in lower tiers, from what you see, to fully comply with environmental and social standards and guidelines? And how could it be changed? How could it be addressed?
Thank you, Marit. Today, actually, Bangladesh RMG sector is the front runner in transparency regarding factory safety, regarding value chain responsibility, and workers' well-being. A number of initiatives have been taken in the aftermath of the Rana Plaza disaster that I'm sure most of you are aware of, including the Accord on Fire and Building Safety in Bangladesh, the Alliance for Bangladesh Worker Safety, and the very recent Ready-Made Garments Sustainability Council. Each and every factory was audited and remediated in terms of fire, structural, and electrical safety through the collaborative support of local and global experts, foreign brands, and international development partners like ILO and the donor agencies. We also have made significant progress in the area of social compliance in factories. Bangladesh's ready-made garment factories and the industry has been ranked second in ethical manufacturing by QIMA and Just Style with a score of 7.7 after Taiwan. Not only the workplace safety and social responsibility, sustainability, but also the sector has made notable efforts in addressing environmental sustainability. Currently, we have 144 lead green garment factories certified by the US Green Building Council, where 40 factories are platinum. 39 out of the world's top 100 green garment factories are indeed in Bangladesh. We have also 500 more factories in the pipeline for LEED certification. All these achievements surely reflect the competence and sustainability stride that this sector has made over the years. In terms of safety and well-being, uh, as I mentioned, 100% of our factories are checked for building, fire, and electrical safety. 90% remediation has been made of accord, and 94% remediation of has been made of alliance listed factories. These are already completed. The government of Bangladesh upgraded the Department of Inspection for Factories and Establishment, or in short, DIFE. The total number of inspectors at DIFE now is 310. The total number of factory under DIFE now is 1,549. Out of them, the active factory is 811, and the remediation works like structural, electrical, and fire safety have completed 47% of active factories. The Remediation Coordination Cell, or RCC, it was launched in May of 2017 to oversee remediation of all factories under the National Action Plan and those of the Accord and Alliance. The government has recruited 43 engineers for RCC. ILO actually provided us with 31 engineers. Bangladesh has also made big strides in terms of workers' rights and welfare. Labor law was amended in the year 2013 and in October of 2018. Labor rules were promulgated in the year 2015. Currently, the amendment of the export processing labor law is under process. Minimum wage has been increased by 381% since 2010, with a provision of minimum 5% annual increment. New minimum wage for unskilled workers is now at 97 US dollars per month. We have made each and every factory have elected workers' participation committee and safety committee. This has been made mandatory. A central fund for workers' welfare is created, where we have already started contributing fund. In the last fiscal year, we provided about $10 million, and this will increase with the increase of exports as these are correlated. Online registration of trade union has started, and the number of registered trade union before the year 2013 was only 138, and number of trade union registered after 2013 stands at 895. At central level, BGMEA is in continuous dialogue with labor federations, including Industrial Bangladesh Council, on a regular basis. To resolve labor disputes, BGMEA runs an arbitration committee headed by a retired district judge with representatives from 12 workers' federations. Since 1998, this arbitration mechanism has resolved 14,579 disputes and collecting $3.12 million from employers and distributing the same amongst 51,207 workers. Training initiatives. We in BGMEA, in collaboration with the government and development partners, are providing training among factory owners and mid-management officials on occupational safety and health and on social dialogue. BGMEA provides regular training programs on Bangladesh Labor Law 2006 and industrial relation for both factory management and factory workers, those who are members of the association. A training program on effective workplace cooperation and essentials of occupational safety and health, EOSH, is being conducted by BGMEA, BKMEA, which is another association for knitwear manufacturers, and Bangladesh Employers Federation, with support from ILO and ITC since 2014 to create a culture of OSH in the factory level. We are in collaboration with the government of Bangladesh, government of Sweden, Denmark, and ILO in running a project titled Improving Social Dialogue and Harmonious Industrial Relations in the Bangladesh ready-made garment industry. Also, we take very good care of our workers' well-being. We run 5 schools for the workers' children. We provide them with books and study materials. We have set up 12 health centers for the workers, which serves more than 60,000 patients per year. BGMEA is conducting 2 full-fledged hospitals for the workers, 100 bed in Chittagong and another 150 bed in Dhaka. A tripartite MOU has been signed in 2016 between BGMEA, eGender Health, and DGFP, under which about 120 factories are getting free family planning commodities. So as you can clearly see, that remarkable improvement has been made in the Bangladesh ready-made garment sector from after the collapse, the most unfortunate incident of the collapse of the Rana Plaza. But there are challenges, particularly during the for the lower level of factories who exist in the supply chain. Buyers are usually directly connected with the upper tiers of the RMG factories. The good examples that I mentioned to you are mainly consisting of the BGMEA member factories who are, belong to the upper tier. But we do have factories in the lower tier who are not under the, I would say, direct concentration and surveillance. So those are the areas that where we need to put our efforts so that international rules and regulations imposed by the buyers are governed as national policy and regulations, and those can be also implemented throughout this supply chain, particularly for the factories who subcontract. So let me just stop here, and maybe during the second round, we can discuss further. Thank you.
Thank you, Asif. And yes, looking forward to the second round, hearing a bit more on what is being done to address that. So we will now move on to Walter Lin, Managing Director, Asia at SEDEX. Walter, from the perspective of the SEDEX, what are the major challenges when it comes to promoting sustainability, both environmental and social, among micro, small, and medium enterprises present in the lower tiers of the supply chains that you work with? And why is it in their interest to include socially responsible business practices?
Thank you, Margaret. Thank you for the question. For anyone who
I think there's a bit of a sound issue.
can you hear me all right?
Now it's okay. Yeah, please go ahead.
Okay. I mean, thank you for your question. So for anyone who is not be familiar with SEDEX before, SEDEX is a global business membership organization. We are working with international brands and retailers who are our buyer members but also the small and medium-sized companies who are our supply member. Regarding your question around the challenge and to promotion for sustainability, I'd like to share from two sides. One, I guess, is mainly from the supplier side, which is small and medium-sized companies. I guess for the SMEs, I think the most of, these concepts, sometimes we talk about response sourcing or response business. I think these concepts and terms can feel very far away and remote for suppliers because either they have never heard of things like response sourcing before, even they have, when we do the engagement with the supplier, they will find it very hard to understanding how these concepts are relevant to their business. So for these small and medium-sized companies, I guess the most familiar part for response sourcing or sustainability is around assessment and auditing. I think for most of you may know that auditing or like assessment is usually to be a demand or requirement from their customer. So many these small companies seeing completing an audit or assessment as something that's necessary for the commercial relationship, either to hold on to the existing customer or to win a new one. But actually, these suppliers, they don't feel like they need to take any ownership for the sustainability. So that's the first challenge we can see when we promote these concepts into lower tier in the supply chain. And the other bit, I think the other speaker mentioned around for small and medium-sized business, they got the challenge around, they got the limit time and resource to managing for the social responsibility because they don't have the same resource which they can spend on time on training or spend the time on developing the skill, or even they want to spend time on understanding the frameworks that can helping a business to operate sustainability as large organizations. And also we need to be also understand that these lower tier supplier in the global supply chain, they don't have the direct relation with large buying companies. So which means they might not have the same access as the direct supplier to get a training or guidance from the buyers. And also they are less likely to have funds available for any upfront costs. For example, investing in training or different equipment. So this is an ongoing discussion we're having with our members, especially from the lower tier of the supply chain. But also we need to understand one other challenge as well is like we know when a big companies or buying organization, when they want to promote response sourcing or response business conduct to their global supply chain, and it will sometime they will be passing additional administrative activities for supplier. For example, if a buyer organization, if they want to report the gender data annually, so which means they need to ask every supplier in a tier to report these kind of data again and again. So some of the suppliers have report back to us, they fear it's waste of timing, and then they feel quite confused and it's cost a lot of their time on that. So this is also additional challenges we got to report back from suppliers. From the buyer side, from the large organization side, I guess the most common challenge is around the visibility of their lower tier of the supply chain. So as we know, international buyers or big companies, they don't have a direct contact with the lower tier of the supplier in their global supply chain. So that's the reason it's hard also to get accurate data about the activities, practice, or people that are work aside further upstream in the global supply chain. So this is become more even challenging if you got a global supply chain in different countries and across to different sectors. So this is the general common challenge from the buyer side if they want to promote and also the sustainability in the lower tier of the supply chain. And I think also probably, Marit, you asked another question around the benefits and how can we selling the benefit to promote the response business or sustainability in the supply chain. Based on my experience when I working with supply previously, I guess the most fundamental benefit we can say, by doing so, you can meet your customer demand and be attractive to new customer. I think this is a very fundamental and basic needs and expectation from lower tier supply in the global supply chain. And other than that, we might also need to talking around better management system. So if you have a better internal management system, for example, you hold a better human resource, health safety, or environmental management system, which you might have a healthier and happier workers, that is linked to better productivities, and also probably have a lower rates of absence, illness, and injuries among workers. And the other side, because by improving the social and environment responsibility in the global supply chain, I guess the company can also get a benefit to get the competitive advantage among peers companies. Finally, I guess operating sustainability also allow a business to support their local community as well, because this will help them to build a reputation as a good employer. So people want to come to work for a company, and small business can also have a positive impact on the society and contribute to development, and as well being more attractive to the future customers. So that's the general output and also sharing from my end. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Walter. And we will move on then to Patuan. Patuan Samosir is Director of Trade Union Rights, International Trade Union Confederation, as mentioned earlier. So Patuan, we all know that different sectors face different issues when it comes to the labor dimension of sustainability. From your perspective, what are the general main issues affecting workers in the lower tiers? I hear some noise here. Of the supply chains, and what do you see as the way forward, particularly at a time when traditional labor relations are being changed or challenged by the emergence of the gig economy, high levels of informality, and the future of work in general? I don't know if that was heard. I hear some noise, but Patuan, please.
Yeah. So thank you, Marit, and good afternoon from Singapore. And on behalf of the International Trade Union Confederation Asia Pacific, representing more than 60 million workers in 34 countries and 59 national centers, I would like to express our sincere thanks to the ILO for the invitation to this important forum. So I will be very direct to the question. So in my perspective, the general main issue affecting workers in the low tiers of the supply chains in Asia are the multinational corporations, which are also the global buyers, usually look into the possible lowest cost of the sourcing and production process. And with this kind of behavior, they attempt to drive the cost of labor to the lowest possible, and also denying basic labor rights and social protection. And indeed, this leads to the rise of the precarious work in supply chains, characterized by the non-standard form of employment, such as temporary and then casual work. Within the global supply chains, temporary workers have been estimated to represent 20% of the workforce among suppliers. I just quote this from the ILO Global Survey result in 2017. And indeed, the low tiers of global supply chains are normally in countries with weak regulatory frameworks that do not cover and protect workers, especially in non-standard form of employment. The nature of global supply chains in the lower tiers tends to exploit workers at the bottom. While global buyers profit massively, they are seldomly not held accountable for the labor rights violations within the supply chains. So, what are the possible ways forward? At the global level, the obligation to practice human rights due diligence should extend to all internationally recognized human rights, including fundamental workers and trade union rights as defined by relevant international labor standards. At the national level, we need to institutionalize regulatory frameworks with strong enforcement mechanisms that protect and uphold the labor rights for all workers regardless of employment arrangement. This is very important. So our organization, the ITUC Asia Pacific, organized various activities and campaigns to promote the applications of the ILO standard, UN Guiding Principle on Business and Human Rights, OECD guidelines for multinational enterprises, and also due diligence. We also support the joint global initiative from the International Organization of Employers, IOE, International Trade Union Confederation, ITUC, International Labour Organization, ILO, and the global brands to catalyze action across the global garment supply chains. Giving an examples, our affiliates in Indonesia signed a joint commitment with employers associations to protect safety and health, business sustainability, welfare of workers in the export-oriented garment or footwear sectors amid the COVID-19 pandemic. And indeed, we also invited to this joint commitment together with the ILO as the witness for this good commitment. I would like to say something like that. This is a very good commitment between trade unions as well as the employers association in Indonesia. At the enterprise level, Wakol Workers Union, affiliated to the KSBSI Indonesia, and the Wakol management, actually they work together to transform their production lines temporarily as to produce surgical masks during this COVID-19 pandemic. As a result, the company was able to keep their workers employed. With this, I would like to conclude that human rights due diligence should be informed by meaningful engagement with trade unions in a constructive dialogue. And of course, we need to shift the policy paradigm in the directions of the human-centered approach on the basis of the ILO Centenary Declaration. So I think this is from my side, Merit, and I hope it is very clear because for us, it's really, really very important to have the meaningful engagement with trade union in a constructive dialogue. I think this is one of the key for us to see as a way forward. Thanks, Marit.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Patwan. Yes, I think very important with constructive dialogue. I'm sure that's something that we can all agree on. So let me move on. We will have more time in the second round, but let me first move on to Dorothy Lavelle, who is Textile and Garment Lead at OECD Center of Responsible Business Conduct. So the OECD Center, Dorothy, has developed a series of due diligence guidance for various sectors, including for the garment sector, as mentioned, and these guidance provides practical guidance for enterprises on how to address, avoid and address adverse impacts related to workers, human rights, environment, bribery, consumers, and corporate government. So what does it mean for a company to do due diligence in its lower tiers according to the guidance? And what methods are companies encouraged to use, and some of the key innovations that can make this easier? Can you guide us a bit through that and perhaps give us some practical examples?
Thank you, Merit, and thank you very much. It's a pleasure to be joining this really important forum. Good afternoon, everyone. It's morning where I am here in the UK. So first to say, thanks a lot for the introduction to the guidance. Maybe just to say that this guidance comes from the OECD guidelines for multinational enterprises, which is a tool and a standard that was adopted by 50 governments, which accounts for the majority, in fact, of international trade in many, many sectors. And this guidance being updated in 2011 was a great opportunity to bring it into alignment also with the new, at that time, UN guiding principles on business and human rights on this principle of due diligence. And so countries that are committed to the UN guiding principles may well want to look to the OECD guidance to support their actions, so to operationalize these principles. So, of course, the guidance recognizes the tricky nature of reaching these lower tiers of the supply chain from the perspective of the end of the supply chain. It's in fact really part of the DNA of guidance. So the due diligence guidance for responsible business conduct that was launched in 2018, and as Marit referenced, some of the different sector guidances. So I particularly work with the garment and footwear guidance. The way that the lower tiers are really put almost central in the guidance is that the guidance requires a risk-based approach for companies. So they should address risks and adverse impacts in their supply chain based on where it is most severe, not on where it is easiest to access. And this is a key principle. So of course that creates the expectation that companies need to have knowledge about tiers on their supply chain, which may be many, many steps removed and is very difficult. And we've heard some of the key challenges there. So visibility has been well represented by other panelists. Another key challenge in the guidance that is recognized is this point of leverage. So how one company can have influence over another company, and that leverage diminishes, of course, with the distance between the company and the location in the supply chain where the risks may be higher. Perhaps one example from the garment sector too, where that leverage can be influenced, is according to how contracts are in the supply chain. So you can find from a spinning mill may well be tied to a contract to buy a certain amount of cotton from its cotton suppliers, but not have a secure contract with its own customers, so fabric manufacturers. And we saw last year in COVID that the dropping of orders or reducing of orders can then have a very difficult impact on midstream suppliers as well as those lower the commodity lower tiers. And another key challenge is the lack of joint ownership and trust and dialogue mechanisms in the supply chain, which again has been well represented. But we, on the positive side, we start to see, I think, some good structures coming into place and hopefully uptake on this. So I think one good example could be, I think Asif could maybe talk to this later, but the relationships in Asia between different manufacturing associations in the Sustainable Textile of the Asia Region Network. So to really come together to think about actually what are the minimum standards we expect of our customers with respect to how they purchase from us. And that gives us the ability then to be responsible in due course with our own suppliers. So in the guidance, there are a few different mechanisms that are presented to help companies address these challenges. One, probably no surprise to you all, is traceability. But to be clear, traceability in the guidance kind of comes in the identifying and assessing risk stage. But before that, a company should scope their risks more broadly, and it may not be necessary to have full traceability at that point. The point being that traceability being quite challenging, it's possible for companies to prioritize developing traceability where they already have assessed that there is higher risks in the supply chain. And this is why you often see traceability in certain commodities being developed. Another key principle of the guidance is this concept of working with midstream suppliers and with choke points. So it's about recognizing those points in the supply chain, which where there are key points of transformation of a commodity, for example, or stages in the supply chain that generally require fewer actors. And building on what Walter said about the importance of strategic and non-duplicative assessments, I think what's important from the guidance is this principle of assessing at those choke points, but it also assessing the management systems and the ability and capacity of those choke points, those companies, those points of transformation, to do due diligence upstream. And that really shortcuts, if you like, the need for traceability, because you can actually ask the choke point to provide traceability, and then you as a company, as a user of that material, can then trace to that choke point. So a really good example in the mineral sector is that at least 5 different industry initiatives in the mineral sectors have refiner and smelter assessments, and that assesses key red flag risk indicators for where they purchase their raw materials. And that, of course, is really transformative. And perhaps a new choke point that is kind of emerging is actually much closer to market. So you're seeing also in the mineral sector that organizations like the London Metal Exchange, but also in Asia, increasingly different minerals exchanges, saying, look, we're only going to allow you to trade on our network if you can prove that you have got this assessment that's in line with the OECD guidance and the UN guiding principles. And this is a new trend. It's emerging and it's developing. We're not quite there yet, but I think it's really promising. And perhaps the final point I wanted to mention, I know I'm slightly running over my time, is the importance that none of this can be done without acknowledging cost sharing. And if we're really serious about doing due diligence in the lower tiers, we've got to not place the burden of doing that, as in the cost burden, on those lower tiers that may already be squeezed in terms of the supply chain. So a company being serious about due diligence in the lower tier needs to put into its contracts with its direct suppliers, yes, we expect you to meet these standards, but we also want to join with you in meeting those costs, and we won't place undue burdens that we're not reflecting in our costing and our purchasing practices. Some innovations, just very quickly. Digital tools will surely help, and we see a lot of developments from distributed ledger technologies like blockchain, open data sharing sites like the Open Apparel Registry. All of this will help build transparency, but of course it doesn't replace the need for companies to also really do the boots on the ground work, and as people say, good information in, good information out. Sectoral collaboration, I mentioned an example earlier. I see this as an innovation. It's not a technology innovation, but it's super important that so competitors talking to each other, but across the supply chain and with trade unions. And we see examples like the ACT initiative in the garment sector, where trade unions, brands, manufacturers are working together. And due diligence legislation, finally. It's building on these voluntary efforts, and it's going to drive greater uptake. So long as due diligence legislation, and we're really pleased to hear that the EU mandatory due diligence law that's in the works, they're planning to align with UN guiding principles and with the OECD guidance. So long as the legislation is aligned, it should help drive uptake. I'll stop there.
Excellent. Thank you so much, Dorothy. That was very rich and inspiring to hear about the different. And I think there's a lot of agreement probably around some of your last points, also around the cost sharing. I hear alignment here. But let me first now move on. This is very interesting, but we're already seeing the squeeze in time. So let me move on to Tulika. Tulika Bansal, who is Senior Advisor, Business and Human Rights at the Danish Institute of Human Rights. So Tulika, you have worked with a number of companies on human rights impact assessment. which is a first step of human rights-based due diligence. So how can human rights impact assessment help assess impacts down in supply chains? And what lessons have you learned from working on it with companies across a range of sectors and countries in the region? If you could talk us a bit through that.
Thank you, Marit. So first, I wanted to mention, for those of you that are not familiar with the concept of human rights impact assessment, the UN guiding principles say that companies should assess and address the adverse human rights impacts. However, the UNGPs do not explicitly mention HRIA or human rights impact assessment and how to conduct one. So an HRIA is a context-specific process for identifying, understanding, assessing, and addressing the adverse impacts of a business project or activity on the human rights enjoyment of impacted rights holders. So this includes, for example, workers, including workers down the supply chain, community members, or consumers. And it's important to mention that this is an exercise that cannot be done from a company's desk at headquarters level, but that it involves and focuses on those on the ground that can be affected on the ground. And we have developed a guidance and toolbox on how to conduct a human rights impact assessment that is publicly available. So how can a human rights impact assessment actually help companies to assess their impacts down their lower tiers in the supply chain? So during the impact assessments that we have conducted over the past decade, we have always done a deep dive into the supply chains, also reaching the lower tiers, as what we see is it's often in those lower tiers where there are the most severe human rights impacts. For example, due to the informality of the workforce in lower tiers. One concrete example from the region is a human rights impact assessment that we conducted about 1.5 years ago with the UK-based company Reckitt, who is the manufacturer of Durek condoms. We conducted an impact assessment in Thailand and went down to the level of smallholder rubber farmers and tappers that work on the rubber farms, where the main raw ingredient for condoms are produced. So after speaking with the predominantly migrant rubber farmers and tappers, as well as other experts that are knowledgeable about the working and living conditions in the sector, and spending significant time on the ground, we identified some of the more systemic impacts of the rubber supply chain. One being that the current rubber prices are very low and that the farmers are not earning a living income. And in response to this finding and the HRA report that we published, Reckitt then joined the Fair Rubber Association, and as part of this initiative, will pay a premium price to rubber farmers in Thailand to create financial resilience and provide them with a living income. So this is one example, but having conducted many other human rights impact assessments with companies in different sectors, including food and beverage, extractives and energy, we have learned a number of lessons about the importance of human rights impact assessments. So first, what we learn is that it's about risks and impacts to rights holders and not about risks and impacts to the company. So it's important to identify those that are most at risk in the company's supply chain, similar to what Dorothy mentioned. So not those that are most obvious or easiest to reach. So for example, in the palm oil supply chain in Indonesia or Malaysia, which is a very large and complex sector, it's important to identify those regions and suppliers where there are vulnerable groups present, such as indigenous communities or migrant workers. They may be the hardest to reach, but also the most important from a human rights perspective. Also, a human rights impact assessment requires time, resources, capacity, and buy-in from the company headquarters, the teams on the ground, but also the suppliers that you will involve in the assessment. And these suppliers, especially if they're smaller ones, will need support and awareness raising to understand what human rights are and what a human rights impact assessment process entails. And for example, how it differs from other processes that they're more familiar with, for example, social audits. and that the benchmark for such a process is different, that it's about international human rights standards and not national law, and that it's not a one-off exercise, and that it's not a pass or fail exercise, but a process to really change the systems. Another important lesson, what we found, is the importance of monitoring and evaluation after an impact assessment, to see what has really changed on the ground. We did an impact assessment for a company in Myanmar back in 2016, and we went back 2 years later to speak to the same stakeholders and rights holders to hear from them whether the company had addressed their concerns or not. And this proved a very valuable exercise, both for the company, for us as the Danish Institute, and for the stakeholders in Myanmar. And as a last point, I wanted to mention the importance of transparency. We see that more and more companies are conducting human rights impact assessments, but the number of impact assessment reports that are published and are available in the public domain are still limited. They still remain internal documents. But publishing such reports is very important to increase accountability. And what we have seen is that when companies publish them, they actually help them to take concrete actions. Then a very final point that I wanted to mention, which is important during the current times that we're living in, is the emerging practice of virtual assessments. It's very important that assessments and audits continue at the moment during the pandemic as a part of companies' efforts to conduct human rights due diligence, and technology can play an important role in this. However, such virtual assessments cannot replace actual assessments, as they come with certain human rights concerns. For example, when you do a virtual assessment, can you actually reach those that are most at risk? Can you reach those that are most vulnerable and those that are invisible? Because maybe the technology cannot actually reach them. Also, there may be some privacy issues associated with it. For example, how are videos conducted? How is the data saved and stored? So as companies turn to this new practice, it's important to take these issues into consideration, but also not replace this with actual assessments when they're possible again. And for example, working with local partners and organizations that are already in country, as technology cannot replace the boots on the ground.
Thank you so much. That was really interesting. And I think it provides a very good insight into how human rights impact assessment can help address issues, and how it links to instruments like the OECD guidelines and the due diligence there. So let me now hand over to Freddie, my co-moderator, who will give the second round of questions. And after which we'll have a short Q&A. We got a couple of questions, so I encourage the moderators to have a look at that, the speakers to have a look at that. But we hope to have a couple of minutes at the end for the Q&A. So Freddie, over to you.
Thank you, Marita, and thank you to all the speakers for these interesting insights. Because of the restrictions of time, I appreciate if we could keep the second round of answers short to 3 minutes. I would like to start with Walter Lin from SEDEX. What challenges have your members experienced in supporting suppliers under the current circumstances of the COVID-19? And how have you adapted the services you provide to support your members, both the buyers and the suppliers?
Thank you, Freddie. Thank you for your questions. To keep it short, I guess the challenge, there are totally 4 challenges I can see. The first is around, even like Dorothy mentioned, about the visibility of the whole supply chain continue to be one of the biggest challenges, because this is not only a problem during a crisis like the pandemic. Even before the pandemic, the visibility became a very common challenges for international companies as well. So even in the COVID time, the visibility of the whole supply chain become much more difficult. The second challenge, I guess, is more around buying company. They cannot assume how a supplier has been effective, but the people they normally contact at the supplier to gather this information may not be at work. So we know many of our members has experienced this at SEDEX because many of our members have placed people on furlough in the past 18 months, which means they are not be able to reach out to their direct supplier to understanding what really happens in the lower tier of their supply chain. And the third point is around without accurate data about how the supply and their workers has been affected, it's really difficult for a company to know what support the supply needs and what action the company must take to managing the impact on their own business. For example, the change in product availability due to a lockdown where suppliers are located. The final comment around the challenge, I'd like to say, because the pandemic is such a new and unusual situation, so there is no common approach to help business continue engaging with supply or all levels of their supply chain, or to identify the risk to supply caused by disruption. And obviously, as mentioned by Tulika just now, in-person assessment and site visit could not be conducted. So virtual assessment, virtual audit are widely too common, you can see from the markets. Regarding the support, I guess we are a membership organization. So the most important is we provide quite a lot of practical guidance through our website. So the small and medium-sized companies in our membership, they can still utilize these documents to really to understanding how they handle the difficult time during the COVID. For example, some of the guidance we produce, including purchasing practice and labor standards, but also the business and the people most vulnerable to the impact of the pandemic. And the other hand, we also produce some of the survey or the interview with our global members. So in January of this year, we analyzed data from around 1,000 suppliers directly to helping our buyer members to understanding the impact of their supplier might have experienced during the COVID. And the feedback is that the January survey shows that the financial support available for workers was very mixed, and also the garment manufacturing industry still in particularly continue to be severely affected. And last but not least, and because Tulika also mentioned about the virtual assessment, we do provide the virtual assessment to support our members during the COVID time, although it's not perfect, but because the auditor, also the buyer, could not be able to visit the site. So using these kind of video technology, worker voice technology, we are helping our members to maintain the visibility of the supply working conditions and the practice. So I guess that's the general actions we can take. But in generally, I think during the COVID time, we need to work not only with our customer members, but also with different stakeholders to working together to provide a support to get a visibility about the workers in the lower tier in the supply chain. So that's my comment on that. Brady, thank you.
Thank you very much, Walter, for highlighting these challenges related to visibility, lack of communication, as well as the challenges to adapt to the new circumstances, and also the fact how the assessments as well as the collection of data can inform the services you provide to your members. I would like to pass to Patuan from the ITUC Asia Pacific, from the representing the worker side. And I would like to ask you, well, in many sectors, the lower tiers of the global supply chains are increasingly populated by informal workers, and particularly workers in the gig economy. So from the perspective of workers, from your perspective, what are the challenges encountered in engaging the workers in the informal sector, particularly in the gig economy? And what do you see in terms when it comes to representation and how to start engaging them at the country level? Thank you.
So thank you, Freddy. Again, I would like to stress out that more and more workers across the regions actually finding themselves in the precarious arrangement. I mean, with little certainty over the job security, their salary, or even their working time. I think this is the reality in the regions. So for the workers in the informal economy, they lack of access to the social protection, as most of them are self-employed. The bargaining target actually is not with the employers, but in most cases with local authorities. They also often in dangerous job, but they are not covered by the OHS standard. This is for workers in the informal economy. Then for the workers in the gig economy, I think it's quite clear there is a huge power imbalance between the platform and then the workers. The workers do not have any say in the rules set by the platforms, including the design of payment and benefits. There is also no room for negotiating their working condition. As the gig economy is new in many countries, it remains mostly unregulated. Under traditional labor laws that do not take into account the emergence of gig economy, the workers considered as independent contractors who do not have employment relationship with the platforms. This denies them the rights to minimum wages and social protection, for instance. And then the on-demand natures of the work also force the workers to work longer hours to reach quotas, unlock benefits, or reach a certain amount of income. While there have been organizing effort among gig economy workers, they are unrecognized as union under the platform company because their freelance nature. However, with all this challenge, it does not mean our organizing work is worthless. Across the regions, our affiliates have expanded the organizing work to non-standard form of employment like platform workers. And in a number of cases, actually, unions have used collective bargaining to promote the standardizations of precarious workers. And of course, we here, as a trade unions, we also review and challenge the national legislations in terms of platform business. So I think this is from my end, Fred. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much, Patuan, for highlighting the fact that workers usually don't have any say in shaping the rules and the conditions when it comes to labor in these platforms. I would like to pass to Dorothy from the OECD. As you know, well, many companies are now committing to net zero carbon emissions. This will involve working with lower tier suppliers in reducing emissions in the supply chains. But the question is how to couple those efforts on the environmental aspect to the advancing labor and human rights conditions in the supply chains, and how to establish some strategies and synergies to couple both.
Thanks, Freddie. Well, I think I see it as a bit of a spillover effect. So essentially, government targets to be in line with the Paris Accord on greenhouse gas emissions are being passed down to the sectoral level. And of course, you're seeing examples from UN climate change and also some national-based sectoral initiatives like the Swedish initiative on textile initiative on climate action. So that's actually creating a kind of traction amongst a broader range of companies. And of course, they can't achieve their targets without engaging the lower tiers. So the spillover effect perhaps comes in from the perspective of needing to build longer term relationships with factories that already perhaps have reduced carbon emissions. And we know that having short-term relationships and low costs and such is one of the kind of contributing factors to wage and job insecurity and wages, low wages. There'd also be shared investment and financing, and also you could imagine there being some greater economies of scale on this traceability question. So I see that traction being a contributing factor here to synergies. But on the other side, and just to mention, there's going to be a great deal of disruption in supply chains. I mean, you can just see the example where more than 16 different economies have announced the phase out of internal combustion engine vehicles within the next 10 to 20 years. This is going to really mean that some supply chains will be scaled down, and there'll be new human rights risks associated with new commodity supply chains such as critical minerals, and also circularity may lead also to some disruption, need for disengagement on some cases in the supply chain. So it's just important, I think, to note that due diligence really as a tool will be really crucial in helping to navigate that and to actually mitigate the difficult impacts that may be associated with reorganization.
Thank you, Dorothy. Yeah, we hear you on this long-term vision in the partnership established between the buyers and the suppliers, as well as on the importance of traceability. I would like to pass to Lika from the Danish Institute for Human Rights, and I would like to ask you on the synergies that can be established between the human rights impact assessments as well as on the environmental and social impact assessments in addressing issues in the lower tiers, and how can the lower tier suppliers be best supported by the information provided by these assessments.
Thanks, Freddie. I think it's important to mention that environmental and social impact assessments are often obliged by law in certain sectors and industries before getting approval or permits to proceed with the project. And human rights impact assessments so far are still voluntary efforts for companies to practice due diligence and to assess and address human rights. So there is a difference between the voluntary and obligatory nature of these two types of assessments. However, they have quite a few synergies. They all aim to understand the adverse impacts that a project or a company has on affected rights holders, and they both include consultation of affected groups, and especially the most vulnerable ones. However, environmental and social impact assessments don't always look at, for example, labor rights issues down the lower tiers of the supply chain. And human rights can then bring a benefit because the UNGPs say that companies should look at human rights across all their operations and business relationships. So applying that human rights lens would be definitely a value add. Gender issues are also not always adequately incorporated into environmental and social impact assessments, as well as legacy issues or cumulative impacts. So applying a human rights lens can be very valuable, and it can also be a value add for the companies and suppliers because it can actually save time and resources, and it can also avoid so-called consultation fatigue because workers and communities have to be consulted as part of an environmental assessment, a social assessment, and a human rights impact assessment that can be very burdensome. And integrating human rights into environmental and social assessments will also prepare companies for what is to come. Dorothy alluded to the mandatory human rights due diligence legislation and the developments here. And this is going to be a requirement going forward for the companies that are based in the countries where this legislation will come, but also for the lower tier suppliers that do business with these companies. So it's very important that the lower tier suppliers are made aware of what it means to apply human rights, what human rights are, and that it's not merely a tick box exercise. And Walter also mentioned this, that it's important to understand what is in it for them, for them to understand the changing human rights and legal landscape, and that what the demands are from not only the buyers, but also from consumers and investors. And here the buying companies have an important role to play to provide training and awareness raising, but there's also a role for other stakeholders. We can think of local civil society organizations and trade unions that already support workers, but UN agencies and national human rights institutions can also play a role in raising awareness and making tools and resources available for small and medium enterprises that will soon have to deal with the developments when it comes to mandatory human rights due diligence. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Rika, for this answer and I mean for highlighting these synergies, especially when it comes to mapping the enlarged ecosystem of stakeholders and also mapping these affected groups, usually vulnerable populations, as well as including the gender lenses, as well as the assessment looking at the cumulative impact. I would like to go to our next speaker, Kritika from Linfeng. And I would like to ask you, how do you at Linfeng work with the major brands and retailers to integrate environmental, labor, and human rights issues in sourcing strategies? And how can companies ensure that price pressure from purchasing partners doesn't take away the financial space for suppliers to comply with requirements?
Okay, so for the first questions, I think it's important to understand what is Lean Fung. Lean Fung is our primary role is an agent. So we are representing brands and retailers in managing their supply chain. We are not, we do not hold final decisions, but we do work with them in the process. So how we can work with our customers who are brands and retailers at strategic level, we partner with our customers to devise the sourcing, compliance, and sustainability strategies. We give input to the supplier metrics, and we support them in implementing the planned activity that we have together. At operational level, through the network of our colleagues in various countries, we are acting as an extended team of our customers, specifically to compliance and sustainability. We are using risk-based approach to prioritize and advise our customers on where to prioritize their efforts and their resources. None of us have indefinite resources, then we have to put it where we create most impact. We also support our customers to help monitor, remediating, and capacity building the supply chain that they have. And we also work with our customers in terms of stakeholder engagement and also case management on the ground. So in terms of price pressure, I would in my opinion, the price pressure to the level that people take away basic human rights, these are the symptom of a very weak system and wrong work culture. So I'm not going to generalize that every multinational companies out there are demons. There are different ways that we can manage our sourcing. So if you want to conduct your business more responsibly, I would suggest that there are certain things that you need to implement in order to ensure that you have the right work culture and system to support you conducting your activity more responsibly. Number one is aligning and integrating compliance and sustainability expectation to sourcing strategies. It cannot be a standalone, unrelated, nobody wants to talk to department in your organization. You have to have a common goals and objectives, and it has to be cascaded down to individual level, and we have to hold people accountable for meeting them. So this is not just this is not a nice slogan on the wall, but actually we have a stake into it in order to make it happen in our organization. The workflow that you have, the core sourcing and merchandising workflow needs to embed compliance and sustainability as part of it. So there is no, working around it. It has to be part of the workflow. Then you also need to create a clear governance system to balance the power between the sourcing decisions and also compliance and business, compliance and sustainability. How you can balance that, how you can create a transparent decision-making governance around that. It is very important to create that culture. Fourthly, the organization need to have a clear understanding on the values of sourcing from certain area. For example,
Kritika will have
if
you.
we have to cut. Yeah, so you have to have the right system and being transparent, clear governance, and you have to select the right partner that you work with. Because if you cannot trust the suppliers you can work with, it would be very difficult to impact change and be a part of helping them sustaining the change, because they will be the one who also help us impasse the better management down to the lower tier of suppliers that they control.
Thank you very much, Kritika, for this answer and for highlighting the importance of communication and of the goals and the objectives and how to trickle them down to have an impact on responsible business conduct at the lower tiers. I would like to go our last speaker, Asif, from the Bangladesh Garment Manufacturers and Exporters Association. From your perspective, what is the role of brands in ensuring that companies in the lower tiers in the supply chains can invest and do invest in responsible business conduct? And how can stakeholders collaborate to ensure that issues are not only identified but also addressed?
Very good question. Brands play a very significant role here because they must ensure that there should be a guideline for the strategic collaboration between the upper tier and lower tier suppliers. The responsibility lies on them. There has to be written agreement of maintaining responsible business practices, which is needed while placing an order by the upper tier supplier to the lower tier supplier, and it has to be supervised and monitored by the brand. Formulation of a unified subcontracting guideline can also help in case of making the contract, because as we have seen throughout the discussions, many informal labor forces do exist in the lower tier of the supply chain. Due diligence of being compliant must be understandable by all the lower tier suppliers, and to create that awareness, brands must play a very, very important role. As low tiers follow the national rules and regulations, the government should also formulate policies or guidelines aligning with the international rules, which we are trying to do in our country. There has to be system for incentivizing factories that follow the compliance guidelines at the lower level of the supply chain. Let me just finish by saying that I think a question was raised about purchasing practices and how associations across the region can collaborate together. There are initiatives, ethical ETI is there, ACT is there. All the investments that has been made in Bangladesh factories, particularly I talked about the green factories, the LEED certified factories, all those investments did not at all result in any increase in prices. So that is our big challenge. If this kind of squeezing to the lowest prices continue, all the good efforts of trying to ensure environmental sustainability, human rights compliance, nothing will be possible to be continued, unfortunately. So the bottom line is the bottom line. Thank you.
Thank you so much,
See,
Asif.
thank you very much.
And
Yeah,
I'm
no,
afraid
I think.
Go ahead.
Go ahead, Mari.
We're afraid that we're running out of time. We're already slightly over time. We are getting some very interesting questions from on the chat, but we're afraid we might be cut off. So first, to start with, let me just thank all the speakers for your very interesting insights, and to the participants for being here and for posing interesting questions. I see that there's one question around just to kind of maybe take a couple of quick things. There's a question around how different is human rights due diligence from human rights impact assessment. My understanding is human rights impact assessment is part of human rights due diligence. I don't know if you want to add a quick word on that, Tulika or Dorothy.
Yeah, sure. Very happy to say one word. Human rights impact assessment is indeed the first step of human rights due diligence. And it's important to mention that human rights impact assessment then should be followed by using what comes out of the impact assessment to actually make changes. So for example, incorporating the findings of an impact assessment at the corporate level and adapting, for example, policies and procedures, and then using that to communicate on it. And it should be an iterative, ongoing process. Whereas a human rights impact assessment is usually an assessment that takes place in a certain time and place.
Thank you. We also have some questions around, we tend to assume supply chains are static or vertical, but they are often evolving or networked, and how we accommodate this more complex, realistic view when assessing lower tier risk. I don't think we have the time to get into it, but I think it's many of you are alluding to that, and that it requires the systems and perhaps sometimes also working with other platforms in terms of collecting information. But I don't know if anyone wants to add a quick note on that, or also there was a question around German draft for due diligence obliges national businesses to assess only second-tier companies if the German company has substantiated knowledge of possible violation. One of the participants were asking about if there's any views on that. I don't know if anyone of you want to give a very quick kind of word about anything like that. Otherwise, we will be probably cut off any second now from this session.
Marit, I'm happy just to quickly talk about the first question. So I think definitely due diligence and the engagement of midstream in all actors across the chain in taking responsibility for due diligence is going to help this situation. So you avoid this situation where a company says, well, actually, I stopped sourcing from that factory 6 months ago, therefore I'm not part of I don't have any responsibility with regards to that particular lower tier supply. That's a huge challenge, but it's a normal challenge, because it's true that companies do sometimes source and sometimes not source. So if there was greater ownership, particularly at the midstream levels, I think, and really working towards responsible supply chains versus individual responsible actors, this might help.
Thank you, Dorothy. Anyone else want to add anything before we wrap up? And I'm sorry sorry to all the participants also that we had to rush it in the end. Thank you. So we got the word, we need to wrap up.
Thank you.
So with that, thank you so much to all the speakers again, and to all the participants for a very interesting session.
Thank you all very much. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Thank you very much.
Good morning, good afternoon, good evening. My name is Pia Oberoi, and I represent the UN Human Rights Office based here in Bangkok as the Senior Advisor on Migration and Human Rights. I'd like to welcome you to today's session of the Responsible Business and Human Rights Forum on confronting hate and disinformation through ethical advertising. Together we can. The session is being organized by the UN Human Rights Office and our partners in the Conscious Advertising Network, CAN. Our session today will aim in broad strokes to answer two related questions. Firstly, what is or are the human rights concerns raised in the context of advertising today? And secondly, what is or are the solutions? In response to the first question, you will hear the issue as seen from the vantage point of human rights actors, and also as seen by advertisers and companies. Although there may be nuances, you will also hear a commonality of purpose, a desire to look at the issue through the lens of a big tent, and a determination to showcase practices that work. To the second question, speakers will outline solutions that lie both in the regulatory realm, particularly in terms of the technological and programmatic aspects of how advertising works today, as well as in the realm of narrative change, creating an enabling environment and vision for society, ensuring meaningful and diverse representation in advertising. Before I hand over to our distinguished speakers, a few words on the interest of the UN Human Rights Office in this topic, and particularly why we are excited to bring this conversation to the Asia-Pacific region. Our meeting today follows many previous discussions with our partners at CAN at the global level on how to bring human rights standards and guidance to the attention and interest of the world of advertising and marketing. This has been a dialogue of building mutual trust and understanding, learning each other's language, and seeking to identify entry points into each other's worlds. Our message is that human rights law and standards provide benchmarks and parameters for regulation, whether this comes in the form of legislative requirements or voluntary industry initiatives such as the CAN manifestos. At the same time, we are aware that this topic as a whole calls up new areas of human rights inquiry, the parameters of hateful speech, for example, or due diligence in the impact of algorithmic advertising. And to address these successfully, we also need meaningful partnerships. Over recent years, and increasingly in the context of the COVID-19 pandemic, but also in the context of the climate emergency, OHCHR has had rising concerns that xenophobia, racism, religious hatred, anti-migrant narratives, disinformation, and other content inciting hatred against people has flourished on social and traditional media platforms, as has the continued proliferation of business models that profit from spreading hate and disinformation. Seen from the particular perspective of migrants' human rights, it is important to recall the pervasive and disproportionate impact of such hate and disinformation on groups who already live vulnerable and marginalized lives in their countries of transit and destination. In this region and in others, we have and continue to see the scapegoating of migrants and other minorities as an easy win for those who seek profit or advantage from doing so. Through our work on narrative change on migration, OHCHR is also keen to support a broad conversation on how we can work together with partners in the private sector and in civil society to paint a picture of the communities we want to live in, moving away from a constant rebuttal of who we are not to showcasing who we are. This is also a foundational aspect of the prevention agenda that is so fundamental to the United Nations and speaks to the SDG agenda imperative to leave no one behind, to interrogate the kind of invisibility that marginalizes migrants and leaves them vulnerable to the pernicious effects of hate speech and disinformation. My question would be, in ongoing or future attempts to enhance representation in advertising, are we seeing undocumented migrants and other marginalized communities in the mirror held up by advertising? We cannot be satisfied with our efforts until this mirror represents society in all its diversity. And finally, we at OHCHR are interested to ground this conversation in the realities of the Asia-Pacific region. How do we contextualize and understand the local context? Who are the actors? Which are areas of particular concern? For example, in respect of widespread official disregard for the right to freedom of expression in many countries in this region. How do we battle hate speech and disinformation? Do companies invest resources to understand this context and apply safeguarding policies consistently across jurisdictions? Can we grow CAN in Asia and the Pacific? Our ultimate aim is to build and nurture multi-stakeholder dialogue and partnerships, and to ground them in local realities in order to uphold human rights. To debate these issues and more, we have for you today a panel of speakers who are not only hugely distinguished in their own fields, but cumulatively represent this unique partnership between brands, advertisers, and civil society. And I'm very excited to introduce you to them today. And I'll do that as they speak. We also look forward to the audience's active participation in our discussion, so please write your questions in the Q&A chat box as they come to you. But first, however, I would like to give the floor for our keynote address to Mr. Fernand de Verheyen, the UN Special Rapporteur on Minority Issues. Mr. de Verheyen assumed his functions on the 1st of August 2017, and his mandate has recently presented a report to the Human Rights Council in which he addresses the widespread targeting of minorities through hate speech in social media. The Special Rapporteur has extensive expertise on the human rights of minorities, as well as the prevention of ethnic conflicts, the rights of migrants, and the relationship between ethnicity, human rights, and democracy. Mr. Special Rapporteur, you have the floor.
Thank you, Pia. Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening, everyone. First, please allow me to thank the co-organizers of this UN Responsible Business and Human Rights Forum for Asia Pacific and the Regional Office of the United Nations High Commissioner for Human Rights and the Conscious Advertising Network for the honor of joining all of you here, at least virtually, from different parts of the world, and to consider how responsible businesses could, through ethical advertising, confront hate and disinformation with the rather catchy slogan, together we can. But how can we really? And what are we trying to address? To promote an inclusive narrative, one must first understand what we're dealing with. So please allow me, therefore, to be rather blunt as to what we're confronting today by setting part of the context of the challenges the world is facing right now. Hate speech and disinformation are creating the fertile ground for what the UN Secretary General Antonio Guterres described in the UN strategy and plan of action on hate speech in the following way, and I quote, "Around the world, we're seeing a disturbing groundswell of xenophobia, racism, and intolerance. Public discourse is being weaponized for political gain with incendiary rhetoric that stigmatizes and dehumanizes minorities, migrants, refugees, women, and any so-called other." But there's one thing, hate is not new, but the scale and speed of it in more recent years through social media is. In most countries where we do have reliable data that has been disaggregated, it seems that even perhaps more than 3/4 of hate speech targets minorities. And that means also migrants in most cases. We have situations which are well known, for example, involving the Baha'is as targets of hate speech, against Roma, mainly in Europe, anti-Semitism, Islamophobia, hate against Dalits or Asians or migrants of color, and those who are different from the majority. As a reminder, if we needed a reminder, the Holocaust did not begin with gas chambers. It started with hate speech against a minority. And the promise of never again seems feeble as the horrific head of even genocidal actions rears again against minorities recently, such as the Rohingya of Myanmar, of course, a religious and ethnic minority. This is a global trend. What has changed, however, is which we have not adapted sufficiently, is the speed and spread of persecution, which can be fueled like steroids by the tsunami of hate speech in social and other media as it enters the atmosphere. And it makes prejudice and intolerance almost acceptable. And let's be honest, it can prepare the terrain and normalize persecution of certain minorities and atrocities being committed against minorities, attacks against migrants, and so on. And therefore, we have an environment that encourages blaming the others and scapegoating of minorities and migrants. Now, unfortunately, the responses of the international community remains, well, let's just say, resolutely analog while facing messages of hate on steroids, targeting minorities and migrants in the digital world of social media. So if we need reminding, again, there are also increased risks of violence and atrocities committed against minorities and migrants in Asia Pacific. There are many examples that you're aware of, but also around the world, and even conflicts that actually have hate as the fuel. And there is, unfortunately, at times a reluctance to highlight who are the main victims and targets here. So let me repeat, this pandemic of hate and disinformation is being spewed mainly through private social media platforms. These are private businesses, businesses whose business model depend to a significant extent on the financial support of advertisers, of course, and the profits that they make from that, and also data mining and so on. So the reality today is that you have a handful of large companies operating on models that tend to exacerbate the polarizing views of certain views in society, and fueling, unfortunately, through hate and disinformation, exclusionary extremes of xenophobia, intolerance, nationalist views that target largely minorities and migrants in all parts of the world faster than the speed of light through social media platforms. Hate speech can, in some cases, must be prohibited. And here, I think it's increasingly becoming evident that there may be the need for the adoption of global legislation or a global framework in order to ensure that the responsibilities of social media platforms to avoid real harm caused by hate is respected. In other words, there are responsibilities that need to be recognized in relation to media. Advertisers actually can have a huge impact because they can affect on what is profitable. So what is needed is a message of unity, hope, justice, and change. A message that we're all actually aware of, or in many cases, we should be aware that we can actually promote a much more inclusive narrative where we're sensitive to, and we try to deal with the disinformation and hate, which target mainly migrants and minorities. We need, or rather migrants, minorities, those who are the targets of hate and disinformation don't need special treatment, but they need dignity, equality, and respect. And that's what we need to hear right now. But that's not what the business models of social media tends to focus and direct to. Advertising provides some of the tools to address these challenges. And let me mention very quickly some practices which illustrate the direction that needs to be considered, perhaps. I'm not sure how many of us remember, but we're actually celebrating this year the 40th anniversary of and I shall name the company, the Coca-Cola commercial, which involved a song or a jingle, which some of you will immediately recognize the name. I'd like to teach the world to sing in perfect harmony, which started airing on radio and television ads in 1971. There are a whole generation of listeners and viewers who still remember and can sing actually the first lines of that song. I won't do that, rest assured. The popularity of the jingle even led to a full-length song, dropping references to Coca-Cola at the time. So the song became a hit record in the US and the UK and other countries also. And the finished product featured on TV featured a multicultural group of young people lip-singing the song in a hill outside Rome, Italy. The global unity of the singers is emphasized by showing also the product they are holding are labeled in a variety of languages. And as a little side story, not everyone was delighted at the time. The then apartheid regime of South Africa asked that a version be made without any black singers. Coca-Cola refused. The product, that jingle, that advertisement, has been described by one magazine as one of the best loved and most influential ads in TV history. In 2000, Channel 4 and the Sunday Times in the UK ranked what began as an advertisement jingle as the 16th in the 100 greatest TV ads, and ITV in 2005 ranked it 10th in its list of the greatest advertisements of all time. So the idea of all of us, even those who are others, united in our diversity and differences, but still all equal and part of the same human family, that many of us still remember even 40 years later, shows the possible potential power of advertising. But advertising that celebrates these differences and diversity, including minorities, migrants, and others. And this is the powerful message which can be spread around rights-based and ethical advertising practices. So if we needed a reminder, with over $600 billion spent on advertising globally every year, advertising provides the fuel for traditional and social media platforms. And we can use that fuel to perhaps address xenophobia, racism, religious hatred, and anti-migrant narratives by discouraging, if you will, the misinformation and other content that incites hatred against people who are different. So we could do, the advertising world could do so much more and better. And the private sector needs to consider its role tackling the economics of hate with a different message and a different narrative. Can we sing in harmony? Well, yes, we can. But to do that, we actually have to provide a positive image, an alternative image that takes into account freedom of expression, but also the need to prohibit certain forms of hate and to legislate internationally and nationally if needed. Merci, shukran, shukriya, gracias.
Very much, Special Rapporteur. Thank you for a very inspiring keynote, despite the lack of jingles, I have to say. But it was very inspiring and important to hear you put so clearly what is at stake, why we're having this conversation, and to really showcase at the forefront the minorities, the migrant groups, the people that are invisible, that need to have that voice, that need to be centered in this conversation, and through representation as well. And I'm sure as we hear from our other speakers, we'll hear about ideas of how representation can be meaningful in a way that is impactful from the example that you shared. And thank you also for bringing up, kind of various innovative ideas around regulation and what is needed now, because you're right, hate is not new. Hate, we've always unfortunately had hate in our human societies, but we have a new iteration of how that hate is being spread, and we need new tools. And I think part of the conversation that we're having in these kinds of settings is really to think about where those new tools are. So thank you again, Special Rapporteur, and it was an inspiring keynote. I'm now going to turn to Mr. Jake Dubbins, who is the co-founder of the Conscious Advertising Network, and so the co-organizer of this session today. In his day job, Jake is managing director of Media Bounty, which is a leading independent, ethical, creative and media agency. Jake is going to introduce us to the Conscious Advertising Network and to the world of advertising more generally, and help us start to understand, those of us in the human rights world, where the conversation can start with advertisers and marketers. Jake, please.
Hi there. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening to everybody listening in. I'm hoping to share a presentation with you to walk you through the world of advertising, how advertising now works in 2021, and the intersection between advertising and human rights. So I will whistle through this presentation. There's plenty of examples and how some of these examples impact the Asia Pacific region as well. So Firstly, we're going to go through an introduction to digital advertising, where it can go wrong, and then a case study for where we were involved in something called the UN Global Compact for migration. And then after myself, we'll also explore the solutions from CAN, from the WFA, who are joining today as well, and from events or rather initiatives like the Unstereotype Alliance. So firstly, a quick crash course in digital or programmatic advertising. It's changed a lot over the past few decades. So it used to be a human buying space in a newspaper between television programs from another human. But now a lot of this has been automated by robots and machine learning, both online and increasingly in platforms like out of home and on TV, so addressable and connected TV. So the changes really meant that when everybody here looks at a news story or on your social media account, you know, it's not advertisers themselves that make the decision of when to show you the ad. It is the systems, the advertising technology platforms in between that decide to show you that ad. And that's really based on your personality traits, your browsing behaviors, and also people with similar behaviors. So largely advertisers are using the data that we share freely on the internet to target you with messages, you know, on the platforms that you're used to being on. So what that means actually in practice is that, sorry, this is meant to come through. So an advertiser like Amazon would place a bid on something called a DSP, which is a demand side platform. So they'd bid to place an ad. In between all of this, there is a digital marketplace for advertisers and publishers. It's effectively a trading floor, a global trading floor. And then that ad is then placed by the supply side platform, eventually at the publisher. So there's a huge amount of players through this whole program. It's no longer an advertiser saying, I want to show my words and pictures on this TV show. It goes through a very complicated, and some might say efficient, or some others might say opaque system to show you those ads. But it is very, very complicated. So this is, you know, just a snapshot of the Asia Pacific marketing technology landscape. It is very complex. There are a lot of people within this this arena, and effectively, all we're really doing is showing words and pictures to people. But it goes through a number of different stages to get there. So, as the Special Rapporteur rightly said, advertising fuels the internet. Without advertising, you know, we don't have Google, we don't have Facebook, we don't have a lot of the platforms that we all are on. We don't actually have a lot of the media. And Special Rapporteur said that, you know, 600 odd billion is spent on advertising. Half of that is on digital advertising. So last year it was estimated that 332 billion was spent on digital advertising. But obviously with that 330 billion, you know, with such great power, you know, comes great responsibility. And so with the Conscious Advertising Network, what we've tried to do is put together a voluntary coalition, to Pia's point, a big tent of over 125 organizations trying to help the ethics catch up with the technology of modern advertising. And that ranges, the members range from, you know, big advertisers like GSK, Jerry's organization, to O2, Telefonica, for example, Havas Media, Group M, to Accenture as well. But also the critical thing is the partnership between business and those that are working on the front line. So affected communities, NGOs, the civil society groups that help us define the problem a lot better than we as advertisers can do in our advertising bubble. So just a quick snapshot of what we're trying to do. We look across 6 manifestos: misinformation, hate speech, fraud, diversity and inclusion, children's well-being, and informed consent. I'll talk to you a little bit about hate speech and misinformation and where it does go wrong, and then obviously other panelists will move on to talk about what are the solutions. So very quickly, it's both a moral and a commercial imperative for advertisers. A conservative estimate says that $235 million in revenue is generated annually from ads running on extremist and disinformation websites. The special rapporteur talked about the economics of hate. This is a business model. This is a business model that is earning money through advertising. To give you an example, and yes, this is from Europe and North America, but I want to show you how this then impacts the online harm, impacts real world harm in places like Asia Pacific. So the Great Replacement is a conspiracy theory that states that with the complicity of replacist elites, that includes in their narrative people like the United Nations, white populations are being deliberately replaced by migrants, so non-European peoples. There is a group called Generation Identity. After the Christchurch terrorist atrocity, where 51 Muslims lost their life in Christchurch, this group held a protest calling for remigration and de-Islamization. Remigration actually means the deporting of non-white populations from Northern European countries and Northern American countries. Now this is the person that is behind this organization, Martin Sellner, and he had very close links to the terrorist in Christchurch. Now, his messages were being spread across various social media platforms. So this is him talking on YouTube. And unfortunately, at that time, this is no longer the case, but advertising is supporting this content. Advertising is literally funding this content. So where I was talking about earlier, Peloton they don't want to be funding this stuff, but because this ad is placed by the ad tech platforms in between and the robots and the machines that we talked about, they end up being on this content, which means that they are actively not just that their brand is next to this content, they're actually then funding this person and this organization. So like we said earlier, it's an economic model. I talked about the Great Replacement. The New Zealand mosque shooting, his manifesto was called The Great Replacement. So the conspiracy theories and the narratives that we see online inspire this sort of real world harm in places, very far away from where a lot of these conspiracy theories are being used. A quick case study, and this is something Pia will be very familiar with. We came to the United Nations General Assembly at the 70th anniversary of the Universal Declaration of Human Rights and presented to the General Assembly. In the lead up to that, we were looking at a lot of the conspiracy theories being spread. And actually, recently, looking back at this, a Spanish organization called Alto found nearly 50,000 Twitter users tweeting conspiracy theories about this event, taking extremist content from websites and using images, linking across borders. So again, this is organized stuff. In the lead up to the event, we did our research and typing in UN Global Compact for Migration. It wasn't mainstream narratives or narratives about the event from the UN. It was pretty much all far-right organizations, nationalist organizations, talking about this. And unsurprisingly, at that time, it was all monetized and supported by advertising. So again, it's the money that is paying for this sort of content. I'll just give you one quick example. Rebel Media were one of those organizations undermining this, what they won't tell you about the UN Global Compact for Migration. And just to give you a quick insight to who these people are, one of them, a man called Tommy Robinson, who talked about Muslims in these ways in 2019 and was removed from Facebook and other social media platforms. Another correspondent, the founder of the Proud Boys, Gavin McGuinness, who talked about Jews in this way on Rebel Media. And also Katie Hopkins, who in the Sun newspaper in 2015, so a long time ago, but talked about migrants in dehumanizing language, calling them cockroaches. So those are the sorts of reporters on Rebel Media. Rebel Media, so this was just one example. Now, what actually then happened is multiple countries pulled out of that. The US pulled out of the Global Compact. The Belgian government collapsed, and Brazil also pulled out. There were multiple countries that ended up pulling out because of this sort of misinformation. So from a political point of view, that's what can happen. But on the barrel of the Christchurch terrorist's gun, he scrawled this: "Here's your migration compact," on his actual gun that he used in that terrorist atrocity. And so he was inspired by these narratives and by this misinformation and hate that we see online. So like I said, it inspires real world violence, but it's happening now too. That was a couple of years ago. This is my militia in the US that were organizing the far right insurrection on the Capitol on January the 6th. Again, up until recently, big brands were advertising on this, not because they want to, but because that's where they're being placed. And again, the special rapporteur said that the Holocaust did not start with the gas chambers. This T-shirt on the right from the Proud Boys, for those of you who don't know, means 6 million wasn't enough. So, we think the same could happen to other events, and like the climate conference in COP26. I've been joined by my daughter. my daughter's joined. Don't know. Blue. Try that. Yeah. Okay. And so, yes, I'm nearly finished, by the way. So my daughter might come back again. So we're seeing a big increase in the in climate denial over the past few months. Our partners at the Global Disinformation Index are seeing quite a big spike in climate denial narratives and engagement on climate denial. And we're also seeing some messages being tested on some of the platforms as well, saying that climate change is a hoax, for example, and also that global warming doesn't exist. And again, the same incidents again, big brands are again sponsoring this sort of stuff again. So yeah, we also have seen that the start of, back to the migration issue, some of those actors, some of the far right actors that undermine these sorts of things are starting to talk about climate migrants and climate migration, not in a positive way. Thank you very much. That's all for me. So our ultimate goal is for the Conscious Advertising Network is for advertisers to incorporate the principles of our manifestos into their supply chain. Ultimately, it's the responsibility of the advertisers. It is their money, and we encourage advertisers to adopt the manifestos, but also really lean into people like the WFA and their work with the Global Alliance for Responsible Media. And any attempt to clean up this supply chain. Ultimately, hate and misinformation is an economic model. People are free to say what they like within the law, but they have no right to be paid. Thank you very much, and I appreciate the invitation and appreciate the opportunity to organise this with Pia and the team at the Office of the High Commissioner for Human Rights.
Thank you very much, Jake, and thank you, as usual, for a really entertaining and interesting presentation. I'm sorry I didn't get to see your daughter, but maybe she'll wander by later. I think it's important, the point that you made about the inadvertent fueling of hate, because I think the point that you made about the complexity of the ecosystem, and it's definitely news for those of us that don't work in the industry, but I'm sure within the industry as well, there's kind of the range of complexities that are there. The idea that this is a conscious choice, that you make conscious choices about where these ads are placed, etc., is not always true. So I think, as you say, the choices that can be made, there should be that choice. But what we're trying to do is bring more light, bring more information into the picture, bring the standards of human rights, the benchmarks and parameters that are provided to help the advertising industry to make conscious choices about what they do and where they advertise. So thank you for helping us join some of these dots. And I'll turn now to Jerry Dakin, who will also, I think, kind of lead us down that road of understanding more the issues that we're talking about today. Jerry leads paid advertising across GSK Consumer Healthcare's EMEA region. He also leads their global internal diversity and representation in marketing initiative, while externally he champions representation as co-chair of the WFA Diversity Task Force and is a voluntary director at Advertising and, of course, the Conscious Advertising Network. Jerry, I'm delighted that you could join us today. Please go ahead.
And thank you very much for having me. It's a real honour to be able to address this audience and to, as the speakers before me have said, to try and lift this conversation up and move it forward. Ian did a wonderful job of explaining I wear a few different hats, but I guess ultimately I'm here to try and bring a brand voice to show as an advertiser, as a marketer, what some of our perspective on that is. And you'll hear from a couple of us and also the World Federation of Advertisers today. So apologies for some similarities, some overlap, but I think it's important to bring this to life for some different perspectives. If you don't know GSK Consumer Healthcare, we're a big global consumer healthcare business, part of a wider pharmaceutical company with brands like Sensodyne, Panadol, Advil, Eno, Otrivin. You may well use yourselves right across the Asia Pacific region. I also volunteer at the Conscious Advertising Network, which brings me here today, and also with the World Federation of Advertisers. So this topic of sort of having a passion for diversity, for inclusion, for sustainability, and ultimately to challenge our marketing industry to do better is something that's really close to my heart. And I think broadly within the wider advertising industry, certainly this topic of diversity and inclusion, no doubt spurred on by some recent events, some of the context Jake mentioned, global moments like the Black Lives Matter movement have certainly put a pressure on the industry to kind of consider what its role is in that. We look internally first. I think as an industry we are far from being as diverse and as inclusive as we need to be. There's a lot of work to be done then. We also look, and a great example from many years ago from Coca-Cola that the Special Rapporteur mentioned, but we look at the content we produce, the marketing we produce. Advertisers have billions and billions of touch points with consumers around the world. Are we using those positively to break stereotypes, to unstereotype content, to truly represent consumers, or are we often, unfortunately, doubling down on stereotypes? Do we show women as housewives all the time? Do we show less of some of the ethnic minorities that exist within our countries, within our markets? So there's a real challenge that we need to do better there. And then there's this topic that is a key part of what we're talking today, which is our media spends, our actual advertising, where we spend money, whether it's on TV, on Facebook, on display, those banner adverts you see around the internet. We need to understand that also has a role in this space. And that's actually, I'm sure for many of you in this forum, this is quite new to you. Even within the marketing world, this sense that we have a conscious responsibility with our advertising and our media spend is quite new for us as well. I think people don't always think in that way, and it's a new muscle we're trying to encourage people to think. So as marketers, in my day job, I spend very little of my time, I'll be honest, thinking about human rights issues. And I'm sure most of you joining this forum today spend even less of your time thinking about programmatic advertising, which is that clever computer-controlled advertising Jake was simplifying a bit earlier. So it's definitely bringing different communities together. I think that's why this is such a powerful forum. For us, as one business within that, we spend over £1.5 billion on paid media advertising globally. So even as one entity within that world, we can fund a lot of good things, or if we're not careful, a lot of bad things. I like to think we do fund a lot of good things: journalism, positive content, a lot of the TV we watch, a lot of the great internet sites. Although, of course, social media platforms have their challenges, they've also been responsible for some great human rights progress and movements. And a lot of that is advertising funded. But I think a key message that I'll echo that Jake said is there is a lot of complexity here. you might say unnecessary complexity, and I think there's definitely a role that we as an industry need to do to simplify things. But within my own company, we have over 1,000 marketers. Within my own region of the Europe, Middle East and Africa, we have over 300 people working at our media agency trying to buy and plan and work what advertising we need to buy. Yes, there are big platforms like Facebook and Google, which have huge responsibility and impact in this space. And across the board, we need to hold those partners even more accountable than they are. But there's also this really long tail of websites. Sometimes big advertising campaigns can appear on over 100,000 different websites. So, you get to a point where it's far too many for a human to have picked all those sites, and also potentially far too many for a human to even check what all those websites were. That's where some of this risk comes in. Now, of course, there are things we can do to be much more limited in where we appear, what we feature on. We could make sure we only appeared on some of the biggest, most well-known websites. But there are risks with that as well. It's important that we fund a broad perspective of views. We want minority opinions, diverse voices, small emerging news channels and local reporting to be funded. We want a healthy ecosystem that isn't just big global platforms or dominant media sites having all of our money. We want to make sure we reach broad and diverse audiences, and therefore it's not always as simple as being able to say we can just cut off that long list of sites. We need to find a way to approach it. And so to try and build on what Jake was saying, I wanted to bring to life just a few of the things that practically as advertisers we are doing, and again echoing that there's much more that needs to be done. But one of the things we at GSK do, we're part of the Conscious Advertising Network. We're also part of the World Federation and something they have called the Global Alliance of Responsible Media that Ranji might touch on. We are actively part of a global conversation to challenge platforms and move the industry forward. I think coming to a forum like this and being able to speak to the United Nations about it is a key part of that. And don't underestimate the power and the brand that the UN has. When we had a similar session in Geneva 18 months or 2 years ago, and when we came back to the marketing industry and shared our experiences there, it was hugely impactful for people to realize, wow, this stuff really echoes on a global stage. What's our role within it? The big thing that brands do try and do is something that we would broadly call brand safety. That's the steps we take to try and avoid some of the terrible things Jake shared. Without getting really complicated, there's basically a range of technology partners that can help us with that. Often it uses long keyword lists where you have long lists of exclusion words where you say as an advertiser, I won't appear alongside any content that mentions these words. Technology is evolving, approaches are evolving. That's getting better and more sophisticated. Because again, you have to be careful. You might want to block obviously you want to block hate speech against minorities, but if you do that in a very broad way, you accidentally block all positive journalism, all positive coverage of that same audience. So we have to find very careful ways of approaching that. We have to make sure that as we protect against the worst stuff, we don't accidentally defund the good stuff. And actually, for me, one of the biggest opportunities here that I'm really encouraging more marketers to jump on is deliberate and positive inclusion. So don't just think about how you exclude the worst parts, though absolutely we have to do that as an industry. Think about how we deliberately include the good parts. How do we absolutely make sure that our media spends are reaching and funding diverse voices, quality journalism, high quality entertainment, the kind of things we would be proud of as marketers to invest in. And for us, that sometimes means individual partners with local news companies, local diverse owned and operated media companies. Sometimes it means within that computer-controlled programmatic advertising, building out networks and sets of many smaller companies where we try and make sure our media does get there. So there is lots being done, but those approaches are flawed. They're not perfect yet. There's work to be done as an industry to get better at that, and there's definitely work to be done to encourage more advertisers to have stronger and stricter settings in those places. Just to conclude, Pierre also mentioned that one of my hats I get to wear is an internal job at GSK where I drive our representation and diversity in marketing initiative. And that is very much coming back to our content, our suppliers and our media, the entire mix. How do we make sure our marketing mix is truly representative. And for us, that has particularly means a lot of our content. And so we've been training all 1,000 plus of our marketers will go through training this year around bias, around the need to have positive inclusion in our advertising. And we're really pushing our marketers that as we create content, as we create marketing, we need to not just think about average people or perfect people or the maybe the traditional stereotypes you've seen in marketing. We absolutely also need to feature the true diversity of our consumers, whether that's racial, gender, LGBT, whether that's age, class, many different functions of consumers. And for us as a personally and for us as a business, it's really important that our advertising does do that. We're a healthcare company. We believe in total healthcare for all humans, and that means truly representing and serving our consumers. So yeah, just to echo what Jake has said, there's a real challenge here that emerged from some of the complexity about modern marketing. Many brands are trying to tackle that, but we absolutely need to do more. And we really welcome the partnership of influential organizations like the UN in raising that agenda and helping us do so. Thank you very much for having me.
Thank you very much, Jerry, for being so eloquent as usual. I won't make the mistake I made in Geneva of trying to summarize or kind of encapsulate what you said. But what really struck me was the call to make efforts to include the good stuff, because I think that's exactly where we want to go. We need to recognize the bad stuff, and certainly from the human rights side, we're here to help you kind of disentangle, disaggregate, where the harm can happen. But in a sense, we need you to lead the charge of doing what you guys do, which is to showcase, the best and the most diverse. And so I think it's, thank you for setting out some solutions. I know that the colleagues that follow will also pick up on some of these aspects and run with them. But thank you for really, you and Jake for really kind of setting our session in good hands and on a good footing in this very complex topic that we're looking at. Thank you again. Next, we have Ruchira Jetli, who leads product portfolio planning, marketing, and go-to-market for India with HMD Global, which is a Finnish startup. A B2C business and marketing professional for the past 23 years, Ruchira was responsible for building some of the biggest brands for PepsiCo in India, for harnessing India-led innovations and leveraging global playbooks to bring alive brands from Pepsi, 7-Up, Mountain Dew, and Mirinda to Lay's and Cheetos. And before I give you the floor, I just want to say that my son particularly would be delighted at the list of products that you've been responsible for. But I know that you'll also be able to speak very passionately and personally to the situation of your brand and how to take marketing forward in the country context in India. So please, Ruchira, you have the floor.
Thank you so much, Pia. And first of all, thank you for inviting me to this forum and being a part of this panel. And I do agree, by the way, with Fernand about the message that Coke put out. As much as they were competitors for me in my earlier role, it is something that as a marketer and as a business owner, it is of huge importance to us. Let me start out by really talking about what we're going through today and the perspective that I'd like to bring to this panel. We're in the midst of what one would say once in a lifetime pandemic, and I truly hope it's a once in a lifetime pandemic. The scale and the global ramifications of this are sure to be very long lasting. And equally, we are debating today how this shall shape the future, whether as a business, as a marketer, as a society, right? And the currency that's being traded across countries today, the most today, is trust. There is a huge trust vacuum in a lot of countries across the world. What, who, how do we trust? And bear with me when I come to the point, because when we talk about one industry, which is at the heart of connecting all of us today, and equally at the heart of this debate, it's technology, really. And social media in particular, as pointed out earlier by some of my colleagues on this panel. Because in my country, one could argue that at the peak of the second wave, which was just about 3 weeks ago, And I think a lot of us saw the kind of devastation it brought for so many families. Social media was also at the heart of providing hope, support, and even solutions for consumers far off. And no, I'm not plugging social media here, but it's the truth. Because there was a someone who would find out about someone else who could help the third someone to get, I don't know, advice, medicines, access to life-saving care, and hopefully to actually save a life at the end of it all. So there's no argument that with this pandemic, there is a trust deficit and technology is actually coming in to fill the void. That I think should also help us understand why there is this huge energy and this force that's shaping the way we are connecting with each other and what we're consuming. Because one of the biggest challenges on technology today is what we spoke about, right? Misinformation and hate. And the fact remains that digital transformation is this great reset that's happening to civilization, so to speak. And there's absolutely no going back. So whether it's grandmothers ordering groceries online to children who are accessing education in far-flung areas, and that's certainly the case in a country like India, which is absolutely vital to their continued growth and development. There's no going back, and there's no way that we want to take that away. But equally, the nasties that come with it, and there's no other word for it, is what, as a business and as a brand, we have to confront every day. And we cannot step away from it. And I think both Jake and Jerry spoke about that. Because going digital means that the world is now flexing to a digital information first oriented culture, society, world, right? And therefore its impact is all pervasive. It all depends, and the speed, my gosh, depends on the speed of the processor on your phone or the network that you have access to. But whichever way you look at it, information is spreading wider, it's spreading faster, and to many, many more people in a unique share model. It's about really talking to a market of one. It is one-on-one marketing. It's not just about the group. It's what I want to see. It's my unique, deafening, I would say, echo chamber, which we're all very well aware of, and probably we all inhabit as well. And in that echo chamber, can you imagine a world where consumers, customers, society, communities go directly, via this media, really to businesses and brands that they choose on this media platform? And what does it mean for a business or a brand that's been unwittingly caught between? And I think, we spoke about that earlier. Those algorithms, that positioning, that programmatic or contextual ad, which has absolutely no context to your brand or to your business. It is really a unique phenomenon. It's something that marketers, you spoke about my 20 plus years, which give away my age, but also tell you about the evolution that we have lived. I mean, there's nothing that prepared us for this, even as a brand or a business. So it is a unique phenomenon. I'm actually going to use a source of information, which is a 21st Global Edelman Trust Barometer, which is a study that was done in 27 countries. It's 21 years of this. It represents both informed digital consumers and also the general population. And it is supposed to represent, the population across these 27 countries, across the world, developing, developed, etc., with a focus on a certain number of countries. Now, the interesting thing, and this came out some time ago for the year 2020-21, media today is at a record low in terms of trust, whether it's search engines, traditional media, owned media, social media. So media, which was the purveyor of all information, is now recording the lowest trust ever that communities and people and society across the world, these are just average Joes across the world, who do not believe that media is fair. And guess who's coming back on top? And this was a surprise for me. This is something I'd never seen before. Ahead of institutions like media, like I spoke of, government and NGOs, business is sitting on top as the most trusted. And why? Because it's seen as both competent and ethical. And that might be a surprise to a number of people on the panel. But I think what this says is that businesses are being expected to step up to the ethical challenges in the vacuum that you're facing on trust in the world today. And that is such a revelation for, I think, businesses. And this goes beyond some of the ethics expected, right? Or some of the fair practices, which is transparency and accountability, fair payment, no child labor or forced labor, gender equity and representation, really, of genders, and respect for the environment. All of these are things that we know of. We know brands, we know businesses making that transformation. It has to be, it goes way beyond that. And we're not just talking about the symbolic stuff like showing that diversity exists, a rainbow of faces or breaking stereotypes. And I'm sorry, I'm being a little harsh maybe on my own community, because there's some classic, simple, let's do this and we can get away with it. We spoke about the fact that we can't always show women cooking or in the kitchen, or students always studying, or reinforcing inequities really, especially for those voices that have less of a bargaining power. Less bargaining power than maybe the rest. How we're represented in media, this goes way beyond that. It goes, and I think CAN does a phenomenal job of really putting out that manifesto. It goes about not about ad fraud. And remember, we're talking about a technology-enabled world. So in the context of technology, how do you get diverse media and diverse voices ahead? How do you empower the lowest denominator, not just the most powerful spender or the most powerful search engine? How do you have informed consent really for marketing, for those cookies, for for consumers and the way their data is being used? How do you ensure that children's well-being is looked after? They are accessing the same devices. They're using it for education today. How do I ensure that there aren't the wrong kind of media pop-ups? And how do I ensure, most important, that misinformation is not being actively traded? And as a business, one could argue, why is that my job? Because I'm here to sell a brand. But it is because businesses are gaining trust the most by being the guardian of information quality. I'm again referring to the same study. A business has to guard information quality, otherwise consumers will stop trusting it. And it's no good to turn around and say, I didn't have control over the medium. So as a business owner, as a brand owner, as a marketer, as an advertiser, this is possibly the most important thing for you to invest on, to say, where are my ads being served? Who are they being served to? How are they being consumed? Let me give you an example. A few weeks ago, what came out in India was that influencers, and today an influencer is possibly the most powerful leader in the world. Global reach, unpredictable legions of fans, breaking language, country barriers. There's absolutely nothing that they can't overcome. So in an action that was more about self-governing advertisers, the Advertising Standards Council of India issued guidelines saying all sponsored influencer content had to be declared and labeled as such. This was ahead of the legislation in the government. Why? Because brand placements, product content integrations, all of that had to be flagged to a consumer, because it's not good enough to go out and say this is just content. This is misinformation. And if you ask me, that's just a very small measure. We're talking about hate speech. We're talking about getting your ads served, with Holocaust deniers. We're talking about people, who are taking words and meaning out of context and twisting it around, fake news, morphed images. You don't want to be seen with that, because as a business, you're going to lose trust in consumers, right? So ethical advertising and tackling information, today is not only it's a priority, it's something that's become more or less a mandate for an organization to put into their manifesto, is my point of view. We have to invest right. We have to engage with publishers on dialogues constantly on how to get better, because those algorithms are being served up. Encourage more and more advertisers to join the same as well. It's not good enough for a few large global companies to do it. It's about the small companies as well signing up. And finally, to be the change we want to see, which is one of my favorite sayings said by Mahatma Gandhi. Because, and that's certainly the way we see it at HMD Nokia, whether it's on saying that we're going to show authentic consumers, be honest about what we do, and about the way we use your data, where it's stored, and how we will not market without consent. And there's not a pitch for my business, but it's stripping away the filters. We spoke about it earlier, right? On age, image, beauty stereotypes, really, and putting them out there, and therefore being responsible for the kind of image issues that young kids have today. And being a brand and a business that represents the many, because we are all here to serve the many. We're not here to serve the few. And I think this is something I feel absolutely passionate that as an industry, we have the means, we have the intellect, and we certainly have the data to be able to make that change. So the question is, how do we do it? And forums like this are the ones where connecting with and putting out these opinions, I believe, is extremely important in this time and age. Thanks. That was really what I had to say. And I loved listening to what, of course, everyone else said. But I think this is a space that's evolving so fast that it's quite possible, Pia, we do this next week. And we're going to have a completely new set of data points and things that we absolutely need to cover. So yeah, thanks for this.
Thank you, Ruchira. I made a note. We'll do this next week then. No. Thank you very much. And as expected, thank you also for bringing the perspective, from down on the ground to say that it is about everybody in the ecosystem that is walking the talk, if you will. Thank you. That was really, really interesting. And it was also interesting for me to hear about the role, the trust that is placed in business. We've always said here from the human rights or CHR side, that business has such an important public voice, and it has such an important public voice, particularly in regions such as ours, where the public voice of some governments is suspect, or that they don't fill the space that they should do in terms of a good governance perspective. And so we really do recognize and appreciate where you have business that wants to step into those roles and to say, we are a societal player and we have a role, a voice to make the society into the image that it should be. So thank you very much for giving us that really important perspective. And I think our next speaker, Ranji David, is going to take us further down that road as well, to give us a sense of what is possible and what has been done. So Ranji is the Asia Pacific Director of Marketing Services at the World Federation of Advertisers that we've heard of before. Ranji has over 20 years of experience across marketing capability, communications, and digital transformation, having worked with and consulted for a variety of consumer businesses, including Samsung and Audi, and was formerly the Executive Director of the IAB Southeast Asia. Ranji, I can't wait to hear what you have to say, so please, you have the floor. And I know you have some slides as well. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Pia. To Jerry's point, there will be some overlap in what I'll share, but I think these issues aren't just business critical, they're human critical. And it's not a bad thing, I think, that we reinforce some of these points. Before I jump into the slides, we've talked a lot about the ills of advertising, but I think there is a mighty amount of good that can be done, and actually already has been initiated by advertisers to make marketing better, or as in our maxim at the World Federation of Advertisers, to drive better marketing. At the WFA, we wholeheartedly believe that advertisers can be part of the solution as trusted, responsible businesses. I love that Ruchira mentioned that glorious statistic from the Edelman Barometer. In some of these instances, you'll see, I'm really happy to say that advertisers not only have set the standards that need to be upheld as we uplift the industry, that we love, with a great opportunity to do good. And to that point, it is such an honor to represent the brand voice to this audience. Just going to check that we've connected on the slides. Perfect. Just going to go back. I think we are one slide ahead. There we go. All right. So this being a UN panel, it really only makes sense to start with a UN initiative, namely the hugely inspiring Unstereotype Alliance, convened by UN Women and referenced by Jake a little bit earlier. So thanks for that, Jake. Some of you may already know about this incredible industry-led initiative convened by UN Women that was launched at Cannes in 2017 with the aim to unite industry leaders, decision makers, and creatives to end harmful gender stereotypes in advertising. The WFA is very proud to be a founding member. Jerry knows this well. GSK are also members. And that I think was the start for the journey for us, the WFA. And that was followed by making sure our slides are, there you go. Our journey really to drive diversity and inclusivity in advertising. We have the WFA task force that has convened just under 30 brands, agencies, NGOs, that has come together with the mission really to create and curate the knowledge and resources driven to drive measurable change. We helped set and challenge the global industry agenda, and the aim is to really catalyze national initiatives, drive that change locally so that diversity can thrive everywhere. We are so blessed to have Jerry Dakin as WFA Global Diversity Ambassador on this, and he's such a great voice for us. And really at a industry level, individual level, this is something we all can come together. That Big Tent Pia mentioned, to really impact the change we want to see. The goal here for us is to develop tangible, actionable guidance that advertisers can not only be inspired by, but also really easily and effortlessly implement. So you're not going to be able to read the fine print across that diagram at the top right of the screen, but I think it's an excellent and easily applicable 12-step roadmap to help advertisers identify and then dismantle where bias can occur in the creative advertising process. It's just one of many guides we published. The first, as our commitment as a founding member of the Unstereotype Alliance, was a guide to progressive gender portrayals in advertising in the case for unstereotyping ads. We published this in 2018, and I'm so happy to say that since then, it's been translated from English into Spanish, Portuguese, and also Turkish. What's next? Maybe an Asian language, I hope. So I hope that's something we look to do. Next up, we have the Global Alliance for Responsible Media that both Jake and Jerry referenced. We have now, close to 100 members the world over in what's truly a really uncommon collaboration to improve digital safety. We have national advertiser and agency associations from IACA across Europe to the Malaysian Advertisers Association as part of GARM, as we reference it. We have TikTok and Twitch. There's Publicis Media as one of many media networks, P&G, Facebook, to Friesland Campina. The goals are simple and straightforward, and I won't go into all of that, but it really is about establishing shared universal safety standards. Jeremy talked about that for advertising and media. We want to improve and create common brand safety tools across the industry. It's about that common good, a shared agreement, a shared platform, a shared set of terms laws to come across, to all come together on, and mutual accountability and independent verification and oversight. So, in terms of our goals, it's really about bringing everyone together for the common good. It's not just about brands as well. We also engage with NGOs involved in civil society and safety with a focus on safe uses of media and tech. Ruchira talked about the tech bit, and that's something we definitely understand and appreciate. We have a core group of NGOs that we consult with at least once a quarter. And that ability to also consult the likes of Consumers International, Amnesty International, UNICEF, the Anti-Defamation League, the Journalism Trust Institute is important because of the wider perspective they bring to our work on the brand side. And I'm really proud to say that as of November 2019, GARM is a flagship project of the World Economic Forum platform for shaping the future of media, entertainment, and culture, and that's a responsibility we certainly don't take lightly. And then, we started with a great solution initiated by UN Women, and I'm happy to close with another initiative that looks at, inspired by the UN, and in particularly the UN Sustainable Development Goals, the SDGs, and how these are really a galvanizing force for advertisers. So the recently published WFA Marketing and Sustainability Research, this is developed in partnership with Project 17, the BVA Nudge Unit, informed by, I think, 680 or so marketers across 34 markets, including Asia Pacific. Nearly 80% of respondents, and these are senior marketers the world over, reported taking actions tied specifically to these goals. And among the 17 SDGs, the 4 most frequently cited were climate action, responsible consumption and production, gender equality, and good health and well-being. Ruchira spoke to the good work, done on the ground in India, well, at least during the recent COVID challenges. And I know during that, so many brands and so many of our members were significantly less focused on advertising and marketing campaigns per se, more focused on getting oxygen and medical and health support to their teams and their families. And to me, it goes back to the points made that advertisers can be part of the solution, whatever the solution looks like, towards making positive impact, positive change for people. On the back of that, we've launched the WFA Planet Pledge. It's a framework designed to help advertisers connect to the global race to zero. And the focus here is on scaling the accountability on marketing organizations. Jerry talked about the initiative GSK have to train, I think, close to 1,000 marketers and bring it up to speed. Education is so critical in these things to harness the power of marketing communications and really to reinforce a trustworthy marketing environment. Unilever, MasterCard, L'Oreal, Danone, Dole have signed up with more advertisers coming on board, and we certainly welcome more to join us in the journey. Because, and I'll reference this that was said to me when I first joined the WFA, that if you want to go fast, go alone. If you want to go far, go together. It's about partnerships. It's about alliances. It's about collectives. I am, so proud to work for an organization that is pot committed to impacting and influence positive change. But I will, be the first one to acknowledge that all these initiatives I've referenced aren't the only ones available to anyone in our business who wants to make marketing better. These don't belong to the WFA alone. We have exceptional partners that I mentioned to walk the journey with. And to Pia's point, it's about partnerships, right? Where the whole really is greater than the sum of its parts. And that can certainly be said about Asia. We are in a region with diversity baked in. One country's majority race or religion is another's minority, and being sensitive to that, the solution, I think, really in this part of the world is to be hyper-local. The macro issues are global, universal, but, to an extent, but to make a real impact, we need to do that in micro level. And for that, I am very grateful for an association, an network of national advertisers associations in Asia. In addition to associations from Pakistan to the Philippines, India to Indonesia. One of our members is the Association of New Zealand Advertisers. Jake referenced the terrorist attacks in New Zealand, and when that happened, they took on the role of rallying their members to take a stand, withholding investment on the social platforms until the appropriate safeguards were put in place to prevent the broadcast of diabolical content, from being broadcast live. And they spoke to us about it. We were more than happy to stand in allegiance with them. And we look to these associations to help us understand the local nuances and to co-author the best approach to take at the ground level, because it's important, clearly that with inclusivity, it mustn't be about imposition, and where we can co-author, why not? So, this certainly isn't the one end goal where we can say, okay, that's the goal and job done. We're set for forever. This is a dynamic process. It's a constantly evolving journey. There is no great marketing. This is an iterative process. Where as long as we're all committed, I think, to a shared vision of what better looks like, advertising will be okay. And we all get to be part of the change towards better marketing. So happy to do this with everybody, and we welcome all voices into the conversation. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ranji, and thank you, as I suspected you would do, of uplifting us as well, by really kind of giving us concrete examples of where coming together has made a difference, and where you've seen advertisers take a stand, kind of unusual partnerships and unusual alliances really kind of have resulted in the kind of action that we'd like to see. So thank you very much, because I think that's been really important in this discussion. It could be easy to get too caught up in the challenges and in the complexity of the whole thing. And so it's really great to have these different perspectives. And on that note, I'd like to end our panel, last but definitely not least, with a perspective from civil society that is very used to kind of operating in a space where there are so many grey areas in terms of some of the issues we've been talking about. Freedom of expression, how you defund, who do you defund, what is the good stuff, how do you, kind of continue to uplift it. So I'd like to welcome Caroline Silver, who is Program Manager for Asia, Article 19. Caroline joined Article 19's Asia Pacific program in January 2019, where she contributes to a range of work in the region to promote the right to freedom of expression. Caroline has worked in human rights law and refugee law for several years and was a law clerk at the Constitutional Court of South Africa. Caroline, it's a real pleasure to have you. Please, you have the floor.
Thank you so much, Pia, and thanks to all of the panelists who came before me. I'm in the privileged position of being last, so I will pick up on some of the points that were made by other colleagues, because I do think we're very much on the same page about a lot of what we're talking about today. But just to give you, first of all, a brief introduction to Article 19, we're an organization that works globally to protect the right to freedom of expression. And so that means we work on a range of topics, from media freedom to digital rights, transparency, civic space, and also hate speech. And sometimes people are surprised about, why are we working on hate speech? Aren't hate speech and freedom of expression sort of the opposite of one another? But I want to make clear that for us, freedom of expression means having an enabling environment for expression. It means having diverse voices that are able to participate in discussions. And for that reason, hate speech and also disinformation can be very exclusionary and can actually degrade the right to freedom of expression. And so we do a lot of work on hate speech. It's a very important issue for us. And some of you may be familiar with our hate speech toolkit. If you aren't, I would encourage you to look it up. It's on our website, it's online, it's been translated into many languages. But it does lay out some of the international standards that do exist around tackling hate speech, and how to, as you mentioned, Pia, how to address hate speech while protecting all relevant human rights. And some of the most relevant standards there are the Rabat Plan of Action, Human Rights Council Resolution 1618, on combating intolerance and discrimination. And what's clear from those international standards is that state regulation is absolutely not enough. And we have many examples, including from the Asia Pacific region, where legislation that's purportedly designed to combat hate speech is actually selectively deployed against religious and ethnic minorities. And then we can see a similar dynamic with disinformation. With the COVID pandemic, we've seen so many new legal measures trying to combat fake news, so-called fake news. And that ends up many cases being deployed against journalists who might be promoting a narrative that the government doesn't like. And so regulation is not the only answer. Those international standards that I mentioned before, they already envision a whole of society approach. That means that we all have a role to play in combating hatred and combating disinformation, and certainly advertisers have such an important place in this conversation. And we see engaging with advertisers as really such an important opportunity to address really a range of issues. First of all, I want to make the point that I think Jerry was sort of making this point earlier, which is that it's not only about sort of defunding bad outlets. It's about inclusion. It's about promoting the good actors. And really, it's also an opportunity to promote media sustainability in the region. And second, just the topic of partnerships, which again has been mentioned by so many panelists already today, but I do really want to encourage partnerships, especially with civil society. So one way that Article 19 has been trying to understand this issue is with how we leverage advertising budgets to improve reporting standards. And again, this isn't about taking money away from media, but it's about using the leverage that advertisers have to engage in conversations about things like reporting standards. Ranji mentioned the Journalism Trust Initiative, for example, which is sort of a global initiative, but there are other initiatives, at a more local level that could be drawn upon to promote, to increase and improve standards. And then at the same time, we know that there are really great local independent media outlets that are doing phenomenal work and are struggling to survive. Can we form partnerships where recognizing that they're actually, in many cases, promoting the tolerance and the inclusion that we want to see in this world? Can we form partnerships to specifically ensure that they that they get an adequate look as well? I think, the issue of online advertising came up a number of times, and this sort of takes me to some of the challenges. I think with online advertising, it was mentioned that just the scale is so massive. And I think some of the similar problems that we see with large scale content moderation, you're probably seeing with trying to deal with the volume of online content advertising, where just a keyword, as Jerry mentioned, that's not really getting to the level of granularity that you need to know whether this advertising is good or bad. So just to provide a note of where we are as an organization on this topic, we and others do a lot of work to engage with media. So freelancers, staff journalists, editors who are eager for resources and tools to learn about how their reporting can contribute to tolerance and inclusion. And we've been exploring how these approaches could also be aligned with the work of those interested in ethical advertising. So I think, we're still at very early stages, but we would love to keep this conversation going with those on the panel, but those also who might be watching in the audience. So please feel free to get in touch with us if you're interested in continuing this conversation. But I think, again, the partnership aspect is so crucial. There isn't one universal standard across the region. As Ranji mentioned, there's so much diversity, but there are local initiatives in place, and civil society groups, I think, have a great understanding of the context of hatred and disinformation, and also they have existing partnerships. Ruchira mentioned the power of influencers. There are a lot of partnerships between civil society and influencers as well. So I think just connecting all of those dots and really seeing how we can work together to, concretely say add more, good independent media to the good list, to the yes, we want to fund these outlets list, or having that nuanced conversation about, well, what does hatred and discrimination look like in my context, is really important. And I think, I'm not only trying to say that, civil society is important for advertisers, but vice versa. I mean, I think you have so many tools and skills that can be really useful in our work as well. I mean, you understand markets and ideas so well, and I think there's just so much opportunity for exchange there. So I'll end on that note, just with a note about, hoping that we can keep this conversation going. We already have a meeting set for next week, I've heard, so maybe in a few weeks' time after that. But yes, thank you so much for organizing this, Pia and Jake, and I hope to keep the conversation going. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Caroline. And thank you again also for really drawing our attention to the context where we have local media, we have local grassroots and community-based civil society organizations that, as Jake said right at the beginning, are the ones that can provide you that context. So who can tell you what the situation is on the ground? As the special rapporteur said, you know, what is the problem? How do we kind of address the exclusion? So thank you very much for that. We've got 5 minutes before we have to finish, and I have a couple of questions that I'm going to throw out and ask one of you to, or some of you to address them. The first is from Harriet Kingerby, who is in fact Jake's co-chair or at the Conscious Advertising Network, and she asks a very important question, which is, how can models such as the Conscious Advertising Network be best adapted to Asia and the Pacific to support the work that we've heard is already ongoing? You know, what do we need to do? The second question that we have is from my colleague, Geneviève Sarvoli, that some of you know from OHCHR in Geneva. And she asks, is there a good way to confront the way that the algorithms work? Is there a good way to put in place an economics of inclusion to combat the economics of hate? So I will throw that out there for you. I don't know, Jake, if you wanted to respond to Harriet, or if there's Ruchira Oranji from the region who wanted to speak to, you know, how the CAN model might be adapted to here. And I don't know who wants to take on the.
I think I'll pass. I'll pass straight on to Ruchir and Ranji, because I think it's really important that everybody's talked about partnership and how you replicate things that work in our region is really by deeply partnering with civil society groups and businesses and experts within the region to craft the solution locally rather than sort of globally, but aligned to the same sort of principles. So over to Ruchir and Ranji.
Sure. Ranji, Ruchira, you both looking.
Love the way, you know, I just absolutely love the way Jake's put us on the mat on this one. But thank you for that. Because and thank you for that in terms of, because it's a great question. First of all, we work with agency partners who are part of CAN. And that for us is it's a testimony to saying, we will not partner with you unless you understand that we want to actively be a part of the dialogue on combating misinformation, hate, and finding ways to make our brands and our business appear in line with the values, the mission, the purposes that we stand for. So I think that's one thing that is very important. Equally, as a business, it may be part of your manifesto and your mission. But can we, for example, work with, I don't know, workshop with our young teams who are coming in with energy, with diverse views, and workshop with them and with organizations like CAN and say, hey, you know what? This is ways to think of what you may be passing out unconsciously, the biases that we all carry, right? How do you consciously address it? And I think it's something that comes over a dialogue, it comes over conversations, and frankly, this is where technology can help us. We all don't need to be in the same room, but it can be part of a conversation that becomes a really engaged way of bringing this alive. So for me, and I won't take more time than I could pass it on to Ranji as well, because she can share from across the region. For me, I think it's very, like a typical business person, I think there are very, very concrete and very clear steps that we can take to make it come alive, not just what we've done in the past, but equally ahead. Ranji, what do you think?
Thanks, Ruchira. I think for us, you know, what we've done to do this across the APAC is really listen to and then bring our National Advertiser Associations members into the conversation. So across 8 different countries, from China through to Japan, Philippines, Indonesia, Malaysia, we've started to bring them into global surveys, you know, more aggressively, bring their members into it, understand what the local nuances are, so really to listen, and then together with them co-author the right solution. It's got to be hyper-local. It's got to really make a difference at a ground level. You know, we wouldn't do it at the global level, even on a regional level. We're such a diverse region. I can't imagine to speak on behalf of the Filipino brands and members. I'm half Chinese and half Indian. I wouldn't even dare speak to what our members in China want, or what you know. you and your teams in India would feel most relevant. So we're learning to listen more, we're learning to co-author, and together really then identify the solutions.
Excellent. Thank you. Thank you, Ranji. That both really, really important and excellent points. Is anybody feeling brave enough to tackle the issue of algorithms in 1 minute? Jerry or Jake?
Well, I think it's a big one. The answer to that is that you don't tackle it in 1 minute because they're not simple to tackle. But I think conversations like this, the work that the WFA and GARM is doing, the work that CAN is doing, we have. I think the WFA has some really good sort of top level conversations with the very senior leadership of Google, Facebook, and those companies. CAN, we've had some really amazing forums where we bring a lot of the NGO organizations together for some quite blunt and hard hitting reality checks about how some of their algorithms are landing in reality. And I think that two-pronged attack or approach cooperation is helping move things forward. It's not simple. Even when humans get asked to make some of the decisions that algorithms are making, we don't always know which way different humans would disagree. But I think the industry has to keep putting pressure on when things go wrong. Advertisers choosing to move their money, to pause their spends, to put that on is an important part of the dynamic. I think that the big platforms mentioned are not perfect, but I do see them trying to get better, and I think we need to keep chasing them on that and challenging them on that.
Thank you very much, and thank you for stepping in. We've come to the end of our time here, and I just really, really like to thank you all for what I thought was a fascinating conversation. It's clearly a conversation that we need to have again. So if you're all up for it, we'd love to bring us all together, bring some of the local advertising partners together and continue speaking, because I think the one thread that we've had through this discussion is that multi-stakeholder partnerships, these kinds of talking across our different worlds is really important. So I'd like to thank, first of all, the Special Rapporteur, who unfortunately had to leave us early for an inspiring start, and to Jerry, to Jake, to Ruchira, Ranji, and Caroline for really a fascinating discussion. Good evening, good afternoon, and I hope to see you all soon. Bye-bye.